competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my God!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Oh man,
Oh,
bro,
wow.
don't do this
Oh,
to
my
me,
God.
man. What was that? What do you even do?
This
Very
is
scary.
resign time.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Is coming in, and if white goes c7, and that's it. And Harika there celebrating with a fist bump.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
It's a draw. She on the bishop. Oh my goodness, what a save!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Look at her on the screen. She is killing it today.
Happy International Women's Day. What better way to celebrate than enjoying yourself a Pro Chess League doubleheader? I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is my good friend, FIDE Master James Kane III. James, we have 2 exciting matchups today. How excited are you?
I'm very excited. Of course, I'm here with Mr. Chess. Hess himself. Absolutely feeling good. Of course, Pro Chess League today, doubleheader. Happy International Women's Day to all the women around the world, of course. And it's a great day, man. I'm feeling good, Robert. How about you, bro?
Feeling great because we have some great clashes in store for everybody. And, well, you know, what is the Pro Chess League? Where are we? What are the standings? I think we should remind everybody because it's been quite a long time, almost a week since we last saw action. And 2 teams have secured their chances in the playoffs, the Indian Yogis and the Gotham Knights. But, James, we're going to see some teams coming up, the Shanghai Tigers, the Croatia Bulldogs. They're fighting to make their way into the playoffs as well.
All I need is one win. If I'm 2 and I'm like, this is it. Like, wow, we need our best lineup, number 1. Number 2 is all we need is more than 2, 1 more point, and we are actually in the playoffs, right? So we're feeling good here, but it also takes, hey, I mean, you could lose 2 in a row, and if you're at the 1, that's it, you're out. So it really is about, you know, today can punch home some playoff tickets. So it's exciting for you guys today.
Yeah, these teams want to clinch their spot in the playoffs. They don't want to lose 2 in a row, as you said, because on the other side of the standings, teams that have struggled thus far, they are going to be 1 loss away from elimination. 2 teams, the Berlin Bears and the Charlotte Cobras, already out of the 2023 Pro Chess League season. We'll see which of these teams can stay in the hunt. But today's matchups, we have 2 exciting ones in store for everybody. We are going to start with the Croatia Bulldogs versus the Shanghai Tigers. And then, James, we get the Blitz versus the Brazil Capybaras. So my first question for you is, which of these 4 logos do you like the best?
You know what? First, logos. Okay, that's a good one. I'm going to have to go with Blitz. I would actually get that tatted. I'm not even going to lie. That fire with the fire and the king, you know what? That's like, ooh-wee. That's fire. Now, the logo, that's amazing, right? And I like what Danny says about Capybaras. They're like, what is that thing? When he says it like in the little pre-show thing, like whatever the heck this thing is. That is funny because, in fact, it is. I don't know what a capybara is either. But today they need to figure out because if they lose, they go home. And that's the match I'm looking forward to because the Blitz and Capybaras is an elimination match. Those are my absolute favorites because elim is like win or you go home. That's it. It's a wrap.
As you said, they're going to have to find out who they are today because they may be eliminated. But we are going to start with the Croatia Bulldogs and the Shanghai Tigers. And we just want to take care of some logistics here because there was a last-second change. And it's important to note the roster rules for the Pro Chess League that you have to have had the rosters finalized as of February 27th. And substitutions incur a 25-point average rating cap penalty. That's going to come into play this week as the rosters must include 2 women and a junior player. But James, in this week in particular, that's going to play a role because the Croatia Bulldogs, the player that we see on the screen in front of us, Irene Sukander, we know how strong she is, James, but she's a last-second addition. She's a substitution, so it's going to cost the Croatia Bulldogs in terms of the average rating.
Ooh, yeah, that could be tough when you have to mix around the average rating. I mean, these teams are already strong. Now, of course, we did see at the lower halves a lot of times in the Pro Chess League. Honestly, it's about those third and fourth boards. I think Irene today is fourth board today. So being on the fourth board, she can just perform. If she goes out here and perform like Alice Lee did out here swinging, they're like, yo, Alice Lee, that's a grown woman in a young lady's body. Like she playing real big boy chess or big girl chess. Okay, Alice Lee was playing excellent chess here, and that's the fourth board. So it's all about those third and fourth boards today. Irene, yes, it's a substitution. They take a rating cap difference there, a hit to the rating. But if she's able to push through today and do what she's supposed to do, we see this at third and fourth boards a lot in these Pro Chess League matches. They'll just be fine, or it could be a complete disaster. We'll see.
Yeah, this Croatia Bulldogs team pretty even across their boards. Of course, they're led by superstar, super grandmaster Bogdan Daniel Dejac, but the rest of the lineup is pretty even in terms of the ratings. And, well, the team that they're facing today, the Shanghai Tigers, James, we know the Tigers, they're scary, they're dangerous, and Zhu Wenjun, the women's world champion, she's been great for them all season.
Yeah, she's actually, I forgot her stats was like one of the very few basically in the world of women to be 2,600. In fact, if you think about that, a few in the world, 2,600, like not just women, that's extremely strong. So, I mean, her being underrated definitely is their 2550. She's, I think, board 2 for them. Zhu Wenju is going to be playing some great chess. I mean, obviously being the women's world champion current right now too as well. I'd be happy if I had the current women's world champion, the best of the best with us right now. I don't think they have a lot to worry about. Shanghai Tigers. They are the favorite, I think, today, but they are going to have to prove it today.
Yeah, they may have to rely on Wei Yi as their top board. They've been using the same lineup each and every week. So let's see if things have changed coming into week 4, because the Shanghai Tigers, they've been a model of consistency, and of course not. They have not changed the lineup. What's working for them? Why not trot it out again? They did lose to the Gotham Knights a week ago. But James, as we look at the 4 boards for each team, you can see big rating lead for Shanghai on board 1, and also a big rating gap on board 4 in favor of the Shanghai Tigers, whereas the Croatia Bulldogs have an edge on board 2, at least in terms of rating.
Yeah, I was actually definitely thinking about that, how that would level out if it's top heavy here. I think Yilmaz and Dora Bailey are maybe under some pressure there, and then the lower halves is the other way around. So I mean, it's even. I think this is even. Whoever's just the better team, usually that's what it's about. Who has a better lineup? Who is better right now in that match? So whoever is good and better right now is going to obviously take the match. Really, round 1 is like kind of like where everything comes out, or like you get to see who runs away with stuff. Sometimes you see 3.5 halves. Sometimes you see 4-0, and you also see the comebacks. But again, it's about who's hot right now. As we saw Alice Lee beat Blue Bomb in the first round there, right, which definitely boosted their morale and made the team go very nice to clinch that win. So I think it'd be the same thing here. Whoever can pull away right now in this first match definitely has some big chances the rest of the match.
Absolutely. So you're talking about pulling away in the first round. Let's look at our first round board pairings, because the top 2 boards for the Croatia Bulldogs and the top 2 boards for the Shanghai Tigers, they get the black pieces. So, James, we know they outrate their opponents, but it is a nice edge to have the white pieces. So who do you think has a better shot? Which team's lower boards? The Shanghai Tigers with Liu Yiping and Xu Yi, or the Croatia Bulldogs with Ante Saric and Irene Sukander, who we've been talking about?
Probably I think the lower boards there, Ante Saric and Irene, them having white down there. But then you got Zhu Wenju. Shoot, I forgot about that. I had to you're like, oh yeah, I got white. And then you're like, oh wait, hold on, I got white against the shoot. Okay, wait, let me rethink that. It might be at the top. I'm actually going to go with the top half there because, of course, of just being higher rated and the white pieces, 2,700 having the white pieces. Okay, we got to favor that way. I'm going with the Tigers.
Okay, so you think the Tigers are going to get out to an early lead, and they would love that because Wei Yi, he's been a force in the Pro Chess League this season. 9 wins, 2 losses, and 0 draws. That guy refuses to split the point with anybody. He doesn't care if he goes down swinging. Wei Yi says, I am going to fight, and he will have a fight in his hands because Irene Sukander, she may be stepping in for the Bulldogs, but she is a wrecking ball. I mean, the way she plays chess, James, she's always playing attacking, aggressive chess. I played her over the board. We had one of the most wild games ever, and so we know what she's capable of.
Wow. Yeah, very strong. Absolutely. I actually looked up her card in Wikipedia and some other areas just to check to see. And I bet she's super strong. She had one tournament. She did 5 out of 9 in a GM tournament, 4 wins, 2 wins, and 4 wins, some draws, and something like that. But basically, very strong tournament to say the least. So I think she's actually really underrated.
Okay. Okay. Well, the games are about to begin. We see the players on our screen coming up. It is going to be Mustafa Ilmaz and Liu Yiping. Liu Yiping getting the white pieces in this one. We've seen how solid he has been. That is Liu Yiping throughout the season. But Mustafa Ilmaz, I mean, he is an experienced veteran grandmaster. So James, for the Shanghai Tigers, they want to get off to that hot start that you've been clamoring for.
Absolutely. I'm actually a big fan of Mustafa's play. I know he's a Turkish 3-time champ, so definitely a fan of his play. Aggressive, sometimes some Kings Indian, etc. A very, very solid player. Lou, I'm not too familiar with. Robert, what do you have on Lou?
He's super solid, but if you provoke him, he will strike. And he
Wow.
has had some weeks where he has a plus score, which is huge on board four. And not to mention, he's about a 2,500 rated player. So some teams, they have board fours who are about 2,200, but not the Shanghai Tigers. They trust him, and he's playing in Italian, which is a trusty weapon of many of the best players of all time. And I'm just curious, is he going to strike with B4? Is that going to be his plan on the queen side? The answer has been answered. No, A5 takes that away.
Not anymore, right? B4 is not happening anymore. Of course, Geary has some new files on this that he does actually recommend. Geary, that is Nish Geary, has a new chessable, of course, not new, but it is in his chessable course. He recommends obviously the newer line of B4, A4, grab the space. He's into the space type of thing and developing pieces, grab space, place principled, solid chess is his whole philosophy in his course. So B4 and A4 absolutely is going to grab some space. It looks like Black was able to do that. So now White has to kind of transfer this into some type of maybe Roy Lopez, as you see Bishop going to B3, going to reroute maybe to C2. Knight goes from B1 all the way over to G3 via D2. So knight D2, knight F1, knight G3. You play H3, sometimes G4, then knight G3. You eventually play D4. It's a slow game, is what they call an Italian game. Anyway, it's a quiet game or slow positional maneuvering game.
Yeah, I mean H3 and G4. That sometimes makes it a little bit more dynamic. We see a maneuvering: bishop to B3, bishop to A7, pawn H3. Get away from this G4 square because sometimes Black likes to move the king to the side and play for F5, break open this rook on its castled square. But this, James, this is really just maneuvering quiet chess.
Absolutely. Maneuvering quiet. There we go. Knight D2. It's just a quick moves, right? No time really wasted here. We're just going to move our pieces where we're supposed to, in fact. Actually, I know in the Italian game, Jan Gustafsson recommends this easy play for Black here is he always likes to do the A6 instead of A5. A5 stops B4, but it's sort of the same way A6 or A5. Bishop goes to A7, you go rook E8, H6, bishop E6. That's like every single time in every single line of the Italian. It was very easy to understand that. Plans and ideas. There it is. There goes the rook to E8. Bishop goes to E6, and then you play queen D7, maybe rook D8, and you try to play for D5 at some point. It's very, very easy to play from Black here, Black standpoint, but there are also some ideas and some venom in there. There's Bishop E6, right? It's the same. I mean, nothing to see here, Robert. We're about to go to sleep, my guy. I mean, like, take a nap, and we'll wake up, and then it'll still be maneuvering.
I'm just gonna take a lesson from you because you were calling out all the last few moves and you said you watched some videos and courses on it. But this is perfect play from both sides in chess at the highest level. That's often what it's like. Just no pieces have been traded yet, but the bishops are staring at each other. If the bishop takes on E3, thank you very much. In comes the knight. And will Black be able to get this move D5 in, James? That's a big question that Mustafa Ilmaz has to answer.
Absolutely has to answer it right. And of course, even the knight E7 to G6 is another thing going around. You see, you hear sirens in the background there. So there's something going on somewhere, but it's not on this board. It is not on this board at all, guys. So, but there will be something like knight E7 to knight G6 also is an idea as well. Yeah, I mean, it's the same stuff. You also play knight E7, knight G6, C6, D5. I mean, it's just not much here. And so he's trying to figure out how he wants to do this. Mufasa, that is. I say Mufasa. I always call him that. Oh my goodness. Mustafa.
Don't make him the villain. He. I guess Mustafa's the hero and Scar is the villain. I just got confused myself. But either way, he is a fantastic chess player. Plays for the Turkish national team as a multi-time champion and a great player in his own right. But all games have started. So after the first piece has been traded, this one. Let's hop to our other games because, it looks like in the top right, maybe the biggest news of all is not a single move hasn't played from Xu Yi against Vasif Durabeli. So, James, we know those computer and tech issues, they play a role in online chess.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, of course. And hopefully they get that time back there. I know Chess.com has been very good with getting time back to the player, especially if they're there. Or maybe there's a transmission issue, maybe something we're not sure there, but definitely that time is running and there is no move on the board and there's almost like a 4 minute time advantage. So got to be very, very careful here, Mike. Guy. Oh my goodness, we can't have anything go wrong there without making a move. I got to make a move right.
Yeah, as you said, that's not a move, James. He is not moving, but we'll see when he gets back to it. For now, we'll dive into the game between Ante Saric and Ju Wenjun because those two have been playing pretty quickly thus far on the bottom left. And as we see, some pieces, unlike in the first game we're looking at, have been traded. But once again, a very solid position where we may see some more pawn trades in the center. Both sides have fully developed their minor pieces. And now maybe white is a little bit ahead because the rook's already on a central line. But James, not too much, right?
Yeah, not. I mean, this is actually very dynamic. This is like some type of Nimzo too as well, but this is a very dynamic. And I say that because of the two bishops. The bishops are out. My bishop on d2 is not as good as the bishop on b4, but also this light square bishop is super strong. a3. Now we might get the bishop pair unless you do c takes d4 here. Yeah, it's dynamic without many weaknesses. Ju and Jun has very nice pawn structure. I think pawn structure is very nice. 94 now. She might take the bishop again. Damage your structure. Go to an endgame with the better bishop. I definitely like this for black, actually, believe it or not. But white is engine likes white slightly better. Bishop b1. That's sick. I like that. Keep the bishop there.
Yeah, why not? Because the board will eventually open up once these pawns are traded. For example, if black ever takes on d4, I'll just show this very quickly. After pawn takes d4, I don't have to just take back. The bishop can also slide up to b4 with a hit of queen and rook. And if you block with a knight, I know it's not the best idea, then I could take on d4 with this pawn, and I'm exploiting this pin. Black actually does not lose a piece here thanks to the move a5, but still, you're getting yourself into some trouble here, and you're barely escaping with even material. So instead, I don't think we will see pawn takes d4. It's too accommodating for this bishop on e1. You want to take control of all of the dark squares, and right now, black is doing just that.
I'm a big fan of improving the position. I know Jacob Agar has a positional book about what's the weaknesses in the position, what's the worst place piece, what's my opponent's idea. So a lot of times that piece, the worst place piece in this position, I think right now is probably the knight on d7. So maybe moving it to f6, and then you have the superfluous knights, knight of 6 and e4. But you can also play knight d5, put the knight on d5, maybe even rook a to d8. And these are good ways to improve my position. So I'm thinking of that, maybe even a rook to c8 as well. But we're looking to improve, and she's trying to do that right now. What do you think, Robert? Knight f6, rook e8, rook d8. Also, maybe you could play a waiting move like h6. Kind of boring, but definitely a possible move.
Yeah, no, black has many options here. That's why Ju Wenjun is spending time because you make one inaccuracy. Suddenly, white is better with the pair of bishops. I liked your idea of simply bringing the knight to f6, but maybe that allows the white knight up to e5. The knight on d7 is covering that square. So difficult decisions for Ju Wenjun. It's not a tactical affair. This isn't some kind of a very dangerous position for her from she'll get checkmated perspective. But I do think that she has a tough choice because she's handed her opponent the bishop pair. All of her pieces look like they're on good squares, and yet there's no actual plan. And chess is a game of plans. So why don't we zoom out of this one while Ju Wenjun is on the clock. We'll see what she's able to uncork here. But I'm looking at the top left. We see a queen trade being offered, still quite level. That's good news for the Shanghai Tigers because they're going to trust Liu Yiping on board 4, highly rated board 4 in this league. In the top right, James, finally, we saw some moves played. Xu Yi is there, playing an endgame against Vasif Durabeli. In the bottom right, we have a very close position from Irene Sukander and Wei Yi. So of the 4 boards, which one do you think we should go to?
Man, all of them boring. All of them just like moving around. There's no tactics anywhere. But it tells you it's real solid, real solid. I actually like this to see the solidity on every board, and everybody's like, there's no mistakes. It shows how evenly kind of this is right now. Let's actually go to the top right. Let's go over there to that imbalance there with the king on e2. This is Zhu Yi and Vasif Durabeli. Let's see this. See what we got. Wow, look at the setup there. What time is it over there? It's dark. Late
yeah, it's
over
late.
there.
It's late in China. But Xu Yi, always in the lineup for the Tigers. And well, look at this pawn structure. I don't know what Vasif Durabeli is thinking about. Is there any move besides pawn?
You're actually right. It's kind of funny, right? Just save your time here because there is
Wait, is
no
he
other.
frozen? Like he hasn't moved.
Oh
You
wait,
see?
you know what? That's why he hasn't moved. Wow, that's a good call. I'm like, man, he like really in the zone. That's the
Yeah.
pose. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
like
out of there.
he's gone. So
He
unfortunately
is
for
out of there.
the Croatia Bulldogs, their board two has lost connection, and we'll see
Are
if
they
he's
both
able
frozen?
to bounce back. But I mean,
Is
it's
he
obvious.
frozen too?
Is Shui frozen? No, no,
He gotta be.
no. He's still there. He's just waiting for the move. You know, he's like down on the clock trying
He's
to.
in.
What's going on? So
Wow.
Shu Yi earlier was struggling with the tech, it seemed. Now Vasif is gone, and well, we'll wait for him to come back. But G takes F6 is automatic. Normally, you have to think, is there an in-between move? The answer is no, just to show you how you blunder. Bishop takes knight allows this bishop to bounce back to C3. White would end up a piece ahead. So that's why James and I were confused. G takes F6 was finally played at long last, and now we could talk about a compromised pawn structure on the king side, but a pair of bishops. So James, would you prefer to have the bishop pair or the better pawn structure?
That's a great question. In fact, to be honest, I am a fan of the bishop pair. I do very well with the bishops and tactics that arise with them, especially in open positions like this one is definitely becoming an open position. And I have some dynamicism with the open files. Yes, I have double pawns, but I have the bishop pair. So I'm actually going to go with the bishop pair and the idea of having c5, c4 available, even casting queenside, use the rook to back the d pawn, and use the files that I have to try to create something. And if you play g3 after a rook g8, I can use the f pawn to go f5, f4, make your pawns double, attack the f pawn, take it, and then attack the other f pawn. So I have a clear plan here of just like trying to attack you with the bishops and the pawns and pushing them forward, everything forward.
Okay, very instructive from James there. Instead of taking the knight and compromising White's pawns, going to retreat and keep the bishop pair. So Vasif, as he struggles to get back his connection, let's go away from this game. We will keep an eye out on it, of course, and keep you updated. But we still have 3 other games in full swing. I see the eval bar swinging down in the bottom right. Wei Yi, that position has had 0 captures, no trades there. Wei Yi with a slight advantage, it would appear. And then the top left, things have changed between Liu Yiping and Mustafa Ilmaz. So maybe, James, we should go there. I know end games aren't what you love to see all the time. You're more of a aggressive player trying to go for tactics. I kind of like the look of this position for White at first glance, but the eval bar says, hey, Robert, that's why you wear glasses. You need to check your vision.
Right, yeah, it's kind of crazy here. I mean, it does like it's like evenish. Yeah, I actually like White. I do like the A file practical chances. Okay, we have the double B. We can also double back around with knight e3, knight to d5, or f5 in many cases here. But yeah, that makes sense. The structure is so nice for black. I can understand it being very equal. And a4 is easy to defend and not easy to put more pressure on. You can double the rooks, but when a knight goes to b6, how do you actually hit this pawn? Besides maybe b3, but then b6 is also defending a8, which the rook is defending a8. So I can take on b3, we trade on a8, and it'll be completely equal. It's all about battle the end game here and probably just play this boy out, a Capablanca style third world champion, and just play that boy out. Play it out very nice and slow. Push the P, like he would play every end game out if you look at his old games. Every single one, king pawn, no matter what it was, right? So it looks like one of those, in fact, that you would get from a typical attack.
Yeah. Whoa, you said B3, and he says B4.
B4.
That surprised me. You, of course, cannot take en passant because your rook on A8 is loose. So what Liu Yiping is saying is that this pawn A4 will be a long-term weakness. Yes, this knight can go to B6, but maybe then the white knight can slide into A5, and then the C pawn will rumble up the board to the C5 square. I mean, this is a very enterprising plan, James. I was not expecting it. If you gave me 5 move candidates, this would not have been one of them. But he wants to stick that knight on A5.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. And he does it immediately, hits B7, then the other one can swing around. You can actually have a clear plan of either something like rook A3, knight D2, knight of the other knight to C4, and then play knight to B2, and actually really just go grab the pawn. Eventually, even double the rooks first. And then after knight A4 takes, there is no B6 there because your rook will be hanging due to the rook on A8. So you need to double the rooks first, then your rook, then take the pawn on A4. It's a lot. It's very slow. It's a slow plan, but I mean, shoot, this is an Italian game, number one. You can also king F1 all the way over to D3, rook A3, knight D2, knight C4, double the rooks, knight B2, and then finally take knight A4. This is a brilliant plan. Very nice. He's trying to stop it now with rook a7.
Yeah, it's funny because I think a lot of people would have played rook b8 to defend the pawn this way. Rook a7, not the most natural move, but it allows this rook to come to a8 just to preemptively defend this pawn a4 that James has been highlighting can become a weakness. So I like the lead on the clock for Liu Yiping. I think the position is actually quite complicated. Not a single pawn has been traded. And for white, I mean, d5 is somewhat tempting, just to close down the center and try to play c4, rook c1, c5. If that pawn gets to c5 safely,
Ooh-wee.
black is in big trouble. But the problem is this knight. It's stuck over here now. You can't get away with c4, c5, and King's Indian style f5 move. James, they say that end games are boring, they're drawn. No, this one's getting very exciting. It's heating up.
Absolutely. As they say, all rooking games are drawn, but they're like, oh, yeah, all rooking games are drawn. Well, you got to do it. Like, it's not just a draw because it says that. You have to do it. Wow. He didn't take it back.
No, he goes ahead and defends this pawn on d5. e4 can be captured next with a couple pieces. And this might be a standstill. The knight on a5 cannot move. There is no safe square for that knight. And that's a problem because you really want to play c5, but your b4 pawn is overloaded. You cannot get away with it. I think that we have an even battle on our hands here, and it looks quite interesting. I think both sides will have chances. It's even in terms of the objective evaluation, but practically speaking, I mean, there are chances for both sides to go wrong or to create ideas that their opponents can't successfully meet.
Oh, absolutely, of course. As we see here, of course, let's go to the bird's eye view, see what we have. See if we have any new developments. We actually do. We got a lot of stuff going on here. Any eval bar jumps? Wei Yi over there.
Yeah, we haven't even looked at that game, so why don't we check out how Wei Yi is doing against Irene Sukandar. Of course, Irene was the last-minute addition to the Croatia Bulldogs as their other players are playing in the European Individual Championship. Aline Robers, then Polina Shuvalova is playing, I believe, in Uzbekistan. So Irene, a tough first matchup. Can you imagine that? Making your debut, your first opponent is Wei Yi.
All right. Wei Yi being the first opponent here. Yeah, it's tough. That's very, but she already knew, especially in the Pro Chess League, every opponent is going to be very difficult here. So she already knew that going in. She's very, very calm, I think. So watching her play before, she's actually a Charlotte playing before. Just seeing she's very calm, but on the board, very aggressive here. What was this opening here?
Let's check it out to see where we came from. It was a Sicilian. Just quickly, we'll scroll through the moves. We had a Sicilian that was with Bishop b5, and one of these slow maneuvering games. No pieces are traded. You can take on e5 at any moment, but when the pawn takes back, the d file is open. That's a backwards pawn, and black would be happy. So instead, we just saw maneuvering, developing, no trades. That was not allowed in this game, James, until d5. And once black gets this move d5 in, the position explodes in Wei Yi's favor, opening up this bishop, opening up this queen. That was really good news for his pieces.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. When you open up the position like this, yeah, black can definitely be better in many cases, especially with the open position. Bishops look good. Yeah, every piece is felt. Whoa, knight f3. You see that move? To take the bishop pair, my guy? That's how you feel?
That came unexpectedly because b takes c5, I think automatic, capture back. But no, knight f3 check. And after knight takes, bishop takes f4, your rook on c1 is loose here. The rook moved, and then Wei Yi recaptures. So all of a sudden, black has the upper hand, pushes this pawn to d4, and it's going from bad to worse and maybe losing for Irene Sukandar as this bishop is open. The other diagonal is open, and the fifth rank is open for a rook swinging over onto the king side.
Huge initiative for black. I think here this reminds you of Semislav. Semislav has many games like this in certain positions. Even if you see what was the game? Anon. No, it was Aronian Anon, the famous game of the Semislav. You guys can Google it there. This reminds, it gives you vibes like that. The bishop's point, the queen's over there, the queen's on b8. Many times you see this in the Semislav, but you also see this in other openings too. But very nice idea, queen bishop line. Everything's aimed at white's king side, and it looks like it's the other way around. Like the knight and the bishop for white are on the queen side don't really look like they're coordinated well enough for what is about to happen on the king side.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what white's next plan is after knight to b4. You're bringing your knight up towards the center. That's great. But what is black's plan? g5, g4? That looks perhaps overly ambitious. All right, he says, I have no fear. My pawn is here. And he's trying to get g4 in, but d4 now is loose. So big questions have to be answered by Wei Yi.
You know, G4 anyway. Who cares? G4. That's why we played it, Robert. G4 for the score. Play it now. Right. And after knight takes D4, we take on H3. If you take on G4, there it is. Come on. Way ye. Big way and have a nice day. Here it comes. Here it comes.
So what James is saying is, please take me on G4, and after the pawn takes back, this rook will land on H5, and this king is in big trouble. And if you take on D4, then G takes H3. The rook still goes to G5. Uh-oh. This feels like it's an absolute nightmare for Irene Sukandar. And Wei hasn't even recaptured yet. Is he really thinking about taking with the knight on G4? I think H takes G4 would be automatic if I were playing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think he's A6 G4 is the move, right? But I think remember he played that knight F3 move, so he's now he took on G4, but definitely like he's making the moves that you're not thinking he's gonna make with that little small thought there. So where does the knight go now? After knight D4, what are we doing? Rook H5?
I think so. I'm just bringing that rook into the attack. Why not? Or you can even stop on E5 in some positions, but I think ultimately the rook is going to H5, and this king is just wide open. You can never play G3 to block the dark square pieces because it opens up the light squares and a checkmate threat on H1. White's piece is not fully in the game. You're up a pawn as Irene Sukandar. So if Wei Yi does not make the most of his attack, you might have some chances. And by the way, James, I would be very careful to watch out for this move, knight E6. Like if White had a free turn, that kind of move could go after the black king, causing some dilemmas. So Wei does not have all the time in the world.
Is correct, as he doesn't have enough time, but we do need to figure out our next few moves for black here. What is it? He's thinking, let me see, rook H5. I don't have a mate. Like, I don't have a puzzle brush. Here's something, rook H5 and bishop doesn't work. I was going to play bishop E3, but he's going to take, because my idea is queen H2, queen H1 mate, but the queen is on E2. You go on rook H5, he's putting it there. Wow, look at the eval part. Bro.
Yeah, 96 maybe where he's calculated he can just take, because when the queen takes back, the king can step up to G7, and White just doesn't have quite enough checks. And with bishop H2 check, put that bishop on a yo-yo string and then get it back to E5. There may be a checkmating threat down here on H1. So, James, I don't know how White survives this game. Bishop C6 played by Irene Sukandar, but the eval bar is all the way down, and it must be some kind of bishop move. Get out the way and allow the queen to get to H2.
Question is, where is this bishop move? This is the hard part about chess, is there's so many moves you can make. Where is the bishop move? Queen H2, Queen H1 is mate. Yeah, there's nothing yet. Maybe a G3. By the way, we have something happened on the Dur-Bailey board. That was a draw. We got one draw, one result.
Okay, so we have a result on the Dur-Bailey game. You said it was a draw indeed, opposite colored bishops. And then on board one, it looks like Mustafa Ilmaz somehow won the game. But that game, at least by the look of it, seemed to have much life left. So we'll keep everybody updated. This game still looking very dangerous for Irene Sukandar. But James, no knockout blow immediately apparent.
I'm thinking bishop G3 here. Bishop G3. And if bishop G3, he went bishop B5. But the idea was obviously if pawn takes, you could do queen G3 or maybe rook H1 first, and then try to bring the knight or queen in. But no, bishop G3, just too much. So he's going for rook H1. King moves. I guess we just take the knight. Is this up a piece? Or queen E3 here?
Oh, so you're saying let me run away, and she does it. Yeah. Queen up to E3, it looks like the best move for White, because if rook H1 check, the king just runs away, and then the white queen may slap to G5 at some point and go after the king on G8. So wow, suddenly she has a chance. 40 seconds for Wei Yi. This is dangerous territory for the Shanghai Tigers.
He's tripping. Oh, that's not a move, bro. That is definitely not a move. Engine just says it too. What is it, Robert? Is it just bishop takes?
I don't know. And the eval bar went all the way up, and now it's gone back down a little bit. But that is a bit misleading. This position is tricky. Maybe there's only one way for White to get the job done. I am going to turn on the specific moves, and now that I have done that, okay. But she played it. I was about to say rook b5, and she's done it. She brings the rook up. She's going after the bishop and the rook. Irene Sukandar, a last-second addition to this roster. And James, what a move.
Oh, my goodness. Irene. Ooh-wee. Irene is about to hitting real hard here, chat. That is sick. If your board 4 is able to do these kind of things, you're always going to have a great shot in a PCL, no matter what team you are. Your fourth board can do this and take out the big dogs, or ones and etc., they're gonna have a great day.
Oh my gosh, and here comes that knight e6 idea that I mentioned a long time ago. The f-pawn is now pinned. 15 seconds for Wei Yi. He's got to find a move. James, what do you think he's going to do?
I think, he's stone, like his face is just stone, like no emotion, right? Stone cold killer here. But, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him. He plays check, he takes. It looks like he's not panicking at all. He's staying super calm in a position where, like, the engine say you're lost. He's like, yeah, I'm good. I'm all right.
Well, he's not so good because this bishop on c6 is frustrating. You'd love to play rook e8, and that's why the trade has just happened. But instead of knight takes c6, which does fork the rook and the queen, maybe knight e6 check, James. That move is available.
Knight e6, king g8, queen takes f6, pawn takes. She went for it. Oh, we just take the rook. No, but then, oh goodness, what is it?
There's take that rook because queen takes f7 check will be available afterwards. Right. She does it.
Yeah, f7 there. Wei Yi getting cooked here. Oh man, wow, what an upset! He about to be upset about this one.
It's over. Knight d4 check, right? And if king e5, there's knight c6 with a fork winning the queen.
Boom!
She found
knight d4. He got to hit the button. King g5. Look at him looking away there. The quick look away. What did I do? How did I get in this position? I hate this game, right? Those are all the.
Oh, look at Irene! Woo! She can't believe it. She's so happy.
Like, she just dunked on somebody, right? Like, if you get dunked on, posterize, and you come down and you flex real hard for the cameras and everybody going crazy and wild. That's what just happened right now. Irene with a big dub. Wow, look at her. That's amazing.
Wow. She can't believe it, and neither can the Croatia Bulldogs because they just bullied the Shanghai Tigers. I think going into this match, most people thought the Tigers would be the favorite squad. But James, it was a demolition from top to bottom. Mustafa Ilmaz, he wins on time against Liu Yiping, a draw on board 2, and then wins by anti-Sarge. We did not get to see that game in full detail. We apologize for that because the last game was so exciting. He beats Ju and Jun. But Irene Sukandar, the hero for the Bulldogs, taking down someone that outrates her by over 300 points.
I am 100% shocked here. I was 100% going with the Shanghai Tigers. I mean, they're just a very strong team. Camaraderie's there, all from the same place, right? And also, I mean, very, very the teams are stacked up. 2,700s on the team too as well. I mean, everything points to the Tigers just being a better team, but that doesn't matter right now and today. Okay, what's going on right now? What are the match lineups? How are we feeling as players today? Wei Yi wasn't at his strongest. Some slips there, and Irene was ready. She smelt the blood in the water as a shark would, as a shark could, and did her thing, or as a bulldog would in this case. And she definitely, was able to contribute to the bullying in this first round. Crazy. That was nuts.
Couldn't summarize it any better myself. You heard it from James Canty. Irene Sukandar, she takes down Super GM Wei Yi. The Croatia Bulldogs lead 3.5. We, like the players, are going to take a short break, but when we return, it's more from the Pro Chess League matchup between the Croatia Bulldogs and the Shanghai Tigers.
I have 3 puzzles here.
It's chess, yeah?
Yes, it's chess. No, we're gonna go.
Oh, but suddenly, there's like some kind of triangles all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, okay. Word of warning, I'm not the fastest.
So here is the first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So f2 check.
Yeah.
Rook a takes f2. Queen g2 check. Rook takes g2, knight h3. King h1, rook takes f1. Rook g1, rook g1.
Wow.
Is there like a mate anything?
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, I think I have solved it already. Like f2 is the answer. Actually, I didn't have time to calculate king takes f2, which looks. I mean, at the very least, I can just take on d3 and on f1, and I'm much ahead. And there is also rook f2 in the end, so it's just checkmate. But of course, the point is after rook, doesn't matter which rook takes on f2, then there is queen g2 check, followed by knight h3 check, and rook takes f1 checkmate. Or rook g1, rook takes g1 checkmate. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, or then they currently blind.
All right. Your 10 seconds is up.
Harder than the.
Yeah. I just got it while I was singing briefly. Yeah, so it's obviously f2, and then queen g2, knight h3, and rook f1.
Wow. Okay. So you're.
I mean, there's also rook f takes g2, but same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, rook f takes f2, queen g2, rook g2, knight h3, king h1, and then rook g1's mate. But yeah.
Black to play and win, or what?
Yes. Black to play a win.
No, I think I got it right. I mean, takes. I don't know, cause I didn't find the mate. So dumb.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'll make a move. 92, yeah.
Unfortunately, the move is not 92.
Yeah, same thing. I can go find the mate.
F2. Rook takes
Oh.
F2.
I need the warm up. Get me tired again.
That was
Different
the warm-up.
position. Yeah, I need the warm up. If it was a game, I'll go 92 takes G3 and then I see. But I think it's just perpetual there, no? Or I don't think it's a mate. Yeah, no, I don't.
All good. The correct move is actually F2.
Yeah, rook BF2.
And then
Oh wow, like that. Somehow it's an unusual pattern, but it's
Yeah.
really cool. No,
exactly.
it's so easy.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Along with James Canty III, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, and we are going to dive into the action that we just saw unfold. It was a historic upset in the Pro Chess League as Irene Sukander takes down Super Grandmaster Wei Yi. And James, in this position, it looked like Wei Yi was dominating with rook to h5, but what went wrong for him after bishop c6 check and the bishop dropped back to e5? How could this go so wrong for black?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason is there's so many options and it's double edged. Also, time. If you look at the time, that's always a huge thing. Use time as a piece, right? It's the same thing. You have 16 pieces, but that 17th one that you'll talk about is your clock, right? So him having this clock time and him having a good position, if he has 5 minutes on the clock here, this is easy win for black. But with 56 seconds, right, and trying to figure this out, and my king being weak as well, I'm going to have some problems.
Yeah, she brought queen e3. You were mentioning that move. That allows the king to escape if the rook were to give his check. But here's where Wei Yi went wrong. King to g7, and the tables turned completely. Instead of that move, it would appear that a move like, say, a queen... Actually, I don't see a good queen move even because this bishop is loose on b7. The position is that difficult. Like any move I'm going to suggest has a drawback. So I actually don't know what black's best move is. I'm going to look. It says, actually, queen d... What? Queen d6, giving up this bishop on b7 somehow is good. Because after bishop f4, there's a problem with this queen getting trapped with rook h1 check. So that is 2-5 head for me. I'm going to be honest, James. Instead, we saw king g7, but this is where it all went wrong. Rook b5, give me your bishop. After the bishop move, queen e7 with knight e6 check to follow. And we saw a rook trade, but that was that. Knight e6 came, give me this pawn f7, bring my other knight into the game, and checkmate is about to happen. King h6, only move. Knight f5 is mate. That is why Wei Yi resigned. That is how Irene Sukander won. And James, where that brings us in the match thus far is a 3.5 lead for the Bulldogs. Vasif Durabali against Zhu Yi, the only draw in round one. But as we head into round 2, the Shanghai Tigers, we know what they're capable of. James, Wei gets the white pieces. Zhu Wenjun, she gets the white piece as well. Do they have an opportunity now to come back?
They definitely have an opportunity to come back here. They are very, very strong, extremely strong team, only losing one time, right? And they have 2 wins, so they are capable of doing it. But the problem is here that you have to get over the last round. We have to say, oh, they reset. If Hikaru says you should have short-term memory loss when you have losses. So when them L's happen, we lost that round and it was not close, right? We had 1 draw out of 4 games. So we need to just reset and come back and play this game that we know how to play so well.
Often easier said than done. As you said, it was kind of like it was being posterized, and that's not easy to rebound from. Suddenly you get subjective. You feel like you have to win, and that's where chess can go wrong. It's an objective game. You cannot start thinking about the result as early as move 1. You need to play the position. But at this point, James, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. Okay. The Shanghai Tigers have to play for a win, down 3 points after the opening round.
Well, absolutely. In fact, every round from here is more like I need to play for a win, and this is for the team. This is not just for me. This is for the whole team. This is everybody's watching, right? Because you can get blown out, and then you're one loss away from elimination. That's tough to be. That's where we are this week, Garden State Passers, right? So we every match is elimination now for us. So we don't want, of course, if Shanghai Tigers doesn't want this, we're going to pick it up now. 3 points is it. We keep the same lead up. You're never going to catch up. 8.5 will be in the next.
It's just a surprising result, if I'm being honest, because the Croatia Bulldogs came into this week without their top board. Bogdan Daniel Dejac not in the lineup this week. They're relying on some very strong, but players in their 2600s compared to the likes of a monster of Wei Yi, who's 2700 plus and has been for what feels like an eternity. So I think that the Bulldogs, you couldn't have scripted this any better for them as they look to lock up a playoff spot. So we're about to see the round 2 get underway here, and the Bulldogs, they're in great shape. The Shanghai Tigers, they need to strike right now.
Absolutely, they need to strike now and strike, fast as a tiger would, as a tiger could. Okay, we need that, right? As we will see from these this next game starting. Okay, let's see what we get. So Bailey with E4, nice. See how he responds. You need to go aggressive here. It's probably C5.
Okay, waiting for a move from Liu Yiping here. No move yet. Okay, E5. So he's a very solid player, James. So I'm not too surprised to see him play the King's Pawn here. And we're getting an anti-Berlin. None of the mainline Berlin stuff. Well, this has become all the rage. But it looks like the Italian that we just saw in the first round.
Absolutely. It quite often transposes into many things that you've seen before, these Roy Lopez positions, or at least the close ones like this. Definitely, you see this in an Italian game via different move orders here. But with a more aggressive option with Dor Bailey here and G5. Oh, yeah, I think this is theory here still. But there's you can sack in some cases, but I don't think this is time to sack. Take King G7. Oh, I'm definitely tempted to sack right now.
If this were a bullet game, I know you would have done this 30 seconds ago. Give me those 2 pawns for the sacrifice piece. The king is open, but as James's instinct was, the king often slides up to G7, and there just isn't quite enough firepower as Black is able to defend this knight on F6. So it seems like Vasif Durabaili, he probably wants to make this sacrifice, but he probably is kind of like, James, I know it shouldn't work. I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so tempting. How could I not?
Yeah, it's such, man. But I think he gets out of it by King G7, Rook H8 with the idea of Rook H5. And sometimes you can even go Rook G8 and cut the king on F8 and attack the bishop. I can't go F4. If I could go F4, this is the idea usually. Sack on G5, knight G5, H takes, bishop takes, king H1, play F4, open the F file. That's it. It's easy plan, but it doesn't work if he's able to get King G7, Rook G8, or King G7, Rook H8, and then tuck the king and roll. And I may not have enough time here.
Right. You go Rook H8, as you're saying, and F4 is often met by Knight G4 type tactics as well. Right?
Man,
this might even be mate. I'm going full Canty right now.
Wow,
where's that king going? It ain't going back to G1, that's for sure.
This is a family channel, Robert. Get this off the screen, please. Wow.
Yeah, just to conclude the line, after King G3, I'm guessing you could just play maybe Knight H5 or pawn takes first and Knight H5 check to follow, but this king is being hunted, and you see the eval bar sky high, or actually down low, but in Black's favor. So No move yet from Vasif Durbaili. Kind of odd to me, James, because as you said, this is a theoretical sequence. So he may be unfamiliar, and he's calculating that sacrifice.
Absolutely, COE. He's definitely some COE here, and then with Bishop G5, if it's not working, he's just gonna go with Bishop G3. Yeah, yes, it's a sick line with the queen, with the rook sack and everything too. Woo-wee. I'm just gonna put the bishop back on G3 and chill. We don't need to do none of that. Knight G5, and he goes for it. Oh my goodness, he's going for it. I understand you, big fella. Okay, all right, brethren. I see you, my guy.
You know how this works, James, right? Once you've invested some time, you're like, I gotta do it. I have to. But this could backfire horribly, right? Because you said King G7. Look at Liu Yiping's clock, 9 minutes, 43 seconds. He is not phased. He knows that this sacrifice should not pan out. And F4 is the move you need to get in. But look at that. He takes on C6 and plays for D4 instead.
F4. Ooh, that's sick. Durbaili with the COE. The calculation is sick. That's nice. That's so nice. You take because he was like, the problem was the bishop. This is why we played King H1. But D4 to get rid of the knight, then play D4 and play F4. I like it.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that quickly pawn takes D4 would have been a terrible decision because once the bishop moves back, white has this move pawn to E5. And very importantly, after pawn takes, we see this pin. You may think you're getting out of the pin. So if rook takes D1, the knight moves. But that's why you take on F6 with check first. Then you take this queen, and white ends up several pawns ahead with a vicious mating attack. So we see the bishop slide back to B6. F4, James, you're a happy camper. And I think for rapid chess, this is a pretty good idea. Remember, Wei Yi actually lost a game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where Maxime was dead lost, according to the engine. But practically speaking, there were threats against the Black King. That's what Vasif Durbaili is aiming for here.
Absolutely. Threats against the Black King here. The engine's like, yo, this is garbage. Get this out of here. And it's crazy to me. Like, how do they defend this? I'm not actually sure. That's insane. Like, it just feels like white has a very nice attack. And you just really prefer to be white because you have a lot of calculating to do with black to figure out how is this not losing? Like, how am I going to untangle? I mean, immediately, F takes E5 is on the cards right now. And then bishop takes F6. So you have to be fast here. I'm curious to see what do you even do here in this position.
I'm not really sure, James, if I'm being honest. I feel like these types of positions, sometimes there's only one move that allows black to escape. I think pawn takes D4 is a good start just because we don't want to a pin to become overwhelming. And with this pawn on D4, probably have to react because this king is in line with the bishop. So we'll leave Liu Yiping to it. I mean, he is a very solid player who is not afraid of tactics once they occur. We'll see if he's able to find the best continuation, but the game will still remain sharp. So let's go to our bird's eye view and look at our other games that are all underway. In the top right, that's the game we're looking at between Vasif Durbaili and Liu Yiping. In the top left, quiet game between Mustafa Yilmaz and Xu Yi. And James, I'm a little bit more interested in the bottom left, Wei Yi versus Antti Saraj, and the bottom right between Ju Wenju and Irene Sukander. But I think for now, we'll go to Wei Yi and Saraj, just because that game, it is looking like it has the possibility of really spicing up. I see pawns on F4 and D4, clamp in the center, and black just looks a bit passive to my liking.
100% passive is not the way you want to be playing. I mean, not all the time, obviously. If you need to be passive, sometimes you have to play it or whatever. It's just how chess goes. But definitely space is an advantage, and it's also good to be on the side that has the space here. And white, it has everything developed. Every piece is off of the back rank. Even the bishop on D2, which is probably the worst piece, but it's still off the back rank. The rooks are connected. Black is like 3 tempi now. Still, what I was like 4 tempi. 1, 2, 3. You have to move like 3 pieces: queen, knight, and bishop, and connect the rook and move the rook. Right, that's a lot of moves here. I like this queen B6 move though. Trade pieces when you have less space.
Yeah, very good idea. Playing with the chess principles is Antti Saraj. He won his first game against Ju Wenjun, so he was maybe the unsung hero of the round for the Bulldogs. And we have seen a queen trade. So how do you take back? He says, let me take with the knight. But there's a problem down the C file. And you were calling out for this, James. Black was behind in development. What does that mean? That white can strike first. And now there's already a direct threat. The knight on C6, once the pawn takes, give me that pawn. If you take on E5, white takes back with the F pawn, and it cements control of this D6 square. I'm going to show you how the knight gets to D6, the rook gets to C7. This is just yikes. It's horrible for black.
Gross. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is getting bad. This is getting really, really bad. I think you might have to go something like bishop d7. That's a huge concession. You do give up the bishop here. Bishop's already gross anyway. It's a French bishop, so it's a really bad bishop. So bishop to d7 might be a move, and it may be in the only move. Bishop d7, maybe rook f to c8, and just, hey, hopefully we holding passive. Like you said, it's passive, but you can't break it. It is passive, but you can't break it yet, says Black. Bishop d7, or, I mean, what do you have to respond now to this knight c6 threat? So that's either knight e5 or move the knight somewhere else.
Yeah, and he
Which
plays.
where?
Hey, James, you're
Yeah.
calling it, man. You're calling the shots here. Bishop d7, a great move defending. And I would not take this bishop. I think that there's just the pressure. The threat is strong in the execution. You want black to take here to bring your pawn to e5. So I would play knight d6. Go after b7. Go after f7 and encourage black to take this knight on e5 so that you can take back with this f pawn and open up your rook along the f file. So I just would say clear advantage for Wei Yi. I mean, Anti Sarge has a good chess picture painting in his background. I'm a fan of that. Good artwork. But he's going to have to get creative because this position does look problematic for him. He's just passive. He has weaknesses in his position. He's not threatening anything. White is very safe and sound. So I like the move knight d6, James, and I think Wei Yi's in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. I think he's 100% in the driver's seat. It reminds you of one of those Catalan positions where, like, you just get the good advantage with the bishop on g2, and it's usually an open bishop on g2. So not so much Catalan-like, but definitely with the queen trade and similarities that you see in the Catalan closed ones and stuff like that. So White's doing well here, knight to d6, and then the rook of b8. Maybe you can even expand on the queen side with there it is. And the b4 is coming, b5, get the 7th rank. My pieces are so much better. It's the same amount of material, but it's very instructive to know for chat here, guys, that this is like the pieces are just better than Black's. Like there's nothing different. It's just the pieces are better than your pieces, and that's a huge thing.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. So we are going to leave this game with Wei Yi having the advantage. It's noticeable. It's not one that's, it's a slight advantage. Maybe he can take it. I actually feel like the advantage is quite big, and from a practical perspective, maybe bigger than the evaluation bar suggests. So let's go back to our bird's eye view as Anti-Sarge will struggle to fend this off against Wei Yi. But I'm looking at the top right. Oh,
right.
My goodness. I was about to go to a different game.
Board.
Well, maybe we have to go right back into the game between Vasif Durabeli and Liu Yiping, because that could be a huge game for the Tigers. They need every game to go their way at this point. They're down 3.5. You need one victory here just to get the ball rolling. But, James, look at this. The king on e7, suddenly that doesn't look like such a weak king. And Black is putting pressure into White's camp.
How did we get here? What happened? The bishop, there was a bishop on g5 and a knight on f6, and now there's not. So what were the last few moves here? How did we get here?
We left off f4, takes, and queen e8, sliding out of this nasty pin. And he said, I got to take you now, because the knight would have... He's out in the open. He says, I don't mind. My king's going to go delayed bomb cloud up to e7. And James, this is great play for Black. White is grasping at straws here. I don't see any real threats. Rook h3 could be played at any moment. This g-pawn is pinned. A queen h7, of course, going after h2, things like that. I feel like this position is just really, really good for Black. And I don't just see what White's going to do. There's no attack to speak of.
Yeah, there's no attack. What's the time look like? Yeah, and Durabeli's down on time as well. So it's pretty tough for him. I mean, it looked and it felt right. The sacrifice felt right. The problem with these sacrifices sometimes is that the level of accuracy required after the sacrifice is what is the hard part. That's the easy part is sacking the piece. You feel the intuitive and it feels good. And like Tao didn't calculate as much. It was more intuitive, right? So it is more, once you see it later on and you calculate a little bit, you're done sometimes. In these positions here, this is exactly what's going on. We only have the pawn center that may be mobile. We may be able to push these pawns. If we can get these pawns rolling, then we have something. That's what he's trying to do right now. The bishop is pretty gross. Plays b5. Practically White still in the game by a hair.
Yeah, but as you said, by a hair. And, barely that, because you need just to go after this Black king. But White's the one who has less time. White's center is in danger if you make a move like queen g7 at some point. The queen can flip on over to the h-file as well to go after this h2 pawn. I just feel like the game is getting out of hand for Vasif Durabeli. He's down a piece. His king is actually maybe the weaker one, surprisingly. There's all this pressure in the position that he has to deal with. Rook h3 still a pretty nasty threat, just because there's an issue along the third rank and the g-pawn is pinned. So yeah, I'm not really liking this for Vasev Durabeli. That would be a huge victory for the Tigers if they're able to secure it, because the Bulldogs were out to a blazing hot start, and now it looks like Vasev is on the defensive. So let's leave him to the defensive task, because with every game in the Pro Chess League is of equal importance. I say this every single week because it's true. In the top left, Mustafa Yilmaz, slight advantage, just like Wei Yi has in the bottom left, just more space for white. Bottom left, top left, similar dynamics. But I'd like to go to the game in the bottom right, James, because not too many pieces have been traded between women's world champion Ju Wenjun and Irene Sukandar, the hero of the first round. But we'll see into the second round if Irene can keep up the momentum, the magic for the Bulldogs. That is
Bulldogs.
not Irene Sukandar.
Irene, man. Okay.
We are fixing that, everybody. Don't you worry. We know that's not Irene. That is Mustafa Yilmaz. That's Irene.
That's Irene.
There we see her on screen. And James, look at her clock, by the way. She's doing superbly well on time.
Yeah, she's fearless. I can just tell you. So a lot of times you can tell from people's body language how calm they are. Also the confidence. From that last game, yeah, she got huge confidence. She's like, that's your board one? All right, cool. Let's go, Ju. Let me show you how I do, right? Okay, so Irene is playing some good chess here right now. There's nothing wrong with her position. I mean, the engine says the slight favorite for white. I guess that's probably the bishop here. They like, is there a pawn deficit? 3, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7. It's the same amount. Everything's the same besides the knight versus bishop here. Yeah, so very good game. Excellent game from Irene here. This is what you want from the board 4. Of course, white's going to have to try to push here. The dark square bishop isn't that good. d4 can be quite weak in a way. So I think this is going to be a longer game, very long game.
Yep. So we've tuned in, not too much happening. We might see a bunch of rook trades. White should be slightly better in the long term, in the end game. Maybe this bishop can slide out to some of these dark squares and go after these queenside pawns. But some excitement is happening on the other board, so I do think we should go to the bird's eye view. 2 games may end any second. I said the games were similar in the bottom left and the top left, and the eval bars are similar there. Sky high should be victory for the players with the white pieces, Wei Yi and Mustafa Yilmaz. In the bottom left, I mean, look at this. I think Wei Yi suddenly is up a rook for a couple minor pieces, but he's also going after the black king. So let's just dive in there before we go to the game in the top left, because Mustafa Yilmaz also in demolition mode. James, we're just going to scroll back a few to see knight d6 was played. That capture happened. Nobody likes to see that with the open C and F files. The bishop slid up to b4 after knight c8. Here you go. Take my knight. I gave him knight for a pawn, but I got this one in return. An oversight by Anti-Sarch in a tough position. And then rook c7, intermezzo, hitting this and putting more pressure on f7. And we see what happened. Down goes f7. Down goes e6. This is a big problem. The rooks are tethered together. If you took on c6, looks like a free piece. You lost the rook. That's why the bishop slid out to g4. We'll take e6. And James, that's game over.
That was sick. Wei Yi, I do know I remember seeing, what's funny, some tactics books, I've seen his tactics. Like, and they'll show, oh yeah, and this is what Wei Yi did to this person. Like, you don't want to put a name there, because it's like, you don't even want to be associated with what happened with that tactic. So Wei Yi, very, very strong player here, aggressive, and found some nasty tactics there to finish this out. Again, his pieces were just better. Now he has what they call pigs on the 7th there from Aaron Nimzowicz, but 2 rooks doubled on the 7th here. This is decisive material loss, especially even being down a piece, quotation marks, really, because I'm about to take on e6. Rook h7 is coming. Your pieces, 3 of your 4 pieces are on the back rank for black here. So really, really rough. e6 is hanging too as well. This one's lights out.
Yeah, this one's lights out, and so is the game between Mustafa Yilmaz and Xu Yi. So let's go back to our 4-board scene, because that game, we haven't been able to dive into it as much as we would like. But as we're looking at it here on the screen, ouch, this is just a brutal attack. It started right here, f5. Open up the light squares. Give me the f7 pawn. He says, no, I'm going to keep that closed. But f6, I am going to break open your king side one way or another. And after takes, queen g4 check. The king had to slide to the corner, and after queen h4, this knight is hanging. Feel free to take it, because if and when you do, I am going to take on h6 with check. The queen was protected, by the way, by this knight. The king slides here, and rook f3, rook lift it's going to end the game. That's just mate. It's not much of heavy lifting here. It's just a quick slaughter. And Mustafa Ilmaz, James, you were talking about him as the first games got underway. He's an absolute beast.
He is. He's an absolute beast. I remember talking about him a lot. Right, I kept calling him Mufasa because like it was just the same. But Mustafa is very, very, very strong, and I remember seeing him play in. I can't remember, it was some qualifier. It was something online that he played in, and I was like, every round I was talking, I kept saying his name. I was like, yo, this guy is really strong. Who is this guy? Like, who are you? Right, and he came out of nowhere, smashing everyone right here. And of course, when he's on, and he's playing very strong right here. Knight G4. Look how quick he's moving. Right? Instant moving.
Yeah, I mean, he is just feeling it right now, and his username on Chess.com is Chopper, and, well, it looks like that's what he brought to this game, a buzzsaw, and he is just steamrolling this Black King. You can just take on f6 with your knight over here. He's probably looking at rook takes f6, bring the next rook on over. The h6 pawn will be loose in many variations as well. Why not go that way? Knight f6 tempting, but rook f6 probably better. But, yeah, look at this. The eval bar has not really moved at all. Still domination for white.
Wow, and knight of 6 played. Knight of 6 with maybe now what's the next move? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like rook f3, rook f2, rook f4, queen h5. We can do anything.
Yeah, just keep on building the attack.
Oh, there's the thick mate too. Rook f3, rook g3, queen h6, rook g8.
Oh, I gotta show that. James Canty has been doing his tactics. Good call, James. Just to, by the way, looks like Liu Yiping did win that game on board 2. We'll get to that in a minute. No surprise there, given the piece sacrifice did not work out. But James is spying a tactic. Let's say rook b8, rook f3, rook c8. He's saying rook g3, check. Your king has to go back. And he's noticing that the king has no safe square. So queen h6, take my queen, why don't you? And rook g8. James, that's nasty.
Yeah, it's tactics, of course. We do tactics for breakfast, lunch, and dinner over at our channel. But, of course, we're seeing them right here. And hopefully we see something sick like that in the next few moves. It's going to be maybe even a bishop e6 here. That doesn't work yet. Queen takes. It's just anything, right? Rook f3, rook f2.
I just now really want to see your checkmating sequence work. Because rook f4. I mean, he might be going for it.
Go for right. Rook g4, right? Rook g4.
Okay, rook g4 now. Does it work? I think we shouldn't tunnel on it, right? It feels very strong. Okay, well, that also feels...
That's even, man. Sheesh.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, seriously, no moves for black throughout the last bunch of the game. It just is a one-sided affair, and Mustafa Ilmaz is going to take this one home. So while this game is looking good for the Bulldogs, I actually do want to zoom out of this one because we can trust Mustafa. If something changes, we'll let you know. In the top right, Liu Yiping did get the victory. You see in the final position, a queen trade is being offered. Otherwise, there's a checkmating attack in black's favor. In the bottom left, Wei Yi, he won his game against Antti Saaric. Let's go to the bottom right board between Ju Wenjun and Irene Sukander because, James, you were saying, oh, maybe white should be a little bit better because of the bishop pair. Now white's a lot better, and it's entirely because of the bishop pair.
Wow, yeah, that's tough. It's practical. I mean, practical, when there's practical chances, right, and not looking at the eval bar, things are always different, right? With these two bishops, it's just better to play as white. Bishop e5, the knight versus the bishop here. That bishop's still on a6. Now, of course, the other bishop is on f1, but definitely white is for choice as we have, of course, both diagonal color complexes we can deal with, and black can only do with one. Let's see what we have.
And she's going for this pawn over here on a2, and if you move the pawn, there might be like a knight d1 check, knight up to e3, and that's likely what she's aiming for. The eval bar, it's still high in white's favor. It's because black can't move. This queen is forever tied down to the defense of this pawn on g7. So that means that even in the event of some kind of random knight moves going after this bishop, I don't think it's going to pan out because black is completely frozen. And after knight e3, I think you keep it. Play bishop h3. Ju Wenjun does not need to be told twice. She says the bishop pair is my advantage. And by the way, king d2 traps this knight.
I was just thinking, I was like, is king d2 trapping the knight? Like, what a weird knight trap. Never seen that one before. Maybe it's, you got to bounce around. Wow, the knight is really trapped. That's a really bad piece. I can't move it anywhere. Knight c2 and then knight a1? You got to be kidding me. Put the knight on a1. That's a bad day.
Yeah, because this queen takes away the knight's retreating squares over here. So if the knight goes to a1, as you're saying, queen a3 still will trap that knight. So I just feel like we're in a position where Irene Sukander, she was the hero of round one. Looks like Ju Jun is going to get a bounce back victory in round 2. And by the way, I mean, with the Tigers winning with Liu Yiping and Wei Yi, James, the comeback is real. It's already here. They might tie up the score.
And you know what? That's what I was saying here. Like how strong they are to go 2-1 in this Pro Chess League season with these teams. And you got 2 wins. Yeah, they're a machine. So they're not going to go down at all. Now without a fight. And that first round, 3.5 to a half looked rough there, right? Or 3 to a half, 3.5 to a half, whatever it is. But it's rough. It looked very rough. Now it doesn't look rough at all here. They're just playing. Hey, we had to reset, play our game, and we'll see what happens. And right now we're seeing what's happening.
It's over because this knight is trapped. No safe squares for it. It'll be captured no matter where it jumps to. And if you like F4, I'm not even going to take your pawn on F4. I'm going to take this pawn on E6. Oh. Remember, everybody, this queen is stuck to the defense of G7, so I will take on E6. You can't take me back, and that means I'll checkmate you on squares like G8. So is that free? That looks like a free knight to me.
That's free. That's for me. King takes C2. I like that she's looking around. When you find a good move, look for a better one, as Lasker says. But I don't think there is. I mean, it doesn't seem like a better move. She might surprise us here, but King takes C2 definitely seems like the move.
And I think Irene just desperately seeking counterplay against this king on C2. Maybe a check at some point, but that's it. It's just one single check. Let's say your next move is Queen C6. The king slides the D2. You are out of the checks, and the queen will always need to stay attached to the G7 pawn. So I think that this one should be over in the very near future. It looks like it's just a domination. But while this is happening, let's go back to our bird's eye view because somehow Mustafa Yilmaz has not won his game already.
Get
That's
out of
terrible
here.
news.
And
For
look at
the
his time.
Bulldogs, he's down to 12 seconds.
What?
What is happening?
What
Shu
are
Yi's
you
king
doing?
is still alive.
Wow. He got 9 lives. He got 9 of them boys.
He is a team. You know, it's a cat team, James. They got the
Tiger.
Tigers.
I forgot about that. They do got 9 lives. The Tiger. That makes sense now. Dang, bro.
5 seconds. Mustafa's got to move. D4's hanging with check. So can you just take this pawn in the center? That's the big question. I think you can get away with it.
You can, and then King H1, and then how do you defend the mate? There's definitely a mate. Knight H7, you just have to run for the heels. Run for the heels, boy. King G8, I'm gone. All right, have a good one.
Oh! If you take Queen takes as a mate on the back rank.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to flag. He barely got a move off.
2 seconds. Yilmaz is feeling the pressure.
Oh my gosh, Shu Yi is a magician. He just pulled a Houdini.
Wow.
He was dead lost.
Wow, this man is the luckiest man alive. We got to play the lottery with him, guys. For the lottery number, boy. Wow.
And Black suddenly is up 2 pawns, James. This B pawn over here on the queen side and the double F pawn. So he goes King G7. He can block a check with his queen. H3 played, so F5 can be captured. Not so fast. The rook comes up, and Black is doing this perfectly right now. This is not good news for the Bulldogs.
Jeez. I mean, this is what a throw, right? I'm throwing so hard, chat. Such a hard throw. Like, it's really a hard throw here. There was no way he was supposed to let this get like this, even with the time he had.
And Queen D6 not going for the back rank. And he says, can slide here.
Can I not take
1 second?
Oh, he traded. Oh my!
By the way, earlier in this game, Shu Yi offered a draw. It was declined by Mustafa Yilmaz. Then Mustafa offered a draw, and then it was declined by Shu Yi. So these players have traded draw offers. Black is not drawing this game anymore. Bring that rook down to C2, and if rooks have to come off the board, this should be a winning endgame for Black.
This is gross. This is crazy. Wow, that's one of those. Yeah, look at the noises in the adult language. Luckily, we have his silence, so you can't hear what he's saying. But definitely some adult language and knocking over pieces and whatever's in front of your computer after this game here. This is huge, especially to take an L from a position that you were 100% winning on the pawns connected. Yeah, this is.
Take this and go right back.
Oh my goodness.
Is now easily winning for Black, up 2 separate pass pawns. How in the world did this happen, James? And if Shu Yi wins, maybe it's when he wins, it will be a 4-0 sweep for the Shanghai Tigers.
Get out of here. This is, that's some voodoo witchcraft going on here. Definitely something going on here. I don't know what happened, but that was insane. 4-0, there's not many of those in the whole Pro Chess League.
Unbelievable. B4, this rook is amazing. It defends both pawns at the same time. That allows the black king to run over. Perfect placement for Xu Yi's rook. This is done. Once the king boots the rook off the 6th rank, the king will walk up the board. Already, B3 is a threat with the rook sliding behind the passed pawn. I think Mustafa Yilmaz is going to throw in the towel. And that means the lead that was once a 3-point margin for the Bulldogs will be eradicated, and it will be the Tigers with a 1-point advantage.
Whew. That is unreal, chat. Welcome to the Pro Chess League, right? Just when you thought you knew what was going on, you did not. Like, I didn't know that was going to happen either. I could have swore he was going to win this game. You put this in any position, anybody. Oh, yeah. Why should win the game?
You could see Mustafa. He's like cursing himself. Xu Yi gave a little bit of fist pump. Celebratory. We have to go back just very quickly. But look at this. I mean, not here. Earlier on, this was just demolition territory. We were praising Mustafa. This king was getting checkmated. And I'm wondering where it all went wrong because the position looked so promising early on for white. This king can barely move. It's about to get mated. And so we saw after this trade over here that the black queen, it was able to scoop up this pawn on A3. Not here, but on the next move, steals this A3 pawn because, James, he went for your checkmating attack. That was a big mistake.
Yeah,
he went for your mating attack, man.
Yeah, he went for it too late. Too late because now he allowed 97. When the knight got to C6, I think if he went way before then with the rook G4, it would be at 97 stops the whole mate threat, and then you got to do something else. That's crazy. Wow.
And Mustafa's still shaking his head. He's in disbelief, and the whole team from Croatia should be beside themselves right now because the lead is now for the Tigers. James, 4 wins in 4 games for Shanghai.
Yeah, they're in fact here. Have you guys ever seen like the slapping contest thing that's just like on Facebook or like anywhere, just online, where they're just like slapping each other? It's like a whole league of people that just slap each other. And I know people in the chat know exactly what this is, but this is what it seems like. Like you stand there and you hit me, and I hit you right back in the next one, and then we see who hits hard enough and who's going to win. Because that was a hard hit in round 1. Those Bulldogs hit them very hard. Then they came back and they hit you even harder in the second round with a 4-0. Now you respond in round 3. It's going to be very scary. I don't know who's going to win now, but this is definitely a matchup for the ages in the PCL right now.
It really is. That was an epic round of action. I can't believe that we're saying that the Shanghai Tigers have a lead, but they do. 4.5 points for them, 3.5 points for the Croatia Bulldogs. They entered round 2 with 3.5 points. They exited round 2 with just 3.5 because, as you see for the Tigers, it wins on all 4 boards. They're very balanced right now. But Croatia, James, same from them. They are down a point right now, but still some good performances, especially by their board 4, Reed Sukander, in that opening game.
Absolutely. A very good performance still. I mean, both sides are like, all right, you can hit, I can hit too as well. You swing, I'm swinging too. You win, it's back and forth. It's still basically level, but Shanghai does have that 1-point lead, and then 1 point is better than none because when we get to 7.5, 8.5, 8.5 takes it. So right now, the Tigers are definitely feeling a sense of relief and don't even feel the first round anymore. This one, Croatia now feels this round more than ever, right? You got to definitely bounce back, and it's a lot of emotions going into the round 3 here. About what just happened, especially for Mustafa. Got to bounce over that heartbreaking loss right now.
Yeah, I can't believe it. The Tigers did just roar back, but the action in this match will continue. And there's just so much chess these days. The Pro Chess League is happening. Double headers here today, tomorrow, and on Friday. But there's also a major event about to take place. It's finally here, the 2023 Chessable Masters. This is the second event of this year's Champions Chess Tour, and it's a monumental one because the Chessable Masters will be Magnus Carlsen's last major event as world champion. Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana joined Magnus in Division 1 thanks to their dominant performances in the Air Things Masters, with 4 remaining seats in the top division to be filled during this Monday's play-in. Tune in for the play-in on Monday, March 13th at 8 a.m. Pacific, right here on twitch.tv/chess. Use the command CCT in chat for details. Well, for that event, James and I will be sent off to Norway to cover from the studio. But for now, we're going to send ourselves off to break. We'll be back in a few from this Pro Chess League matchup between the Shanghai Tigers and the Croatia Bulldogs. We'll be right back.
So I loved puzzles. I love solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, right? Inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Women's world champion Ju Wenjun should be feeling happy on this International Women's Day. She did just win her game against Irene Sukander, and every victory from the Shanghai Tigers was necessary in the second round of action as she takes board 2 for the squad. And James, Ju Wenjun, she's an absolute legend. We know her accomplishments as the women's world chess champion. As you mentioned earlier in the show, one of 6 women to surpass the 2,600 rating threshold. But in the Pro Chess League specifically, she's been great this season. She has a plus score as an underrated board 2. 2555 is not your typical board 2 in this league. We often see 2,700 plus players. So what can you say of her performance?
Absolutely. Her performance is saying, well, why she's a 3-time women's world chess champion. I mean, of course, there are some excellent and it's super strong, just as good as the men world champions are chess, right, for the women. So 3 times she's figured it out basically over there. So and she's also 26. She was 2,600 rated. One of the 6 women in the history of chess to do this. She's an absolute beast. Underrated, still young, right? Lots of chess in her career still, and still can improve. So definitely a nice highlight card from Ju Win Ju. She's like a walking, the walking highlight reels in basketball and stuff like that. Like she's a highlight reel. That's just walking highlight reel is Ju.
Well, she definitely had some great highlights in that last round where she won against Irene Sukandar. And that brings us to round 3 with the Shanghai Tigers ahead 4.5, 3.5. We know that Shu Yi, he was on the verge of defeat, and yet he turned that one around and he stole victory from the jaws of defeat. And that means heading into the 3rd round, we see the individual pairings as such. Ju Wenjun and Wei Yi, the top 2 boards for the Shanghai Tigers, they get the white pieces, but Antti Saric and Irene Sukandar for the Bulldogs, they'll get the white pieces themselves. So, James, advantage on the scoreboard. Tigers, but who do you see having the advantage in round 3 here between the Bulldogs and the Tigers?
I think Tigers are off the momentum. Tigers have a momentum after that last one, especially if Mustafa hasn't, bounced back from that last game. It was devastating. Ju was ready, swinging. She was just off fire. Cool, I just won. Let's go. Let's get another one. And I got the white pieces. It's always great when you like win with black. Then you get white next. You're like, oh, let's go. That's always the excellent feeling, no matter who you're playing. So I think it's definitely in the favor of the Shanghai Tigers.
Yeah, and well, Ju Wenjun, her reward after beating Irene Sukandar is to play this man right here, Mustafa Ilmaz. I mean, he was playing excellent chess. It was a bit of commentator's curse. We left his game. He was completely winning, and not in a way that just the barist says it, but it's not easy. No, he was just destroying his opponent, and yet he couldn't bring it home for the Bulldogs. But he's a fantastic player. He's a Turkish grandmaster, a multi-time national champion, played in the Tata Steel Challengers event back in January, where he was very close to winning, finished in the top few places. But I just want to highlight as well just what a monumental performance that was in round 2 by the Tigers. Only the 3rd time this season a team has swept the other 4-0. We saw the Indian Yogis do it against the Chessbaras in week 2, and then we saw it last week when the Gotham Knights did that to the Tigers. So they have gotten their vengeance. But this is now the 3rd round. Ju Wenjun plays D4. James, what do you expect to see from this game?
You know what? I thought it was going to be a King's Indian. He is a King's Indian player a lot. But now with Knight F3, he wasn't expecting to see that. So we go C5 here. There's so many ways to go. You can go D5, obviously E3, even Knight to C3. It really, you go D5. Grab the space. Yeah. Grab the space. Take. And this is now Benoni.
I was not expecting that. I'm a fan of Benoni as a spectator and a commentator.
Right.
As a player, I've always been like, yeah, that D6 pawn, not the best. A4, what was that about B5? You're not getting that. I always felt like it was easier to play for white, and yet these strong GMs like Mustafa Ilmaz, they keep coming back to it.
Yeah, even I didn't know what the Benoni meant until I Google looked at the stuff, and it's like Benoni means son of sorrow. I'm like, why would I play? What do you mean? What is that? Why are we doing this? Right? So, but it's understandable. There is a lot of King's Indian action to it. Even Tao is a fan of this, and Tao's trainer Nesmedinov, I like these games. Tao and Nesmedinov are some of my favorite players. So of course we know they like Benonis and King's Indians, but this day and time it's much harder to play these things, especially giving the space to your opponent and your strong opponent, giving so much space to them. It really could be a problem later on because of the accuracy it requires to keep up this type of imbalance that you're looking for.
And you mentioned accuracy. I'm looking at Mustafa playing accurately and quickly, opening up this dark square bishop. That's the good thing about the Benoni is once that knight hops out the way, this bishop on G7 is a very powerful piece. And B5 may be available at some moment after rook to B8. White often has to play A5 herself just to stop that push, but you can play it anyway. En passant is not the end of the world with pressure down the B file. Control of the E5 square. I feel like Mustafa Ilmaz playing the perfect opening in a game where he really wants to win after last game's debacle.
Absolutely, especially if you know all the plans and ideas here, which it looks like he absolutely does. The knight goes to E8. It's looking actually pretty good here. Knight C7, B5. They say if you in the Benoni, if you can get rook B8, B5, and the open bishop, you have you won the game. You know what I mean? Like you just win. You're not obviously winning, but it feels like you're just winning. Oh, okay, cool. I got everything I could get out of the opening. Objective achieved, right? Level up. You got to play B5. You got to get the rook to B8. knight to c7, or sometimes h5 and stuff like that, like moving it to g7 and h5. But definitely getting b5 in, rook b8, and open the bishop up. And we have chances here in some good Benoni games. But white steal all the time. I remember they said, even if you get a good Benoni, it's still a Benoni. And I was like, wow, that's funny. So, but I mean, even if you get everything, white still has a lot of space and chances to attack.
Well, speaking of space and attacking, h4, please have that pawn. It's not hanging because once the queen takes on h4, the bishop slides up to g5, and that queen has nowhere to run. That would be a simple queen trap. So h4, good recognition, good tactical awareness by Ju Wenjun. She wants h5 next. Let's go after this king. It's not a mating attack. It's just to soften up some of the squares, because sometimes black plays f5, but you're going to think twice about that with the pawn coming to h5 and going after this g6 pawn, or going all the way up to h6, kicking this bishop away from its fianchettoed square. So rook b8, playing into the common ideas in the position. H5 is automatic to me. Mustafa Yilmaz playing very, very quickly, but he could find himself in a bit of danger in the next few moves.
That's correct. In fact, h5 is automatic. I played it. There it is. h5. I'm going to play g3, king g2, rook h1. In many cases, now it is annoying with the knight e5 stuff, but I mean, we played h5 just to open this up. So maybe he might take with the f pawn. That's interesting. There's like some sacrifices on f3. Interesting. We have to be careful here. Maybe g3 first, king g2, rook h1. Just don't open the file.
I like what you're saying, that first of all, the threat is strong in the execution, keep the tension, and after f takes g6, a rook sack for the bishop on f3, that is a very thematic. It's a good idea. It's something that Ju Wenjun is going to think twice about before she plays h takes g6. So while this game still just getting started, the action will only heat up from here. We see that the three other games are also in session. The top right, early stages there, closed position. And the bottom right, just the opening. It looks like it might have been a Petrov from Xu Yi, very commonly played by many of the best Chinese players, the Petrov defense. And in the bottom left, we have Anti-Saric, just trying to get a little bit of a spatial advantage against Liu Yiping. So much more of a strategic round in the games that don't include Ju Wenjun and Mustafa Yilmaz. So, James, which of the other three would you like to dive into?
Let's go to Wei Yi and Durabali. This looks like some type of Roy here. It looks like something very theoretical. I see the d5 square there, so I do want to take a look at that game there. See what's going on.
We'll hop right to that one. Use some of the d5 square, which is often the case in these Spanish positions. You want to play it for black, and that's why Rook went to e1, saying, not so fast, James Canty. You play d5, you drop the e5 pawn.
100%. And now with black here, my knight on c6 is quite strange. He stopped me from playing the knight a5 Shigorn variation stuff of the Roy. So I might go knight b8 Breyer style, and then back to d7 to play something like knight b6, or maybe even just knight b8 to play c5. But I need to get, he plays rook e8, maybe bishop f8, g6, bishop b7. You see these same ideas quite often here. So I can play d5. That's what he wants, to defend the e5 pawn. He's like, yeah, you can't move it. Well, now after I move this bishop, I can. So maybe bishop f8, d5.
It's a good call by you, and that's why sometimes white plays knight d5. But here, Wei Yi getting creative, plays queen b1. I think he wants a4, James.
Whoa, I like that. That's a nice move. It's just strange. Like, I'm always a fan of creativity and strange moves. Queen b1, it's definitely strange. Yeah, queen b3 and the a4 is really strong. In fact, I'm a big fan of, I always mention this a lot, I'm a big fan of the tempo. I worked with a coach that was just obsessed basically with the tempo. And I was like, wow, I understand that. Because like you get a lot from a tempo, and you also get time, right? So queen b1 after a4, it's a nice tempo. It makes you do something. I gain a little bit of time there. So a4 definitely is something, but maybe taking a rook b8 could be quite annoying.
Yeah, normally you don't want to take on a4, but James's instincts tell him, let's go to the b file and go after this pawn on b4. That's why the queen came to b1. It protects the pawn so that the a pawn can't push. So to me, James, queen b3 is one option, a4 is another. And I'm always thinking, black trying to go d5, can I actually put my knight on d5 first here and then try to play c4 next and just claim some space in the center?
Yeah, that's nice. I like that a lot. In fact, that was a very good idea. He went with queen b3, which is probably the same thing with knight d5, but that knight d5, just clamping, grabbing that space is quite great. And you are just grabbing space. Like, space is an advantage. You can try to milk that later by improving the position. Just saying, I just have a better position, better pieces, more space.
Yeah, so we like Wei Yi's start to this game, but I like Vasif Durabali's clock. He does not seem phased by the wonky chess that Wei Yi is playing. Queen B1, Queen B3. Where are you going? Well, I'm taking away the D5 square. I want to play A4. So now we understand, but it takes a visionary like Wei Yi to demonstrate what the future holds. So let's let these two continue at it as H6 was played just to take away this G5 square. Why don't we go back to our bird's eye view because some of the other games are getting a bit spicier. This one, no pawns have been traded locked up. But as we see in the bottom left, Liu Yiping dropped his knight up to H5, going after that bishop. And then the top left, that Benoni. I mean, things have changed there where black got B5 and C4 in. So why don't we start in the bottom left, and then we may find ourselves back to Ju Wenjun versus Mustafa Ilmaz. But I think that this position could be, I almost want to say critical between Antti Saaric and Liu Yiping.
Let's actually see what this was, some type of Catalan, it looks like, maybe with a knight on H5 now. And okay, bishop to E3. Yeah, and this is, I think, pretty level. I actually like, as I've studied some Catalan just a little bit from both sides, but I definitely like White's position. A7, I feel like I'm more active. That's what it is. Of course, Gary Kasparov talks about the activity trumps material most times. Now, material is even. So when you have activity, I mean, and we even material, so it feels better to be white here. Engine actually, believe it or not, likes black. It's crazy that they like black just by a hair, like half a pawn looks like. But at the same time here, I like white because of the activity. I love being active. When you have activity and in practical senses, you have options and more chances for your opponent to go wrong.
Yeah, and I think what you're calling for is that knight takes E5, pawn takes, bishop takes. It looks like it wins black a pawn in the center, but then A7 can be grabbed. And I'm just going to quickly show what that looks like because you grab a central pawn. That has to be good news. My coach always told me to win pawns in the center. But once this pawn here on the flank goes down, B6 is likely next as all of these pieces are under attack. So I think that white would be very, very happy to see this occur. And we have knight takes E5, pawn takes on the board. And will black take on E5? Or does Liu Yiping have an in-between move? He says, nah, don't need one.
No.
Give me that pawn. But James, I'm starting to feel your points. A7 can be captured. Maybe I even throw in rook takes C8 first. Sometimes it's good to just take over the C file. I'm not sure, but I would just be playing queen A7 here.
Yeah, just queen A7. And there it is. Queen A7 hits B7, B6 is hanging. And then we have our Catalan type edge, right? Where they say, the Catalan bishop is strong. Right now it's not because it is hitting a brick wall with B5, but if that ever moves, plus the bishop on B7, it's pretty gross because it's behind it. So if you push the pawn, obviously bishop hangs there, you're going to have problems. If we get rid of the B6 pawn, we literally have two pass pawns, B and A, but B2 actually is hanging in some cases. So at least we have one pass pawn, which is better than none. White has just kind of that nagging long positional edge, especially having a pawn, and a clear plan to try to maybe trade pieces and actually use this pawn to win the game, as you see in a mini Catalan.
I'm not really sure what black is going to do here because B6 is hanging. You mentioned the move D4 with the bishop being loose. I actually think that there may be a tactic here that's worth showing. Oh, that was not it. You see the evaluation bar starting to go in white's favor. I think you can just take this pawn on B6 and then bring your knight back to D4 and say, my pass pawns are going to be too dangerous for you. But I was going to show something very quickly. So we bring up an analysis board. I think that, James, just the fact that you were talking about the move, maybe think about it more. D4 is available. You take my bishop, I take yours. You move your bishop, I take yours on G2, and then your king is a bit exposed, and there might be some tactics. So I think you just talked it into existence. There was an opportunity to swap rooks and play this D4 move, and then it gets wild, and don't even know who's better.
Right, that's very spicy. Luckily, we didn't go down that line. Well, I mean, shoot, I'm not playing, so I don't care. They went down that line. Hey, it ain't not me. I don't have to face that. Perfect. All right, well, bishop goes to C6 here. And, of course, like you mentioned, bishop b6, knight d4 is an excellent move. I love the knight d4 move because it blocks the fact that the b2 pawn was hanging. Also, it's a tempo hitting c6. If you take the knight, then I have the bishop pair and the dark squares, especially after bishop d4. It's an excellent plan. Take on b6, play knight d4, and, say, hey, I'm better.
Yeah, I think that this might be an opportunity for the Croatia Bulldogs. The knight, look at that.
Oh, wow.
That is a sign of a fantastic player. I just want to say very loud and clear that Antti Saaric, instead of taking what seemed like a free pawn over here, but his pieces might have become tangled, he says, why do I need that pawn? I don't need a material advantage when I have positional dominance. And not to mention, after rook takes c8, you probably have to take with the queen, and then queen can take on b6 anyway. So he might win a pawn with a different move order. Props to Antti Saaric, who lost in game 2 after winning the first round. he may be the hero for the Bulldogs in this round 3 as Liu Yiping is on the clock. And while he sits and thinks, I think we have to zoom out of this one because, James, I'm going to pull up a position to your liking as we look in the top left. It's a Benoni. It got sharp. It remains sharp. What do you make of the action on our matchup between Ju and Jun and Mustafa Ilmaz?
Wait, I can smell some tactics. The eval bar, like, yeah, it's nothing here, bro. Look, you got to be kidding me. Look at this, man. The knight hanging over there, bishop's hanging as well. Whose move is it? First off, so it is okay. It's Ju's move, but she is low on time. Oh, she's low. Takes. Now she's, do I take the knight? Do I take the bishop? Do I play h6? Like, there's so many options.
Not an easy call.
Yeah, I just take the pawn, I think.
James, I just think it's a bad sign when you play a move e5. Let me just go back. She played this move.
Right.
He took, and now she's thinking. Like, that just feels like she's not in the position comfortably. She is struggling to come up with the exact plan.
Absolutely, especially as we mentioned before, time is a piece here, and it's you're almost down a piece. I mean, being 5 minutes now, basically going on 5 minutes now of time. Queen takes c5, happen, takes on f4, knight takes b5. You're going to take on c4 maybe. d6 is a pawn, but I think this was a great Benoni. It worked out. Yeah, bishop b2, rook b1, and bishop's back.
And you know why? C3. Because if you take rook c8.
Oh, get out of here. Tactinos. Oh, man, them tactics. C3. Let's see if he spots it. Oh, I was thinking he can't play C3. He can play C3.
Yeah. You think you're taking it away, but not so fast. And that's really bad news for Ju and Jun because that pawn is getting closer and closer to promotion. The knight on b5 is protected by the bishop on e2 once that pawn pushes up the board. That's the good news. The bad news is, well, black has a passed pawn, and it's an extra pawn.
Absolutely. It's an extra pawn. C3 is going to be very annoying because there's, and there it is. He finds it. Oh, man, with the bounce back is real. Noticing I can't take it. Maybe I go knight d4. Is that possible? My idea is to just put the knight on c6 and try to do knight e7, something like that, because now it's getting out of hand. If I move the rook, there's some c2. If I move my queen, c2 is actually going to be some problem. Well, I have to move the rook and the queen. So we have to watch out for c2. We know that for a fact. That pawn is very annoying. And it's defended by this bishop here. This could be very bad in a few moves for Ju. She's not careful.
Yeah, and as James is saying, rook c8 followed by c2. You win this bishop, the pawn promotes, and then black goes up in exchange with probably a checkmating attack. So this is a critical moment. Ju and Jun down under a minute on the clock. She is not happy with her position. I liked your instinct, James, to bring the knight to c6. That, of course, would threaten the fork, but also would try to bring this knight to e7 and go after the black king. So will she retreat with knight d4? Sometimes you have to take a step backwards to take 2 steps forwards, and that's literally what a knight does as it tries to go up to c6. And what's Mustafa going to do? He has time to think, James. He has so much time.
Wow, so much time. Of course, you use it as a piece here. Now, if you're smart here, which Ju is incredibly smart, she's actually thinking on his time, which you should be doing. Just focus. Yes, I know it's his move, but I'm thinking of every move using your time. So if you make a move that I've already calculated and etc., I can move it much faster. I can make the move much faster without much thought because I'm using your time as well. Queen d6 I thought was best as well. You had to do that. Had to go queen d6. That's a great move, bro. Yeah, he's playing out his mind now. He's definitely playing. It's gonna be hard to beat this man when he's playing out of his mind. Okay, he's definitely playing the greatest chess now.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well. The only chance that white has is to somehow set up a blockade on the light squares, and that's what Ju and Jun is aiming for. But you see the eval bar. Oh, goodness. That knight d2.
Man, get this off the board. That's over. Yeah, bring the knight in. Knight around town.
And then go for this pawn, and you're just mopping it up now.
Yeah, that's tough, especially with 30 seconds here. And still got a 4-minute time edge here. I can take my time. I can slow this down. What the problem in the last game was his time. He was completely winning, but because he had no time, he got in trouble and lost.
And Mustafa Ilmaz showing he's not just all bark, he's got bite as well. And he's trying. Oh, as soon as I say that, it seems like he has made an accuracy, but so did Ju and Jun. Let's take a moment to analyze that. She doesn't have much time. Let's bring up an analysis board because I'm confused what just happened here. Rook d8 was apparently a mistake. And the reason why is rook d4. You bring your rook up to active defense and attack, and then this rook can slide in next, and you have some chances to survive.
Yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice. Hard to see that, man. Dang. Chess is hard. Bishop f3. And this is winning, but where do we go? We got time to figure it out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if even this trade wins, but there's no rush. That bishop's not going anywhere. So I think that a player as seasoned as Mustafa Ilmaz, he'll make some kind of improving move. I don't know if it eventually be like f5, g5, g4. That feels like a way to kick the bishop. Oh, I love that. Rook b5. Give me that pawn.
Absolutely. Rook d4. Takes. Nothing cool. No tactics. Gotta be something. every out of the axis, every move. No tactics? Nope. All right, cool. So I find something else to do.
He's just gonna kick the rook away, take the bishop, take the d5 pawn, and win the game. She's down to 18 seconds left. So this is very bad news for the Shanghai Tigers. And now rook takes d5. This one is over. He's going to take a second extra pawn and then win the game. So while we know more or less that this one should be in the bag, Mustafa Ilmaz did throw away a winning position in the previous round. Look in the bottom right. Ooh. Xu Yi is a man on a mission. And unfortunately, Irene Sukander is in his path. And it's devastating. It's blistering. Let's dive right in there because I don't think that this king is much longer for the board.
Let's
James.
see the combo.
It was like not a 1-2 punch. It was like a 1-2-5 punch at this point. Bam. Bam. Look at that. Take on h3. She didn't even take back because she saw that queen is about to land on h3 and go for the h2 square. So she goes bishop d3 and then queen g4, offering the queen trade, and had to take it. You had no choice because after c4, what? Give me that knight. And then she played c5. Did she just forget her knight was hanging?
I don't know. I don't know what happened there. That was like a brain fart, maybe thinking too hard, which does happen.
Because now she's down like 2 pawns and a piece. She's going to get a piece back, maybe. I say maybe because there might be just a threat against this king. But at the very least, black is about to be 3 pawns ahead. So at a very strange moment, Irene played well in game 1 against Wei Yi, but she just forgot her knight on h4 was under attack. I'm pretty positive that she just forgot. She overlooked it.
Yeah, overlooked it, right? Because he's not trying to trade queens there. And yeah, this is just tough. He backs the bishop up with some devastating threats here of queen h1, g2, king e3, and then rook check. Nasty, picking up the queen, maybe decisive material loss there. Everything is pretty bad here for Irene after having a beautiful first round, not able to recover in the last 2 here.
Xu Yi's a beast, though. I think this game, once he wins, he'll go to 2.5 out of 3, and he survived that onslaught that Mustafa Ilmaz had ready for him. So this is going to be a win for the Tigers. That's big news for them because we'll zoom out of here. It looks like Irene is probably just going to lose this game in a few turns because that game on the bottom right, good for the Tigers. Look at the top right. Also very good, if not winning for the Tigers. So Wei Yi,
Tigers coming back like that.
Super GM. Let's go into this board here because, James, material count, even, and yet white is completely winning. Look at this last move. One of those quiet little moves, hitting 1 pawn. Why don't you just defend that pawn? Oh, because bishop takes g7 is a winning threat because your bishop on f8 is pinned.
Gross. And he just wins a full pawn and says, this is GG. You're going to have to play f6. First of all, fine gold tripping. You can't play that, right? Never play f6. Secondly, the c6 pawn is hanging. You have to defend this. Maybe you have to play king h7, which is still losing c6 regardless for absolutely nothing. And it's played and queen. Oh, he plays e5. Oh, that's sick. Oh, my goodness. Big way and have a nice day, he says. Wow. E5. Ooh-wee.
What? He could have taken this pawn. We were both looking at queen takes e6, probably just winning. And he plays e5 and does it in no time.
Ooh, sick. Instant move. Now we take on c6?
Yeah.
Man,
take on
wait,
c6.
That was nasty. E5 was beautiful.
If pawn takes bishop c5 anyway, that was the whole point, trying to pry open this diagonal to win the bishop on f8 behind the queen on e7. That's sick.
That was sick. Now he can take on e5. Oh, yeah, I still have bishop c5, but they had a check down there, but that check doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's
here. We're gonna see exactly it does. He has queen h4, queen f. No, he don't. Bishop defends f2. Yeah, we're good.
Yep. That's what he was. You're trying to get with this checkmating attack. The bishop on c5 defend. Nope, not there. Defends here. So rook takes f8, queen check. You just block it with g3. And
g3.
Yeah,
and you can hit the
g3
button.
is GG.
You can hit the button, my guy. Hit the resi button. So resign. Yeah.
Well, the stars have aligned for the Shanghai Tigers. It was not a good start for them, but now they're just winning all of their games. They seem like they are on a mission for just destruction of the Bulldogs.
Man, I mean, especially after that first like match, the round, you're like, wow, them Bulldogs is like, I'd rather have a Bulldog more than a Tiger. Like, that's crazy, right? But it's now the Tigers starting to show their teeth and the big paws and the strength and the speed that Tigers usually have.
Check if F6. That looks like a good check to throw in there. It's going to lead to mate. Oh, that's mate. King G5, Bishop E3 is mate. So resignation happens. Nasty win for Wei Yi.
Yeah, that was a sick, man. That was very sick. Was he like sitting on the floor? Like he like sitting on the floor playing. Then he went to go check his phone, the laptop. Let me check some files. Yeah, he's like sitting on the floor.
I think he was, but he might be checking on his teammates. And it looks like in the top left, Mustafa Ilmaz took that one home against Ju Wenjun. In the bottom right, Xu Yi still completely winning against Irene Sukander. So let's go to the anti-Sarge's game against Liu Yiping, because we just saw a trade of bishops, and it's bottom left of your screen here. Black is actually up a pawn, James. I wasn't doing a count, and we just saw Irene Sukander has thrown in the towel against Xu Yi. But look at this game. It's an end game, but white has only 13 seconds, and black is up a pawn.
Well, these are the hardest end games. Of course, this is like Devoreski, the one that the chapter you don't even read because like it's ridiculous. You don't really get these many chapters. You don't get the queen and pawn one is like you didn't spend a lot of time in that one, but you spend a lot of time in like the 3 pawn end game chapters or the 4 pawn end game chapters and the 3 rook. This one is not. It's hard, even though he has the pawn. But actually, that's his pass. He has a pass one, so this one could be a little bit difficult. But most times these are draws. Most times these are draws.
And we're seeing a draw just because the king went up to king couldn't escape. Just to show really quick, even if you go to F5, the queen can say get back to G6 and go back and forth. So the draw was inescapable. That point is split between Anti-Sarge and Liu Yiping. I think Shanghai will be happy about that. And that means that round 3 is in the books. And it's another round victory for the Tigers. James, Wei Yi and Xu Yi, they get the job done for the Tigers. Mustafa Ilmaz, he said, hey, I'm going to come out swinging. I'm going to bounce back. He wins his game against Ju Wenjun, and board 3 was for Croatia, true board 4 for the Tigers. So, James, more Shanghai.
Absolutely. Shanghai is definitely has the high praises right now. They are 1.5 away from clinching the match after starting down 3 games, I think, in the first round. So definitely it shows that the marathon here is just not a short race thing. This can be, it has every match counts, every game counts, every second counts. And they are very close to clinching the match. Bulldogs going to have to pull up a huge upset in this last one.
Yep, 7-5 in favor of the Shanghai Tigers. The players will get to reset, relax for just a moment, maybe do some quick preparation. But when they return, the Bulldogs, they have to come out and play for victory. They are down 2 points in this Pro Chess League match. James and I will be right back for the 4th and final round of action here at this Pro Chess League match between the Croatian Bulldogs and the Shanghai Tigers.
I have 3 puzzles here.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be much easier than this. Okay. I have the warm-up.
Yep, 10 seconds.
I did see this one, but
yeah, that's pretty straightforward, I think. Yeah, it's obviously bishop d2, king a5, rook a3, bishop a4, queen takes b7.
Ooh, it is not.
It's not.
I'll give you a second try.
Really?
And also 5 seconds if you want to look at the boarding.
No, I don't need to. I didn't. Because there's a rook g3 trick that I missed. This is true. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me think about this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it without actually thinking. So you can just tell me what it is.
Okay, it is queen to f3 first.
Okay. Yeah, I would have had to think for like a couple of minutes to get that. That's actually pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think I found it in bishop d2.
It is not bishop d2.
Okay, let me try again. I know the position is...
Okay.
Wow. This one is going to be more difficult, of course.
So I'm thinking about queen f3 right now. I'm not sure. Bishop takes and only then bishop d2, so that there is no rook g3. Yeah, okay, I would stay with queen f3 in the first move, and after bishop takes f3, bishop d2 is for sure the main line and the beautiful one.
Yeah. You're nailing this one.
Okay. I think this one I have. I think it's probably queen g3 first and then bishop d2, because if bishop d2 there is rook g3. So I think queen g3 at g or queen f3 bishop d2. Let me think. Oh, queen f3 may be better, because then I just deflect the bishop as well. Yeah, queen f3, bishop f3, bishop d2. Yes, that's the one.
Perfect. Yeah, queen f3 was the correct move. Yeah.
I guess bishop d2, king a5, rook a3 check.
Unfortunately, bishop d2 doesn't work because of rook to g3.
Ah, rook g3. So queen f3 first.
Yes.
Okay.
Queen f3 first.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
Perfect.
So is that queen takes e2 either?
Nope.
That's not mate.
Not quite. It is a queen move.
Oh, it's a queen move? Oh, queen f3?
Yeah, it's queen f3.
Queen f3, bishop takes f3, bishop d2.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, queen f3.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
We return for the fourth round of action between the Shanghai Tigers and the Croatia Bulldogs. Currently, the Tigers lead 7-5, and it's thanks to their board one, in no small part. Grandmaster Wei Yi has been a super grandmaster since he was like 14 years old. Actually, this right there on screen, 15 years old, my apologies. And heading into this match, he had a great record, 9 wins and only 2 losses in the Pro Chess League. James, the number 29 FIDE-rated player in the world, former Chinese champion 3 years in a row. How good is this guy?
He's a superstar, right? He's like the superstar you need for your team, or like, you know, when you build in a super team, you put him on the team, okay? Give him the ball type deal all the time, right? When it comes down to it in the clutch moments. Wei Yi is an absolute beast. As you see, he's helping their team try to clinch this match. 1.5.
Yeah, the team just needs 1.5 more points, as James said. So let's look at how the boards are doing for each squad. Because at the start, it looked like it would be a field day for the Croatia Bulldogs. They won the first round 3.5 to half, and yet the Shanghai Tigers, Xu Yi on board 3. James, he's got 2.5 out of 3. He's leading the way.
Ooh, look at that, 2.5 out of 3, and like he's the board 3. You know, when you're lower boards, and this is always about board 3 and 4 are the most crucial. 1 and 2, they're gonna do their job. That's why you got them on boards 1 and 2. Or sometimes they don't do their job and they go 1 and 4. But most times you put your board 1 and 2 up there because you know they're gonna do their job as board 1 and board 2. Board 3 and 4 are sort of a toss up in a way. You hope that they're stable down there, or they can, you know, blanket, go 3 and 4, 3 out of 4, 2.5 out of 3 like it is right now. And you see Xu Yi definitely helping carry the team. With Wei Yi up there, the Yis are going crazy on the Shanghai Tigers right now with 2 out of 3, 2.5 out of 3. And then, of course, Lu at the bottom down there with that extra half point. Every half point counts right now. So everybody's contributing.
For sure. 4-2 is struggling for both sides. And, well, it's the fourth and final round, which means that you get the same boards for each squad matching up. And we see that Musafi Almaz, board 1, takes on Wei Yi. Asif Durbeli, 4-2, gets the white pieces against June, and then Shanghai gets the white pieces on the bottom 2 boards. So James, I ask you this question time and time again. Would you rather have white on the top boards or the bottom boards if you're the Shanghai Tigers and only need 1.5 points?
Right now, you know what? I'm actually looking at the Bulldogs. I think the Bulldogs have a slight pull in this one, having white on the top 2 boards, and of course, black on the bottom 2. A lot of times, sometimes when your back's against the wall, you're playing it with black too as well. We just saw Mustafa win real quickly with the Benoni there, right? So with the black, I think it definitely can switch and make some things swing in your favor. I'm gonna give it to the Bulldogs this round, but they need 3 points, to at 3.5 to do it, but 2 points to tie it up. So we'll see what happens. They got to win the round. They have to.
If we do get a 3-1 finish in this round for the Bulldogs, it means we get tie breaks. We love a good old tie break, and how does that work? The round 4 pairings, the opponents play each other once again with the colors being switched. But the Tigers, they want no part of that. They want to win this in regulation. We see Wei Yi playing a Nimzo Indian and turning into a Queen's Gambit Decline, where we have a semi-Tarish. James, do you like this opening for black?
Not really, because when you go, I like the fact that that there's an end game that can happen very, very quickly, where you know exactly what you want to do as black, and you get the 2 pawns versus 1. I mean, it's just very boring. Very boring. Very, very boring. Now these lines I'll take because there's an isolated pawn. You can play for more, and the pieces on the board.
And I think perhaps that's what Mustafa Ilmaz is thinking about, because what James is talking about is e4 is often played in this position. It's becoming increasingly popular. And just to show, if we can analyze for a second. We don't need to analyze. It's going to happen. You don't need any analysis.
Right.
Everything I'm about to say is here. You take this bishop. The pawn takes back. You're going to lose this e4 pawn eventually. And black claims that once some trades happen and the pieces are fully developed, even though white has the pair of bishops, it's not that big of a deal. And black has a very high draw rate in this position. So Wei Yi, super grandmaster, super well prepared. He is not afraid to enter this endgame position because he has more time than he started with.
Absolutely. He's also he's playing for the team. This is a team player here. I just want to be solid. Get your pieces off the board. Don't make sure you don't have anything aggressive and hold this to a draw. I'm fine with that because this is for the team and every half point counts. Then once we have a draw there, all we would need is 1 out of the 3, and we going to the ship, right? We going to the championship. Of course, the playoff here, but that's what we call it, right? We going to the ship. So we'll be feeling good if we're able to clean up here. So that's a pretty nice choice here, I think, from Wei Yi. Nothing too aggressive or crazy, just something very solid. Get pieces off the board and 2 for 2 results.
You said we go into the ship, and I was just thinking of Hardball and the Cucumba. So that was a Keanu Reeves reference I didn't expect to make on this show. But I wonder if Wei Yi has seen that movie.
Right. Oh, man.
Well, we'll see what happens in this one. Other games are starting, so let's go to our bird's eye view.
Let's go.
And just to catch them in their opening phase, we see in the top right, still early stages between Vasif Dirabeli and Ju Wenjun. Only 1 pawn on the d-file has been traded. And the bottom left, Anti-Sarge saying, my team needs me to win. Let's get a Sicilian. I'm feeling that bottom left board, James. I think that it's a good call by Saric.
I'm always a fan of a Sicilian. I'm always like every Sicilian. They're like, what Sicilians you like? At this point, I was like, you know what? I like Sicilian because I played a lot of them at this point, and everyone almost. And I like Najdorf's probably the favorite, obviously, but definitely loving some Sicilians. This looks like some type of Khan Sicilian, or some type of hedgehog type, but definitely Khan-like. And I do like this for both sides here. The problem is black is definitely the one with the space issues, and white a lot of times can just attack you. F4, G4, G5, like everything. He's going with the Maraxi Pine setup, though. Very solid.
I'm guessing he's influenced by the match score because, as James was saying, you could, instead of playing F3, you're going to put the pawn F4. But he's just creating a pawn chain saying, if you're going to beat me and your team needs you to win, you're going to have to do something absolutely crazy. Typically, black looks to strike with the move D5. In the event that move is played, I'll just show, let's say rook C1, D5. White will take once and then play E5. So you get to keep this healthy pawn in the center. You see the evaluation bar going all the way up. Black's position is terrible with the king side being open, and knight coming to F5, maybe the pawn to E6. You don't try this at home. So D5 has to be timed correctly. It's always important in this Maraxi bind hedgehog structure. So James, what's your experience like in these setups. I always love them from White's perspective.
Yeah, I actually do too as well. I used to play the Accelerated Dragon quite often. I picked it up in 2015. I actually had one of my first Grandmaster draws over the board. I drew Kodrick Dennis or Davis with the Accelerated Dragon. But he actually the Moroxy Bind is the one that you hate to face. You hate to face it. All the ideas are the same. White just always just is better. They have more space, and it's just harder to play. There are newer ways to play it now. I think Norderbeck actually plays more of the Queen B6 lines and forcing you to do like very weird things different, but it's still White has just a space advantage. C4 and E4, you can't really play D5. If you do get D5 in, it's a problem actually. Like you have failed as White. So if you do get D5 in and they can play it correctly, you failed here. But White usually is the one with most of the space. The problem, though, I do remember from Roxy Bind structures is that once you get the position with White, once you get the ideal position, a lot of times you're just kind of sitting and waiting. Like you're just waiting because you have done everything you can do to get a great position, and now you just kind of wait for Black to make a mistake.
It's true. White continues to make advances, and then you can't really get any further up the board. And H5 played by Anti-Sarge. I'm familiar with King H8 and trying to play for G5.
Right.
But H5, less familiar to me. He probably wants H4. Maybe we'll put his knight behind the pawn over there on H5 and try to control some of these dark squares. Because if H3 meets H4, then the G3 square is black for the taking. All right, I'm into it just because Black has to win this game, or at least find some victories across the four boards.
What was that? This reminds me of that game with the one for Magnus. I actually just had to do a Chess.com video, but for that with Karyakin Magnus 2016, where he did Queen H6 check. But this was similar. Karyakin went for the H5, H4, H3, and then ended up Magnus ended up taking the pawn at some point and opening the G file. So H5, H4, H3 is probably some type of possibility. I mean, I'm really not sure what he's doing with this H pawn. That boy, but you know what? I maybe he's connecting it with the light square bishop. Like a long term plan could be like push the pawn all the way down, and you're trying to open up the diagonal. So maybe you could move the knight and play F5. This is a long shot, but moving the F knight and playing F5 to open up the bishop, but the H pawn is softening the base of the pawn chain. GF and E.
Yeah, no, it's true that if you can get H3 in, all of a sudden White's pawn structure does not feel perfectly healthy. And the Moroxy Bind usually gives Black no activity. Black wants some form of it, and he says, get out of here. I'm going to try to go in line with his pawn H4. Now, H4 is still possible. You don't want to take, because then your queen gets exposed on this diagonal. If your knight takes E4, Black would be very happily snatching the pawn in the center. But Sarge is playing quickly. He's using the clock as a weapon. James, you've talked about this more than pretty much anybody. That is a piece too, the time.
Absolutely. And he's doing great job with his time right now. 95, I'm a big fan of this move. 95, maybe it goes back around to G6 in many cases here. You even can break with D5 at the right moment. It seems like it's not ready yet, but I do like that he's advancing his pieces. You can't get the B5 break in either. What do we move? Knight D7, a little maneuvering, but you can't play F5 yet. He's moving the other knight to C5.
You know, knight C5, you bishop H4 perhaps, induce G3. That's your whole goal of trying to bring this pawn to the board, is to push this pawn away from G2. So I like the way, H3, what a move. Not one that came to mind immediately. Knight C5, it looks like a fight. So while this one continues, they're jockeying for position. Let's zoom out because the Croatia Bulldogs, they need to score 3 points just to send this into overtime. In the top left, it looks like Wei Yi has neutralized any opening advantage that Mustafa Ilmaz could have dreamed of. In the top right, Vasif Durbeli against Ju Wenjun. That one still looks early stages. And in the bottom right, we have an IQP. So Lu Yiping with the white pieces trying to play against the pawn. But Irene Sukandar, James, we know how dangerous she can be. She loves attacking chess. I actually think that it's a good decision by Irene in the bottom right to play in this style, play with the IQP, get the open lines, and try to go after the white king eventually.
Absolutely. Very aggressive player. I do like this, especially when you have the ISO pawn. If you can get D4 in or get the pieces to play around the pieces and around the isolated pawn, I mean, with the pieces, then you could get some attacking chances. You need to attack and limit the trade. So bishop D3 is not a move I'm looking at all. I would rather go bishop E6 or maybe knight E4, maybe. But something to E4, bishop E4, but we're not looking to trade with a bishop D3. We want to trade on our own terms. And if bishop takes E4, we might take with the pawn. Okay, we're not I think we have to take with the pawn unless we just lose D5. So we undouble our pawn, not undouble, but unisolate our pawn because now we have the F pawn to help a little bit. But I'm not looking, I'm not a big fan of this because I'm trading queens and I need to win, right? So I'm not trying.
If I'm interpreting James Canty correctly, okay, she played bishop d6. I thought that she was going to play queen e7. Just avoid the queen trades, keep some of the tension alive. Yeah, I don't mind this decision, but it might drop a pawn now that I'm thinking about it. What if I take on e4? Bring up an analysis board really quickly. Whoa, okay. Liu Yiping is a very solid player. I think he missed a quick tactic. After knight takes e4, it looks like you're walking yourself into a fork. That's no good. Who wants to lose a piece? But bishop takes f6. Hits the queen on d8. Just give me this pawn e4. Extra pawn.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think he just I think he played too quickly, James. He's using the clock as a weapon, but maybe it was weaponized against himself here.
Yeah, of course, as he wants to keep the bishops, which I understand, play against his isolated pawn. Maybe put the knight on d4 and play queen d4, rook d1. Literally playing super quick and play principled. I mean, moves that you don't even have to think about. I don't have to take. I keep the tension, as most grandmasters say, right? And then knight d4, queen d4, rook d1, queen d2, rook d1. Or of course, I have to move the knight, though. I don't want bishop f3 to happen. But definitely going to play on this pawn. And now we have a trade. And we have a concession. This is what he wanted. We've traded. Now the pawn is even weaker on d5.
Yeah, and if rook takes b1, well, the rook on c8 will happily sit in the open file. Knight takes b1 is not out of the question. It opens up the bishop and makes the more natural-looking move of rook takes. I think that this will continue to be a fight. I mean, seriously, this pawn on d5 not hanging, because if you think your queen's going to land on d5, well, there was a check on h2. She said, I don't even need to worry about that. Let me line my queen and bishop up and go for some sort of checkmating threat. So I think that this one, both players have their chances here. So we'll leave them to it, because the Croatia Bulldogs, they just need victories at this point. They need to score 3 total points at minimum. So let's look at how Irene's teammates are doing, because they got off to a great start, and they'll need an equally good ending just to stay in this match. But James, look at the bottom left.
I'm looking at that too.
Yeah. Oh, look at that move. E5 by Shu Yi.
Oh, we gotta go. We gotta go look at that game there. It's some spice. It's some spice in that game. A real big side of spice in that game right there.
Shu Yi, anti-Saric, and E5 just played. The queen is in line with the rook. The rook almost always wins that showdown. James, this is looking very, very problematic for Saric.
Absolutely. That e5 breaks everything up there. I mean, h4 is kind of loose. Okay, so now here come the tactics. What do we have? Oh, we just win a pawn. You just take and quick on h4. Like, quite simple. That's one way to do things. Is there anything else? Maybe just, you also have knight h4. You have bishop g5 maybe. Yeah, that's a move. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you. Like, what do you want? Says you.
Yeah, so many options. Bishop g5 is very interesting. James' idea is if you take, then you can maybe even throw in this move pawn takes d6 in some positions, or just take back.
Yeah.
I feel like white just spoiled for choice, and Saric is trying to use the clock to his advantage, but the position's looking really tough now for black. Just pawn takes d6, pick up h4 as you mentioned. That seems like the easiest decision, but I actually just realized b3 is hanging. I completely forgot about that side of the board.
Yeah,
so
right.
you can't just focus and get tunnel vision on the h4 pawn.
It's actually right. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. It just feels like I can just mate him. But if I do bishop takes, queen h4, knight b3, bishop b3. Don't care nothing about the rook. Let's just see what happens. Takes, knight b3, bishop d3. And it's not there. Nope, it's not there. I was trying to go knight g5 next and then bishop h7. But there's not enough.
Nope. That would be nasty, but unfortunately this knight hits the bishop on d3 here, so you won't get to survive with all your pieces. So it's an interesting attempt, and he pulls a Canty. He says, let me go knight g5, because queen f7 check has to be on the radar, and if you take, I guess I'm realizing you can't take on d6, because queen d8 will defend this piece over here.
Right.
Or you can just take on e3 even. But just take, and then h4 will drop, and the king is open.
Absolutely. And there it is. Takes. And he takes. Okay. So you got that pawn. Yeah, this isn't that easy for white, because b3 is hanging, h7 is covered. Wow. Queen takes. Man, that knight on f8. They say when a knight on f8, it won't be mate. There is no mate. Right. That's really crazy. Man, that's insane. Yeah, knight b3, queen h4. Dang. How do I get in there?
I know what the eval bar says, James, but I'm wondering if you agree with me. Don't you feel like Sarge has good chances in this game? Not that he's better, but this is the type of position you want when you need to get a victory.
Practical. Yeah, practical chances. Absolutely. Playing against the player, not the engine, right? So yeah, this is definitely practical. I mean, both kings definitely have their side of the fair share of weaknesses. And that knight on f8 is an excellent defensive piece. It stops h7 and g6. They are both defending e4. I mean, that's a sick move. Sorry. Cool wee, big fella. He's swinging.
Yeah, he's bringing the knight up to g6. You point out that square. And look at how well he's doing on the clock. He is just playing instantly. And if you take a pawn, knight g6, knight e5, knight d3, give me that square. The pawn e4 is super strong. I feel like black has taken over this game.
Absolutely. I mean, I definitely feel that now. You can feel the momentum shift here because knight g6, knight e5, knight d3 is great. b4 might be some type of move here. You might just have to hey, you know what? Get rid of it. So you took on h4, but knight g6 is with tempo now. So now we go, I guess, back to f2.
It was a queen f4 instead. That not approved of by the engines. Queen f2, but b3 is hanging. I guess it doesn't matter because after the queen trade and you take on b3, the rook slides the b1 and down goes b6 at the end. So anti-Sarge, it looks like he missed his moment here by leading with his queen rather than bringing the knight after g6.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely moving fast, though. I think he's just really trying to keep that clock edge, which he's just making practical, fast moves. In fact, it's quick. It may not be the best, but it's quick. It looks good. Okay, cool. Keep the pressure on him, and then we'll maybe try to look for or use our time when it really needed in about 2 or 3 minutes here, and where Zhu will have no time left. E5, I love that move. You take undouble my pawns. Thank you.
Yeah, it does give up the d5 square, so I would be looking to hop the knight in. But even after a take e3, please take me on f4 and undouble the pawns as you were suggesting. So it's a crazy position. Shu Yi down to 2 minutes and 43 seconds and makes a mistake. This is what happens when you use the clock to your advantage. And now it's apparent that knight d3 you may be able to take, but c4 is loose at the end of all these variations. Wow, anti-Sarge may be getting Croatia back in this match.
Oh my goodness, this is a big win if he's able to. Now, of course, Zhu actually was. I mean, that Mustafa game, this is nowhere near that. That Mustafa game, he was getting crushed. Zhu was. But then time was not Mustafa's friend. He actually ended up getting in time trouble and ended up losing that game. This could actually just flip here. You know, there's more time for Anti here and less time for Zhu. The position is getting a little bit worse here. Definitely worse now.
Wow. Okay, well, we will keep an eye on this one, but we do have to look at the other boards because Croatia will not just need this victory. If they can get it, they'll need a second and not to lose in any boards. Look in the top left. Mustafa Ilmaz down under a minute on the clock. He is in some serious trouble. But in the bottom right, Irene Sukhanov throwing her pawns forward. She's trying to unleash an attack. Let's go to the game between Ilmaz and Wei Yi just because of the clock situation. And I think if you are Mustafa, you just need to find a way to make a draw. You are getting outplayed. You're down on the clock. And as we dive into the game here, he's 20 seconds. What's he doing?
Bro, move. You got to move. Mustafa, call him. Mustafa.
Does he know it's his turn? I mean, he's got to go. 10 seconds.
He got to move.
Actually, what's he?
Oh, man. There
plays. Oh, but he plays a bad move. So he spends all that time and makes an inaccurate choice. I feel like black should just double the rooks up.
Rook d6. I was actually thinking, what is the move? Rook d6. Yeah, that looks great. Or rook c7, c6, c5.
Pick your
right?
Pick your choice. But also, I'm realizing this rook may swing to the b6 square. That's what he's going for. He's going for the attack.
Okay, now we just double. Oh, something's wrong here.
Oh, because the rook's coming down.
Oh, rook b2.
Even to b6 as well. But
he found that boy instantly.
Yeah, too strong is Wei Yi.
Even stronger. Ugh.
Yeah, he found it. It's over. a6. Lights out.
Fist pump.
Pawn is hanging.
Oh, okay. I see him with a little fist pump. Hey, Wei Yi, nice. And a resi. And they only need half a point. Wow. Look at the Wei Yi there. Monster for the Shanghai Tigers.
And Wei Yi gets the 3 out of 4 on the day, turns the camera off, says, that's all, folks. And we're going to get away from this game because Wei Yi, he shows that he can get it done even after a first round loss.
Oh, the bottom right. Oh, look at that. Irene was winning. What happened? Ooh, she had an advantage, right? Maybe not.
She did. Yeah, she did. But now Look at Liu Yiping just saying, what advantage did you have? My queen is up to c7. And that's the problem with IQP structures. When you go all in on the attack, the foundation of your position is vulnerable. So Irene trying her best against Liu Yiping, but
Can we back
this
up?
is really
Actually,
bad news.
let's go back
Yeah,
to
let's go back.
how do we get here? I mean, it felt like she had a nice attack going.
What?
Oh, that's all he needed, though. That's all he needed. That's all he needed.
Look at him, and he takes a drink of his soda because that's all they need. I was like, how you agree to a draw here? Because it ices the match. He's got ice in his veins, does Liu Yiping, and he says, I earned myself that Coca-Cola.
Right. Let me sit. Pinky up. Pinky up. Got to do it with the pinky up. Yep, there it is. Yeah, flex real hard. We won. Smiling. Look at him. I see you, big dog. Big Lou. Big Lou. Look at him.
Well, that's it. Liu Yiping seals the deal. The Shanghai Tigers have officially won the match. They're up 8.5 to 5.5, and 2 games remain. In the top right, Ju Wenjun. Looks like she has a pretty good position against Vasif Durabeli, or Shu Yi. I mean, that guy's been a monster for the squad. But Ju Wenjun with the black pieces, James, this is like a great position for her. Bishop pair, activity everywhere, and this king on G1 could find himself in some trouble thanks to his bishop on C5.
Absolutely. That bishop is very strong there. We can also back it up to A7 and call it a snake in the grass. They're just bearing down no matter what. You can't really block it unless, I mean, if you do, you have some structural damage that could happen if I take on E3 if you try to block with the knight. I also have G6, maybe even G5, play H4, try to open the H file myself, right? I have the D file to myself right now. Black's just definitely for choice.
Dang. I mean, honestly, you painted such a nice picture. I'm like, and you have to look at the position to know how much easier it is for black to play. So G6, if knight H4, James saying maybe G5 and H4, let's open up this flank. But where else can this knight go? As you mentioned, knight E3, you can even take, you have 2 sets of double isolated pawns. That's unappealing. And Vasif takes a bit of time and brings the knight back to H4.
Absolutely. Brings the knight back to H4 here. We may have a queen G3. I mean, a queen G5 to go queen, right, to go queen G3. King H1 now?
But then it's rook D2. That's going to slam down there.
That's the thing, yeah. Okay, so queen G3. Oh, no, that's a nice move. Knight D3. Got to go back to A7 or B6, whenever you like.
I'm going to A7. I'm taking your word for it because just hiding away from White's pieces. And then queen takes G3 does become a threat. I think White needs to play a move like king H2. But what's your next move after that? I feel like White's very stuck.
There it is. So king H2 is on the board. What does black do now? Great question. F5, king G7, waiting move.
If F4, you take because you can't take with the pawn because the H4 knight is loose. If you could play F4, F5, all of a sudden White would be in charge, but not so fast.
That's why we might play F5, F4, might be. F5, F4, take. I think that's an idea. It is risky. How much time she got? Oh, this time scramble territory.
Yes. And bishop G4. Oh, look at that. Please take me. Open up the H file. I'm going for the kill.
Ooh-wee, I love it. And then F3, forcing a concession. Then the dark square is weak. You can't go king G1.
3 seconds. Vasif's got to go.
2, 1, 4. Wow, rook D1.
Okay. So,
do
we trade bishops?
How do I get a piece in there? Such a great defender.
I need that knight over here, right?
Right,
I need that knight to hop into G4.
You might be right. Knight B8, knight D7, knight F6. Just do it. Like, just bring the knight around. That was a long time though. You might try to open the H file once again.
I'm thinking about H4. When my opponent has 5 seconds left, I don't know if it's good, but I want to play it. She takes because she is going for H4.
H4. There it is. Queen G5 or Queen F4. Oh, I gotta be on you, my guy. Queen F4. I mean, sorry, right? H3. H3 was probably a move before then.
H3 actually was. But look at this. Give me those dark squares. This knight is hopping around. Take. Oh my gosh.
96. Look at the speed. Speed.
Yeah, but this is just H3's. I think lights out. Oh, she takes a step back. That's too slow. She needs H3. Even now.
H3. 16 seconds.
Whoa. Wow. I didn't even see the queen could go to this side of the board.
I forgot the queen could move like that. Wow.
Uh-oh, the knight's out. That's not good for her. She's allowing him back in the game.
Yeah, time. She probably don't play a lot of fast chess, which is understandable. Understandable.
Yep.
Yeah. Working on classical a lot too. 96.
But she has
take on
dark square domination, right? Like, take this bishop, I dare you. Because in the F... Oh, goodness. H3? Oh, gosh.
Ooh,
It hurts.
H3 gonna hurt now. Dang, that was sick. Nice little ring around the rosy there.
Wait. Takes and queen G3 check. Takes and queen G3.
That's it. Yeah, she gonna spot that. Boom.
Because it's...
There it is. Get him
Take
off
on
the
F3.
board.
She takes it all. It's mate.
Oh, look at the slap of the table. Oh man, he pit. Oh man, hey, don't hold on, man. That's the family channel. Whoa, yeah. Oh man, she.
And look at June. It's like she doesn't even know the game ended. Like, she's still concentrated. Maybe she's analyzing it. But June takes down Vasif Durabeli. And I saw a comment earlier about just how dominant the Shanghai Tigers were after the first round. They lost 3.5 half. The current score is, I believe it's 9.5 to 5.5. So they have gone 9-2.
Oh my goodness.
Over the last 11 games.
Wow, 9-2 in the last 11 games there. This is a marathon, right? You could win 4-0, basically first match, and it is not over yet until it's over. 8.5 wins it, and 9.5 got it today for the Tigers. Of course, 8.5 they already got it, but they said there's another game left still.
Yeah, well, this one we see it's a good old draw, ending the day with some peace between the players.
There we go.
And well, for Xu Yi, it means he goes to 3 out of 4 on the day. A great performance for the board 3 on the Tigers.
A great performance here by the Tigers. Period. They're making it through to the playoffs.
They are. There's a lot on the line. For the Bulldogs, they will have another week to try to make the playoffs. But this game is officially done. That wraps up the match 10-6. And I almost feel like the score is misleading because, and that sounds like relatively close going to the last round. The Shanghai Tigers destroyed the Bulldogs after the first round. Everything went wrong for them. And then suddenly nothing could go wrong. And you see it led by their top 2 boards in that final round of action. Wei Yi with 3 out of 4. Xu Yi with a very impressive 3 out of 4 on board 3. And then even scores from Ju Wenjun and Liu Yiping. James, all Tigers.
I mean, that's beautiful. My whole team went 50% and up. You know what I mean? Like 50% and up for the whole team. You got a squad like that, you're going to make it to the playoffs and some, right? That's amazing. I mean, 3-4, 2-4, 3-4, 2-4. I mean, everybody contributed here. Everyone was just as important, especially the threes there with Zhu and Wei Yi, both of them just having a monstrous 3 out of 4 there, was able to take it. I mean, that's just 6 points right there between 2 of them. You know, so one person, you go 0-4 in the bottom 4 and still win with the third board, right? So great job from the Tigers here. What a team.
As you said, 3 is the key, and that was the 3rd match victory for the Shanghai Tigers, and they become the 3rd team to lock up a playoff spot. So we know 3 teams out of 8 that are going to make the playoffs. It is the Yogis, the Knights, and the Tigers. But we will have another match coming up after this one, James, because the bottom half of the standings, they also matter. We have teams that may have started poorly in the league, but the Blitz, for example, Capybaras, they square off next, and if they get a victory today and a victory next week, they will sneak into the playoffs.
Absolutely. The Blitz against the Capybaras today. These are my favorite matches. This is where all the energy comes out from everyone. Why? Because this is elimination match. Somebody's going home. It's going to be a lot of aggressive chess, lots of upsets, this and that, nerve, psychology here, everything times 10 because elimination, you get sent home if you lose today.
Yeah, we have the Blitz and the Capybaras coming up next. Both these teams, as we just saw in the standings, they're 1 and 2. They have got great logos. James said he might even get the Blitz logo tattooed on his arm. But James, before we head to break and get ready for this match, what do you expect?
Absolutely. Here, they both have very strong teams here. I'm more familiar with the Blitz, so I do know that the Blitz have a very, very strong team, some favorites that I liked over there myself. So, I mean, I'm very curious to see what the Blitz bring, but I know the Brazil Capybaras have, are just as good, right? They're 1 and 2, right? Same score. And whatever that matchup looks like, I think it's very important to know what does the matchup look like today. Whatever that matchup looks like, and if they're feeling great, then it's going to go in their favor. So we'll see what happens.
We will indeed, and we just saw the Shanghai Tigers take down the Croatia Bulldogs. Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion, is on that roster. And well, there's a very important event coming up that will determine who plays against Ju Wenjun because the women's candidates finally come to an end on Tuesday, March 28th. After taking down 6 of the strongest women in the game, including the PCL's own Katerina Lacno and Alexandra Kostenyuk, Li Tingzhe and Tan Zhangyi now vie for a seat across from reigning women's world champion Ju Wenjun. We're bringing you live camera feeds and exciting commentary of the match right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command candidates in chat for all the details, and well, you don't go anywhere because while we take a break, we reset. A whole nother match of the Pro Chess League will get underway. We'll be right back for the start of the Blitz and the Capybaras here in the Pro Chess League.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my god!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Oh man,
Oh,
bro,
wow.
don't do this to
Oh, my
me, man.
God.
What was that? What do you even do?
This
Very
is
scary.
resign time.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
It's coming in, and if white goes c7, and that's it. And Harika there celebrating with a fist bump.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
It's a draw, she on the bishop. Oh my goodness, what a save.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Look at her on the screen. She is killing it today.
And we are live for the second match of today's Pro Chess League doubleheader. It will be the Blitz and the Brazil Capybaras. Once again, I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend James Canty III. James, we had an exciting first match of the day. What do you expect to see in this one between the Blitz and the Capybaras?
It's elimination, Robert. It's elimination. That's all I got to say. If you lose, you go home. So that means you got to win. Somebody's going to win today and somebody's going to lose. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be some great and exciting chess today because they're facing elimination.
We know a few things thus far in the Pro Chess League. We know which teams have already clinched their spot in the playoffs. As we bring up the standings here, you will see the 3 teams at the top. The Indian Yogis, the Gotham Knights. It took them 3 weeks to make the playoffs. The Shanghai Tigers joined them today. And on the other side of the standings, towards the bottom, we have today's contestants, the competitors, the Blitz and the Capybaras. So, James, we saw one team very happy as they made their way to the playoffs, the Tigers. But now one team will be eliminated. So the Blitz, the Capybaras, you know what it's like. Your team is right there in between them, the Garden State Passers. What are they feeling right now?
Of course, every match is facing elimination. Every week we like, you know what? This could be our last, so we're going to go out with a bang. We about to go crazy, right? So that's how Brazil and also Blitz, this is why you're going to get some very exciting chess in these rounds. And people are really fighting for their lives because this is actually life or death. Like you can go home here. There's not like that's it. The team's over. It's going to be a lot of sad faces, lots of emotions ride today on these games. So it's a lot of emotion, a lot of psych, a lot of getting pumped up. Lots of good games, team camaraderie. I mean, elimination is a bad thing, but it also brings out the best in a lot of people, and we're going to see that today.
Yes, elimination pushes your back against the wall from the very start. And well, there are teams with great experience, particularly the Blitz, because they are spearheaded by the super grandmaster duo, the 1-2 punch of Alexander Grishuk and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. So, James, they need an MVP performance out of MVL. And so far, he's been solid this year. He has 7 wins, 3 draws, 4 losses. But they also have Katerina Lacno. I mean, she and Alexander Grishuk, they're a married couple. And they also are very strong grandmasters capable of taking down anybody.
Absolutely. That's a strong squad. You got Grishuk and MVL, and you got Lagno there. Woo-wee. And then the people in between there, by Crow, right? Boyer's there. Yeah, the Crow. Oh, I didn't even know there was a brother there. Wow. That's insane. The whole team is stacked there, right? So the Blitz is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Everybody in PCL is, of course, 2 2700s on the team. How can you go wrong? Especially if you're using both of them. Like in an elimination match, oh yeah, every week we're going to use the best of the best that we can.
Yeah, they have been using those super GMs week after week, and they have from top to bottom of the roster strong players, but it has not gone their way thus far. And a team that had more of a middling roster, a balanced roster, was the Brazil Capybaras, because the Blitz, they're top heavy. Brazil, earlier in the season, they were relying on their 2,600 South American players like Sandro Moreco, Luis Supi, Jose Martinez, but they brought in the top dogs, James. They brought in Artemiev earlier in the season. They also have Haik Martirosyan if they ever want to bring him in. He's nearly 2,700, and we know how good he is at rapid and blitz chess. I believe he won the bronze medal at the recently concluded World Blitz Championship. So when you look at this roster, with their team captain and manager being Krikor Mkhitaryan, our good friend, what do you think? Can they stave off elimination?
Absolutely. I think the problem here is I think they're evenly matched, and like both teams are. Right? It just depends on who and how the matchups are going to be and how they favor, in these fast time controls. And in fast time controls, somebody that's very underrated that they don't talk about a lot is Artemiev in the faster time control. I mean, he's 3,100 online, 3K plus, commonly always hanging with Hikaru and the likes of Hikaru and people that strong. Even in his PCL so far, he's been doing great. I mean, I think he won three. I don't know if he won all 4 games or he went like 3 out of 4, something like that. He had an outstanding performance, something that you would see from Artemiev. So, of course, we're looking to see, more of that from him. They brought some other players as well. Soupy's really nice. I know they have Mareko too, Sandro today. And I'm not sure, Julie, I'm not too familiar with, but a lot goes with that fourth board. Hopefully we can see a lot from the fourth board today, like we saw in the last matchup as well.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the board orders. Let's bring them up. Let's let everybody know who is taking part in today's match between the Blitz and the Capybaras. You see it on the screen now. We have Grishuk and Maxime Vachilagrov, super GMs for the Blitz. And then we have Artemiev, a super GM of their own, says the Capybaras. And Mareko, Soupy, they're in there, the 2,600 bunch. Katarina Lakno, probably the highest rated woman player in the entire league. And then on board 4, Julia Alvarado, she's outrated. She will be in every game, James. And Mihail Boyer, he's been impressive in the PCL. 3 wins, 4 draws, 3 losses, which means he has an even record. And if you're doing that from the 4th board, that spells trouble for the opposing teams.
That actually is pretty strong. I mean, for the 4th board, shoot, he probably has some upsets in there. He has some definitely some upsets, drawing and then et cetera. Wow, that's actually, I didn't know that about the stat there. So he's incredibly underrated here. So Julia is definitely up for a uphill battle here, but at the same time, I mean, you're on the PCL team on a lot of camaraderie, like team. Oh, my team's strong. You just be finding moves sometimes. Like, I don't know. I just played out of my mind. Well, you also were in an elimination match and you didn't, you just kind of blacked out. When it could happen that way, as we see, even Alice Lee has had a great performance there, being board 4 and beating literally a blue bomb in the first round. Absolutely phenomenal. So it's gonna be phenomenal chess today, though, especially with this elimination match happening in a few minutes.
And you're mentioning how board 4s, we just saw Irene Sukando take down Wei Yi, so board 4s sometimes do upset the opposing team's board 1, and those are the matchups that we start with. The most lopsided matchups happen in the first round, and as we see on the screen in front of us, Julia Alvarado, she gets the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk. I mean, if she can score a half point in that game, the Capybaras will be over the moon. And Mihail Boyer, he gets the white piece against Artemiev. That rating differential, not quite as big, but still substantial. And Boyer with white, Artemiev with black. I mean, James, look at those middle 2 boards. For me, that's what usually the Pro Chess League is about. We celebrate our super GMs. We root for the underdogs on board 4. But in board 2 and board 3, that's when they're in the trenches. And look at this first round matchup. Maxime Vachilagrov black against Soupy. Katerina Lakno white against Mareko. What is this? One of the best tournaments in the world?
Really, right? Like, that's crazy that they are fighting each other in the middle like that. That's like, man, that's hard to choose there. Yeah, and I thought this was an even match, to be honest. I really thought these guys were kind of like neck and neck, looking at the lineups here. Like, one could take this one, but then you have these guys that could take them. So in this matchup right now, based off colors, I am actually going to edge with the Blitz slightly with the Blitz. I see Grishuk up there at first board there. He's supposed to, I mean, he's technically supposed to win, quotation marks, right, based off his rating. But Julia, it could definitely bring it to him. And then MVL there, Katarina Lagno having white, 2 white, and then white again down there. I think Blitz has a slight edge.
Okay, James, you're calling it. The Blitz with the slight edge. They also have the rating advantage. A reminder to everybody that in the Pro Chess League, every single team has to abide by the regulations. That means that in this format, where you play everybody on the opposing team, the time control, if you haven't been watching the Pro Chess League, is one where you have 10-minute plus 2-second increment, and we get up to 4 rounds of action. So at most, we get 4 rounds because the team that gets to 8.5 points ends the match in their favor. And, well, the teams need an average rating of 2550 across the 4 boards. But there are certain exceptions in how it works because players above 2700, they count as 2700. It encourages teams that the very best players in the world on the roster, and then they're top women. If you're above 2350, you still count as 2350 against the cap. That's why having Katerina Lucknow is such a great thing. But Brazil, they're going to rely on Julia Alvaredo. She gets the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk in the first game that is going to go underway, and she looks ready. Is that a little stuffed bear behind her over there?
Yeah, a little stuffed bear, right? You know, it might be all nice and cute, but if you get on the board, she'll destroy you, right? So, you know, don't let that fool you there. Nice little bear in the background, but ready to do some destructive damage on the board.
And I think I recognized, the ID that's hanging up on the shelf behind, or maybe
really?
from
What
the
is that?
Olympiad. You know, you have to have a player identification card to get into the playing venue. So this game is about to lift off. She's had great experiences in her past. She wants her future to be just as bright. And if she could take down Alexander Grishuk, that would spell disaster for the Blitz. But the Capybaras, they'd be jubilant.
Absolutely. You got to be very jubilant here as she looks very ready to go. Look at her, right? Ready to go here. And I think that is, I saw the mouse, hand on mouse. Is that clock running? Not yet. Okay. Well, they're both ready, though. Grishuk's ready to go.
Yeah, but Grishuk always looks ready, you know?
Yeah,
James, every time I've ever seen him, he looks like he's about to buckle down and go into a fierce battle. And right now we see a king's pawn game, e4, e5. And are we going to Spanish? Are we going to get Italian? Let's see how Julia answers that question.
Italian. This was C5. Yep. All the same stuff. Let's see which route she goes. The slow Italian.
The problem is, James, that for Julia, she really just wants to make a draw if she can find a way. But in these positions, there's no perpetual check, no repetition, no queen trade that allows you to make a standard and easy draw. You have to work for it every move. And Grishuk right now, he's spending some time because he wants to come up with a challenging variation. He does not want her to feel comfortable this early in the game. So don't be surprised if he throws in a random move at some point like h6, just to make her think, is he going to play g5? But yeah, normally you play d6, you play a6, you can play h6 at some moment. Of course, developing this knight is recommended as well. So Grishuk, he's got to find a move, but he loves time trouble.
He does. Like, he just sits there like, oh, hold on, I got too much time. Let me look around. Let me just hey, bring me some lunch, yo. He always in time trouble. But plays knight f6 here. Bishop g5. Hey, the bishop g5 lines. We just kind of looked at this with Dura Bailey, h6 g5.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll see something like that again. But it didn't work out for Dura Bailey when he sacrificed the knight on that square. I don't think that she will copy that because that did not work out at all. And she's thinking here after Black Castle, you can play c3, but because you haven't committed, you can also bring your knight to c3 and try to hop that pony into d5. So both options are viable.
Yeah, knight c3 looks really good. You also have the c3 option. You have h3. You can even go even really aggressive and obviously try to castle queenside here, but this is a completely different game. Castling kingside, yep, going the natural route. Bishop e7. That's interesting. That's interesting. Definitely he wants to make it a game.
I'm going to be the James Caney translator. Interesting means what you doing, big fella? What's this bishop e7? I mean, I think he's just trying to play it calmly because he doesn't want to see any sacrifices on g5. He feels like as the game continues, he can outplay her. He does outrate Julia Alvaredo by about 500 rating points. That is really significant gap there. So I think he's just trying to get a position that she's not familiar with and then go after her. So while she thinks, why don't we go to our bird's eye view? Because I think one game that is underway will be one that you are happy to see. So as we look at our boards here, look in the top right, Soupy throws a pawn up to g4, and MVL, as he always does, plays a Najdorf.
Yeah, we got to go see that right now. First off, I love the Najdorf myself. Secondly, it's a pawn on g4, and I love a pawn on g4. Absolutely. Love it. Love it. Let's see which Najdorf this was. Which one? How did we get here?
Okay, just to go through the moves.
Beginning. Okay.
So we had an early e5, kicking the knight out, and then that means that the d5 square becomes white's for the taking. And very quickly, the knight did hop into d5. Eventually, Maxime took, and we see a position that is not perfectly balanced. We have a bishop pair for white. We have 2 knights for black. Semi-open file on the C file, semi-open file on the E file, though it's very clogged. And then the kings are in the center. So, James, where are those kings going, if anywhere?
It's funny. The knight or king, it either go to F8, sometimes D8. It's just going to sit there. It's going to chill somewhere. Sometimes we could castle, but if you need to be so sure that when you castle, because if you castle, you can get mated in like 3 or 3 moves immediately mated, right? Or at least going to lose some material. So you got to be very careful. Where's the white king going? Yeah, I can still castle queenside, run king B1, and really get out of there. Your dark square bishop isn't that powerful yet. So actually, I still like to play white in these positions because I'm cool with like where my king is on E1 or even F1. But I'm also cool with black here to do the same. This is very, very, very double-edged. I love that stuff.
Yeah, and if James, as he's answering the question, it's just that difficult because if you go to the queen side ever for white, then you might find B5, and this is going to be an attack for black. If you go to the king side, well, why did you just play G4? That doesn't seem to work together very well. So I feel like for white, I'm just throwing my pawn to H4. You say A, you say B, you say G, you say H. H4, followed up with a G5 in the near future, and go for the black king.
Absolutely, it's looking very good for whose move is it? It's it's
White's
White's move. Yeah, okay, so that really matters. So it's White's move. Honestly, I just push up on you with H4. What you gonna do about that? H4. I mean, that's the logical follow up. I mean, you can also do this what they call it freak attack in the knight or 8, where you go rook G1 very early and then push G4. Looks very freak attackish. H4, rook G1, G5, and then go G6. There's a pawn on G6. It's gonna be very no. There it is. I understand you, Soupy. I understand.
Soupy, he famously won that game against Magnus Carlsen, that Blitz game with the fishing pole. That was really something, and he wants to take down another super GM. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the best prepared players on the planet, also one of the easiest to prepare against because he plays the same thing over and over and over. So, James, I think that makes us happy. If we see Najdorfs today, how are we going to complain?
Right, exactly. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna learn something too as well, and also I think his philosophy there is I'm gonna keep playing it because not only I can learn a lot more from this, and also if you prep and you catch me in some prep, that's something I can add as well because the Najdorf is not refuted. So it is it's nice that he plays these things over and over. We can learn from his games as well. Very nice.
And look at that queen out to A5. Maybe this king will land on D8. But G5 not available. That's a key point because after pawn takes, unfortunately, this pawn H4 can't capture back as the rooks will have a standard on the H file. So black does have that one tempo to survive. And for white, maybe it's bringing this king around to the G2 square, slow and steady, and then go for G5.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. King F1 is nice because you don't want to sit here. There's like all kind of. There's tactics, maybe not now yet, but you don't want to sit in this pin. Like, you just don't want to be there. So, yeah, King F1 makes total sense. Casting would be crazy. Yeah, there it is. King F1. Just get out the way.
Get out the way. It does. And so, well, there's going to be an attack on this board. That is clear. So, James, I asked you before, has your mind changed? Have you come to any new conclusions? Where is black's king going?
You know what? Maybe D8. D8 at some point. D8. What is his hand? His hand's going up. I wonder what MVL was thinking. What went through his mind just then? It was more like a what, bro? Or like, what is, like, what are you doing? I don't know. He definitely thought something. Thought went through his head. I was curious to see what that was there. Yeah, but where is it? Maybe he thought the same thing. Where's my king going? Like, where do I put my king? Because we need to figure that out, actually. And I think it's just safe where it is right now. Because you're going to have to do some serious calculation, COE, right now if you castle. Castle might be just G5 and lights out.
Yeah, no, I think that's too easy. I think that this position's already getting so dangerous that if white had a free turn and then played G5, I think white's already almost objectively winning. So I think black might have to make some kind of crazy move like B5. And the problem is that there's a queen here, so when you take back, the queen and the bishop protect the pawn. Like, you're just sacrificing a pawn, but if you can get to this D5 pawn, then it will make sense. Otherwise, well, you're in some big trouble.
I was trying to get E4 to work, actually, in many cases. Pawn E4 and put the other knight on E5. So that's the usual idea that you get in some Najdorf lines. But the bishop defend. Well, maybe you can go E4, but then he takes. bishop f6, and c4 is hanging. That might be a thing. e4, knight e4, knight e5, knight f6, bishop f6. You move the queen, and then it might be a thing.
Yeah,
You
I think
move
the
the queen.
problem here is that the queen can go to like f5, for example.
E4 too. Yeah.
Yeah, with tempo, and then g5 is coming in the near future, and you're not quite quick enough to get to c4. But James's point is really, really well taken, everybody. Just to show an instant replay, that e4 is a common idea where you say, here, you know what? My position is rough. I'm passive. Take some material. So that's your new advantage. Instead of activity, it's material. But black just quickly puts pieces into better places. So I'm with you, James. I think that MVL might already be looking at moves like that, ideas like that, to get going with his position. Because what are these superfluous knights doing? What's this bishop on e7 behind a pawn and a knight doing? The answer is all of nothing, and white's just 2 moves away from crashing through.
This is scary. Like sometimes this is like when you don't want to play the knight orf, but then when you see a great knight orf, you're like, that's why I played a knight orf. Like everybody stands behind it, and then you see this position, and you're like, nah, I don't play knight orf. You play that? Nah, I don't play that. I don't play that. You play that? Nah, I don't play that either. I guess it's knight c5. Okay, we found a move here.
Okay, so queen going somewhere. Do not take this knight. That's pretty clear. You don't want to hand over the dark squares. So this queen's going to move somewhere. I like queen f5, just because maybe Maxime will forget his rook's hanging or not see it.
Yeah, queen a5. I mean, this is all day. I'm taking white. I'm not even going to lie. And I love a knight or Sicilian, but this one just feels all in white's favor. Every piece looks good for me. My king's off of the diagonal. Queen f5, and we live. That's a tempo. Big fan of the tempo myself. There it is. Love getting the tempo in. Tempo gains that time you need to make another move.
Yep. So we're hitting the rook on c8. You still don't want a castle. That will connect the rooks, but get your king checkmated after g5. So I do not envy this defensive task for Maxime. And while he is getting down under 5 minutes, no, he says, no, I'm not going under 5. 5:03 for him, but king g2 with g5 to follow still looks very dangerous. I'm going to take our attention away from this one just because all 4 games are in session. We're just looking at the game in the top right. In the top left, it looks like Alexander Grishuk and Ilya Alvarado. Pretty interesting position where Grishuk with the black pieces has a pair of bishops. In the bottom left, early stages between Lucknow and Mariko, but Mariko's position looks great with black, much more activity. And the bottom right, Michal Boyer against Vladislav Artemiev. That one really is in the opening stage.
Artemiev one.
All right, let's go to Artemiev and Boyer, because James, it sounds like you're happy about the triangle pawn structure where Artemiev with black in the bottom right has got those light square pawns out there like a pyramid.
I'm curious to see what he does with this too, because I actually have played this from both sides. I actually like playing it from white's point of view. I do like the best along diagonal. I know Shaq. I got into this this attack with Mimidirov with a bishop d3 right after moving the bishop to d3. He played queen c2 and g4. Oh my goodness! I just fell in love with that whole idea because I was play g4 anyway. So putting the queen on c2 and then playing g4 is ridiculous. It's just a wicked attack. Most times you get many crazy attacks and things that you're looking for, obviously. Now, I am casting queenside. It is risky, but at the same time, it's very cool. It's not necessary, but I saw Shaq Mimidirov do this, and I definitely was like interested in that. So I'm curious to see what Artemiev does in this game here and see if he's able to get anything. This looks semi-Slavish, obviously. b6, bishop b7, probably maybe some slow play. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and some of the moves that James was mentioning was g4 at some moment. Looks like you're giving away a pawn, but you haven't castled, so you can bring your rook to g1 and open up the line. So Artemiev just slides his rook over. We may see e5 in that final round. Irene Sukandar had an isolated queen pawn position. We may see something similar in this one. And Boyer for the Blitz, strong player, international master, quite a young player, as you see, by his camera here. So, he would like to launch the Blitz forward and keep them away from elimination. And you know that Artemiev will be deliberating an eventual e5 push, likely on the next turn. So slightly better for white, still early stages. But I think we have to go back to the bird's eye view, James, because I can't get away from the game in the top right. Look at Soupy. He's holding nothing back.
He's swinging at him. He got something against MVL. You can tell. He got some animosity against him. I don't know what kind of personal beef they got going on. But we need to get behind that Chess.com. Figure it out. We need to have, chess boxing or something. That's because Soupy is very angry. at this man for some reason. Look at this attack.
Yeah. I mean, the white king, we see where it went to. It ventured on over to G2. H5 played, saying, I'm going to get your pawn here. And if you play G5, only one of us has a light square bishop, and it's white, and F5 comes to mind. You can't really get away with bishop D3 because knight B4 would be a little fork. So I would probably just go for this move, queen F5 for now. But James, I just want to point out, queen takes D5 check is a tactic you need to watch out for because the queen is loose on C2.
Oh, the little cute tactino there. That's crazy. I didn't even see that. That's like this crazy little stupid tactic. It shouldn't be there, but it is. And you got to watch out for that. So queen F5 definitely is a nice move. I wanted to put my knight there, but now the tactic is there. So I have to like do something about that. Maybe queen, but then I can't get my knight to F5. Maybe I have to go F1. Queen E4, but then I get hit with knight C5. Wow. Interesting. Where do I put this queen at?
I see what you're aiming for, like knight E4 maybe.
Right.
Some direction. You want to just plant this knight on F5. That's a light square, and that's a really, really bad bishop for black. So I love the look of this position for Soupy, but now it's a matter of being precise. You got the strategic advantage. You have long-term pluses. So what do you do about it? What's your next series of plans? And actually, I'm not so sure, but I might even consider trying to pry open this side of the board. I don't know how you do it because B3, there might be A3. But you know what I mean, James? I really want to open up the queen side.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, A3, B3 looks very good, especially because the rooks are connected. He goes with queen F5. It's a very logical move to make. And rook C7 played very quickly. Very quickly. And how do we proceed here? Is the question. 94. He's giving up C4. Whoa.
I guess for the moment he's got to cover.
I mean, C5. There. Oh yeah. I mean, yes.
Yeah, you're all good. No, but it's something that white needs to keep an eye out for is a C4 pawn. So, I mean, knight C5. You called it, James. Just trying to trade everything off, and I wonder, like, if I can open up the queen side. White's like immediately winning, right?
B4, but then he takes. Rook
B1,
Rook B7.
I love
queen
that.
C8.
Whoa, James Candy, everybody. He is just entered because B4 is sick. Let's pick up an analysis board. The point is, if you take with the knight, that's a problem. You needed that knight on A6 to cover the other knight because after I take, and you have to take with the pawn, and then you drop this E5
though.
pawn.
Oh wow, I was going bishop C5 D6. So that was crazy too. That's sick.
Yeah, give me the house. And if B4 is played, then black has to do something because it's a fork, and you don't want to take with the knight, you take with the queen. But James's idea is like, let's just go for the queen side, full steam ahead. If you go back here, I think your queen might even get trapped right now. Rook B5?
Bishop D2? Oh, Rook B5. I didn't even see that. Yeah, I was looking at Bishop D2. Bishop D2 is with less material. But then he has knight B4.
Yeah, but you win the house anyway.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
He played it. James, he played your move.
Let's go.
You're a madman.
Swinging. He's swinging, Soupy. He's swinging. Bishop C5 and then D6 and get him off the board. You're going to have to sack the exchange.
Yeah, I'll have to take this way. But, James, we know that's bad. Like, that position is just terrible for black. And you said it. Soupy's mad about something. I don't know if he's mad at MVL.
Look, they got some personal vendettas. They're going to have to. He's trying to figure it out right now on the board. He played Rook B1. Wow. I mean, I guess you could just do anything, really.
Yeah, just opening up the board at this point is going to be good. The king can't safely castle because at some point there will be bishop D3 lining up with the queen going for checkmate. MVL's getting crushed.
Yeah, getting crushed in the Najdorf Sicilian. His usual opening, chat. And he's getting crushed. Now, we've seen this actually before. Fabiano did the same thing. Now, he took a whole year when the candidates got paused, and then 1 year later played him and then did some PSAC, and it was prep, and he had an hour up on time, knowing this is the problem sometimes when you do play the same thing all the time. But at the same time, the Najdorf is very, very well. Don't get it twisted. The Najdorf is great, but he is getting crushed.
Yeah, and I think some people may be wondering, what's the idea? If white had a free turn, bishop D2 would already win a piece by pinning the knight. If you start taking things like knight takes A2, the issue is that I can then take on C5, trying to spring this pawn forward. And if your rook ever has to leave the 7th rank, then B7 will hang, and your king is in a world of hurt. This king on G2, very safe and sound. This king on E8, it's going to fall victim to an attack. So, James, man, I'm still impressed. I got to show an instant replay. B4, that square is not even protected by any of white's pieces, but it's a distraction tactic. It opens up the B file here, and now MVL's position looks pretty hopeless.
Absolutely. The Jedi training pays off for Soupy. We have to give him a call and give him that special saber we saved for him. Very nice B4 move there. Now we have to figure this out though. It is still time, to figure this out from white side. And we got to make some precise moves, I think. When we saw that game with what was the game? The Wei Yi game, right? Mustafa there. I mean, that's just like you have to be precise. That game was completely winning, and then it was not. So still have some precision there against a very strong player like MVL. Bird's eye view. What do we got, Robert?
Well, the bottom left looks like Katerina Lucknow down to her final seconds. And Sandra Moreko, I think he's, while up 2 pawns, he might be trying to flag her, beat her on the clock, but he's also just completely winning on the board. So it doesn't matter how much time she had at this point. I think Moreko wins this position 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100, because he's picking up a 3rd pawn and maybe a 4th after that. So, he goes this way with a fork to win the A4 pawn first.
Dang, bro, just taking all these pawns here. Yeah, he's up material. Not looking good here, but it is this is only first round, right? Still got things to do.
It looks like she throws in the towel, and look at
Moreko. Let's go! Let's go! Right? If I could dunk a basketball, that's exactly I would have. I would have that same thing all the time. That's how I feel. But great job! Wow.
And Moreko from Argentina, playing for the Brazil Capybaras. He got to see his country win the World Cup, and now he'd like to see his team win in the Pro Chess League. And in the top right, it's all Luis Soupy. He's crushing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but time trouble is approaching. In the top left, Julia Alboreto against Alexander Grishuk. She's still fighting, James. That game still has a lot of life left. And the bottom right, that is the most even game, so we'll go back to that one in a bit. But look at this. What's the material count? It's actually even. I thought that black was up a pawn because white has double pawns, but in fact, it's 5 pawns per side, and then black has the bishop pair.
Absolutely. The bishop pair, I am a big fan of. Do love the bishop pair. But, white has some trumps. I mean, that definitely have, knight is a monster on f5 in black's territory. It also, there's a pass pawn on the e file. So this pass pawn can get, if it gets available, or what does he say? Keep the pass pawn under lock and key. If we do not do this, then this pass pawn will actually be very, very annoying and give us some trouble. There's also some queen g5 here, right? Like there's some tricks. Even queen g5 now. Queen takes d4, knight h6, GG, get him off the board. She plays it. Oh my goodness. Here it comes. She's swinging.
Yes, she is. And king h8, if that's your best move, that's not the best sign. And I'm wondering, she goes knight back to e3. I was wondering if there was a tactic with knight d6 there, trying to get the queen to d8, but she kicks that queen away. It goes back to d7. But now I feel like things are, I was about to say getting out of hand, but she wants a pass pawn connected in the endgame. I'm just worried about black's passers, James. I feel like they'll be strong as this game continues.
You know what? You're actually right. And after a queen trade there, now, of course, he would have connected the pawns. But let's say we do have a queen trade without connecting the pawns. You are correct. Those 3 pawns over there, in fact, they say the queen side majority is actually the scariest over the king side majority when it comes to in games. So it's very important to understand this. Push these pawns. We got the 2 bishops. Clear plan. Get the queen off. Push the pawns. GG. It could be a problem on that side of the board. So white needs to be played a little bit more dynamic, or maybe try to grab some pawns if possible.
So putting pressure on the a4 pawn. Also allowing the knight to go to the d6 square. That's what she really wants. She would like a position with bishops of opposite color that will give her great chances to hold, especially if she can get a pass pawn on d6. Now, Grishuk is down under 17 seconds. He plays bishop b3. It attacks the queen, protects the pawn, but that queen goes into the center, and I'm liking the look of this pawn on e5.
Absolutely. I love that pawn on e5, knight f5. Now, he's pushing those pawns. Like, he definitely just heard us talking about them pawns. Those pawns are much further than they were before. White still has an initiative. I mean, this could go either way, I think. Black's definitely the one, but this could go either way.
A great move, knight d6. Please take me. You free up the e5 square for the bishop. No, the queen comes to d7. Of course not. Let's trade on my own terms. Queen a8. Watch out. Back rank checkmate. And this pawn is a bit loose.
Ooh, that's it. Okay, king h2. And we move out of the way. Wow. Wow. Dang, he covering everything.
Whoa! She going after the pawns, but that was a mistake apparently because the queen comes to c6, and there's no threats. That's the problem. There's no threats. The pawn can just push.
Right. You can just take that now. Queen d7. Wow.
Too precise.
Yeah, that's that 2700 coming out. What happened? How'd you lose? I got 2700. What? Oh yeah. I got 2700. What did that even mean exactly? Right.
Well, here this does seem like it's going to be a victory for black. because now the pawn's on a2. You can't play knight b4 as a pawn taking that away, and this black king is ready to go, or bishop takes this pawn in the center. That should be sufficient. Wow, that was a close one, though.
Yeah, it was close, but then it got very clinical at the end there. Those bishops just covered everything. Great job from Grisha doing what he does and also doing it in time trouble. I mean, perfect game for him. Like, time trouble, we know how he is, and he's just winning.
And I think that Julia, she had her chances. She does resign here. Grisha is putting the blitz on the scoreboard. They're down 2-1 right now, but really a good fight from her. That was a close one. But Grisha used his experience as a former multiple-time World Blitz champion to his advantage. So we have one last game because Louis Supi beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, that final position was brutal. But now we see this game between Artemiev and Boyer. I see what the evaluation bar says, but I'm going to very clearly state black is better here. Black has a better pawn structure. White's pawns are split. White's pieces are also kind of awkwardly situated. This bishop on b5 in particular, whereas black is very harmonious. And Artemiev is both 2,700 plus and a minute plus ahead in the clock. So, James, I said a lot there. Do you agree?
I absolutely agree, right? You got 3 minutes on the clock. That's, remember, we use that as a piece round here. Plus C4 is actually very, very weak, right? And then we do trades. Of course, it's a very easy plan is actually trading when you have this isolated pawn to deal with. I mean, if you look at pawn islands, there is 1, 2, 3 for white, and there's only 2 for black. That's actually huge when it comes to end games and understanding this. So, I mean, trades are easy. Put a rook on c8, maybe try to trade the e5 pawn, trade the c4, maybe kick the bishop. I can play this slowly. I can even bring the king maybe to e7, try to figure out what do you do, because at the end of the day, you have a huge weakness on a2 and c4 in this endgame.
Exactly what James said here. So white is relying on the activity right now. The knights are staring at each other, but Boyer is down under a minute. He doesn't know what to do here, James, and I'm not sure how to help him because you might want to make a quiet move like h. Okay, he says quiet. I am not going to play this one peacefully. That's a very interesting, but maybe an overextending move.
Absolutely. F4 is pretty solid. I like it because of F5 being a threat. And if knight e5, obviously bishop e5 hits the rook, hitting the bishop at the same time. Cool. We got a lot of threats here, but it is very overextending. It is a move that is very committal. Now, of course, it's not super weak because I could end up playing g3 at some point. So maybe not that bad. It also can help me get my king to the center quite quickly after king f2, king e3. Being an endgame, you want king activity. So knight c5. Artemiev says, I don't care about any of that.
I really like knight c5 because you're keeping more pieces on the board. You're giving Boyer more chances to go wrong. The bishop goes back, and it's going to go to this diagonal. That's a fianchetto diagonal. That's a look at the bishop quality. A bishop on b7 versus a bishop on b5. So maybe it's time for Boyer to play a move like bishop c6 and reroute his own bishop. But his pieces are just on awkward squares, and he is saddled with these weaknesses.
Absolutely saddled. And there it is, bishop c6 on the board with 33 seconds on the clock there.
Yeah, and I think that Artemiev can play bishop b7 because if we swap bishops and the knight takes back, that's a really bad pawn here.
100% bishop b7, and he plays bishop c5. He got rid of that fast, but then we take on c6 and just highlighting the fact that pawn is weak. Hey, buddy, that pawn is weak. Rook c8, bishop d6, nice in between move.
And if c5, I wonder if this bishop can slide up to b5 with tempo potentially against this rook, or if it played b5 and just say your bishop and pawn, they look nice, they're connected, but the bishop is stuck there on d6. And Artemiev, he's up 2 minutes on the clock. He needs to punish Boyer by playing quick moves.
Absolutely. Quick moves here. Play bishop e or d5, attacking. Wow, Andrew eval bar hated that. What is that about?
He wanted white to play c6. That's why. You see the eval bar go back in black's favor. He wanted white to establish a passed pawn. Instead, Boyer plays the safe option, and he's just going to put his bishop back on b4. James, objectively, we know that white should hold this game with 17 seconds against Artemiev. We know he's a killer. So good luck.
It's tough. It's very tough. And one thing you have to do with 17 seconds on your clock and now counting now down to 10 seconds, I have to make these moves and think then and remember that, try to say that I'm not playing Artemiev, right? Because you got to get in your head with the Magnus effect. Oh, you can, how do I rook roller mate again? When you play a Magnus, like you just forget how to do things. So you want to actually just play quick moves here. Oh, but something happened, and he definitely did not like that. See,
he dropped the pawn.
Emotion. Oh, yeah.
That pawn that went to f5, we were talking how it's overextended. Now you can just capture it. So what Boyer wants is to trade knights. If the knights get traded, these knights, the game is easily going to be a draw under most circumstances. But that's not easy to do because these knights are not going to just be offered. Now we might even take this bishop, bring our rook down to a2, bishop to e4, and suddenly the g2 pawn's a target.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that we don't have the opposite color bishop in game.
Uh-oh.
Well, I think
Take that. Take
the
that.
bishop, right?
Give a check and pin the knight. I think that's what you need to do.
Ooh, that's it. A nice combination there. Nice combination there. Wow. Yeah, that's beautiful. Takes, check, rook c1. Dang, that's it. He got time to do it too.
Yeah, Artemiev is just up that minute. That is the difference maker. James, you really reinforced this for me that sometimes I forget to look at the clock. Today, I've been clocked in, you might want to say. Because, I'm just looking at it, man. I'm like, wow, that's a weapon, and we've seen that in many different games.
Right, absolutely, especially in the time when it counts. Look at him just patiently using his time. I got a time advantage, so now I'm going to use it and find the best move to put this one away. Finds the combination.
Wait, 2 seconds. Boy, what are you doing? Barely gets the move off.
Ooh-wee.
Making me nervous. And you could also maybe just go for this pawn because you have a bishop check on e4 at the end.
He going for it the other way. Check? Oh, he allowed to check, though. 93. G3 right something.
Okay. That's actually really smart because the bishop being a long-range piece would have covered this potential pass pawn, and the knight is slow, so losing a second pawn wouldn't be good. But 2.6 seconds left for white. I feel like Artemiev, he just plays a couple tricky moves, and Boy's going to flag.
Bishop takes h3 is coming, too. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
G4.
Bishop e6.
That's it. Hit the button. It's a tough game.
And Artemiev, look at his shirt, by the way. I don't know what shirt Artemiev is wearing. It looks like sunglasses and maybe like a eyebrow raised. But he has a great performance thus far in the Pro Chess League. He won all 3 games in his first match when the Capybaras, they just steamrolled their opposition. And now here against the Blitz, it's 3-1. It's boards 1 through 3 for the Capybaras, and the hero is clear. Luis Supi taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That was absolutely huge there. Of course, Supi was able to take out MVL, MVP. He went down in this one, in fact, and having those 3 wins to start it out. Now, of course, we've seen this same thing in the first match today. It was 3.5 half. I was like, oh, they about to crush him. Like, that's crazy. And then they lost by 4. So it's too early to call anything. It's still a match, but of course, it's way to start for the Capybaras.
You're right. We just saw it earlier today. The Shanghai Tigers had a 3-point deficit and still won by a healthy margin. We'll see if the Blitz can copy what the Shanghai Tigers were able to do, but we will have to find that out on the flip side of this break. This is the Pro Chess League match between the Blitz and the Brazil Capybaras. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so whether they were this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the World Championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, Many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great, talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
We are back getting set for the round 2 of this matchup between the Blitz and Brazil Capybaras. And there's quite a lot at stake because while a playoff spot cannot be guaranteed just yet, as these two teams are coming in with a record of 1 and 2, the loser is eliminated. They do take home $4,000. That's the good news. The bad news is they don't get more games in this Pro Chess League season, while the winning team returns next week to face another team that is 2 and 2. All teams will take part in the Arena Royale on March 24th. There will be prizes available for that, and the total prize pool for the PCL is $150,000. So James, you're a team captain. You've got a squad in this league. I know you don't want to see your team get eliminated and just take home $4K, right? So if you're Kevin Bordy, you're trying to pump the Blitz up, what do you tell your squad?
Hey, look, we going home. Do y'all want to go home? Like, we have to give them that call. Like, hey, do y'all want to go home? No, I don't want to go home. All right, so we got to play, right? No, but pick yourself up, right, and just tell them, hey, look, you're good at this game. It happens. It's only one match. And I would also tell my team that, remember, look, it can happen. The last match, we just saw something similar happen. And they were down 3.5 to a half. That's like a 3-game deficit. This is only like 2 games, right? Only first match, you got the jitters out. Get out there, champ, and then hang up the phone, right? That's how it would work. So hopefully they can get out there, champ, and be able to bounce back in this round.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have to bounce back because, as we saw in the first round, he suffered defeat at the hands of Luis Supi. So Supi takes down MVL. Henry Lucknow had the white piece against Morocco and lost. And so going into the second round here with the Capybaras boasting a 3-1 lead, they get the white pieces for their top 2 boards. You see Vladislav Artemiev and Sandro Morocco down there at the bottom, taking on Katerina Lucknow and Michal Boyer. But at the top, Grishuk and MVL, the 2-headed Super GM monster for the Blitz, they also get the white piece. So James, I'm going to make you do it. Whose chances do you prefer in these 4 games? Will it be the Blitz or the Capybaras?
I definitely prefer the 2700s both having white on the top boards. They got white, both have white, and against not the number one. So they're like, hey, you know what? We about to go crazy here. Do whatever we can with these white pieces. Grishik has to really take it to Soupy here, especially after taking out MVL. You're like, you gonna hit my man like that? You gonna hit my teammate like that? Oh no! If I'm Grishik, I got a personal vendetta against Soupy for beating my mans like that. So if I have white pieces, I'm going to actually avenge him as much as I can here. But Soupy is on a roll. That man played a very, very great game here. So we'll see what happens with the black.
He also just looks way too kind and peaceful to take vengeance against. He's just chilling. He's in his polo. He's just in a quiet room.
Right.
But he's a dangerous man. I mean, he just crushed Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was not close. It was as one-sided as it gets. And he said, I don't care if your rating is 2750. I am going to try to take you down. So right now, Grishuk gets the white pieces, and we are off. D4 played by the former World Blitz champion. And will we get a Queen's Gambit accepted? Will we get a Catalan? That's the big question as Grishuk ponders his second move.
He just play anything. He always is thinking. And like times where like, what do you do? He'd never played this game before. I forgot. It's this one. Every time. But it's so funny to see though.
Yeah, maybe for him, he just wants every game, every position to feel new. So it's a enjoyment like the first time over and over again. But he has has Soupy for the Queen's Gambit declined with his early bishop to e7, saying no bishop g5 pins on my knight. Well, that square is not available. And there's contact here, and knight f6 can happen next. There's no rush to develop this knight in the position, but e4, that is available to white because there is no knight stopping that pawn from pushing.
Yeah, and Grishik is thinking about all the files here and taking his time. I mean, it's just awesome to see. I wonder what goes in his head when he's thinking. I really would like to have just something on his brain. What is he thinking when he's taking this much time through the opening, and what is he thinking about? How does he want to do things? But he takes on d5, goes bishop f4. This is a standard stuff. We see this all the time.
Yeah, no, this is just normal territory thus far in the QGD. Bishop f5, enticing, provoking the move queen b3, and it's played. But if you take this pawn on b7, this knight hops out to b4 and into c2, and before you know it, you're in some pretty big trouble. So
what the heck was that? Hey, bro,
wait.
Chill,
Whoa. Analysis board, we need it. G4 is like what Soupy did in the first game with b4. But what is the relevance to this move?
Bro, that's I had never seen it in my life in the Queen's Gambit. If this was the Queen's Gambit, I would have been playing d4 all the time if this is what you could do. But wow, g4, that is a crazy move. I think with bishop takes, then you can take on b7 and maybe don't worry too much about it. But I mean, that is craziness because there's no bishop at 5 anymore, right? And then if knight beat g4, then I don't know, there's something like knight d5 or queen d5 or something he wanted. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, bishop e4 is here. Like, what is that move?
Maybe you're right the first time. Maybe it's queen d5. I think you just trade because if bishop e4 now, you have knight takes c7 with check. So it's going to work out in white's favor. So, wow, g4. It has been played before. I confirmed it. But castles. And now we have a position where it's like you wouldn't know the bishop went out to f5 and then zoomed right back to c8. So, James, I'm going to ask you. You're an aggressive player. You love throwing up your g-pawn. But is it going to backfire? Because now your king can't go kingside, not with this pawn out here. And if you go queenside, black will be ready to attack you with more pawns on that flank.
Let me tell you something, Robert. When you go for g4, you're going to have to go all out. That's it. You went g4, h3. I'm about to castle queenside. I am castling queenside. I'm going to play bishop d3. I want to put a knight on e5. This almost reminds you of some type of London. In fact, I'm a Jar Jar Binks London fan, a Joe Baba London, that is. But, of course, we have usually the knights go to e5 in these type of situations. And then maybe we back the bishop up if we can and play f4 and plant the knight on e5. But we do have an attack for sure on the king side. We just need to develop our pieces, get the king safe. But we have to do it in the right, sequence of moves. Bishop d3 could be hit with knight b4, and you have to move the bishop again. And another tempo, c5, a5. And then you're like, if you casting queenside, it's really looking murky over there. You're not feeling the greatest, right? So it is, g4 is very committal. It looks nice. I do like it, but we do have to follow it with some very accurate moves, something like a3, then bishop d3, then castle queenside, and then we'll see what happens.
Takes a while, and we see that Soupy has more time than he started with. He induced g4. We were shocked, but he's like, come on, guys. I've studied this opening once or twice in my life, and now he has a big lead on the clock. But that would be true no matter the position because Alexander Grishuk is his opponent, glutton for time trouble. So let's take a step away from this game because Grishuk might continue to think for a bit. All 4 games are in progress. In the top right, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Julia Alboreto. That's a King's Indian defense. Early stages in that one as Maxime looks to right the ship to get a win with the white pieces. Bottom left, Artemiev. He gets the white pieces against Katerina Lucknow. These two are compatriots, but today they are against one another because Artemiev plays for Brazil in the Pro Chess League. And the bottom right, Mareko and Boyer. That one's early. Not a single piece has been traded just yet. So, James, I'm guessing you want to go with the King's Indian game if
Absolutely.
I know you.
Oh, yeah. You know me. Definitely. Yeah, King's Indian defense. Definitely a big fan of it these days. It's harder to play, of course, because everybody got some type of prep against it. But it is very solid, very strong. I say solid, very strong opening. Aggressive. It's aggressive. Right? Well, it's not solid, Very aggressive. Very aggressive.
I appreciate that. You made yourself laugh there. You're like, nah, the King's Indian that's not solid, right? We're not talking about a Catalan and something exchange Slav.
Yeah.
We're talking about the King's Indian. But James, I mean, this is an end game now, and white MVL moving very quickly. Unfortunately for black, queenside not moving very quickly, inactive, and white is trying to take this file.
I am not a fan of the King's Indians when they're like this. This is not a King's Indian. Like you don't play the King's Indian to get to the end games as much, which is why I'm not the biggest fan anymore of the E5 move early. A lot of times you can trade queens and then you get what is this? Like if you wanted to play King's Indian to get an attack, why are we trading the queens off? We get a boring end game. Here, I think it's going to backfire, of course, because E5 is very weak. Like, of course, it may be even here, may give a slight edge to white, but definitely that pawn on E5 is a forever target. We also are developed better. Our pieces are just literally better than blacks. We've seen this earlier today. What game was that? He got crushed. Sorry, got crushed. Wei Yi game, right? With the pieces were just better, and it just happened to win for white for Wei Yi because of the better placement of the pieces. And having development here, this can just be a positional masterpiece from white. Easy game to say the least. Rook E1, Bishop D3, Knight E4, Bishop C3, and just pile up on the pawn, improve my position. I'm gonna win eventually.
Yeah, and white has some forward moves at some point to consider as well. C5, Bishop C4. As James is highlighting, the E5 pawn can't push. When you have hanging pawns, and that's what they are when the pawn was on F5, as soon as you push a pawn, this square next to it becomes your opponent's for the taking. So I like this for MVL. Not that much better. You see the EVL bar saying slight edge for white, but I think his experience will be the key to this game as Julia spends time, plays Bishop F5. Decent move for sure, but look at this. Tempo move. Get out of here with the bishop. Now Bishop G4 comes to mind, although the C4 pawn would be hanging there. I'm trying to trade the bishops, bring my knight to F5. I'm not liking the look of this, James, not one bit.
Absolutely not. Of course, you have to knight to D7. Okay, you got to develop. The only thing I do like is the pieces are finally getting out. Yes, you got to develop in every single opening, no matter what it is. You need to get those pieces off the back rank. So I do like the decision of knight to D7. Now we need to finally somehow get this rook in the game, see if there's any threats. But I mean, knight D6 is super annoying here. Not a fan of his pieces just coming into the party like this. The bishop did get to C3, as we mentioned before, hitting E5. The knight's going to reroute from H4 back to F3, hit E5. Right, there's all kind of stuff. I can even go Bishop H5 first, maybe threaten or at least hint at the fact that I'm going to eliminate that, bring the knight back around, and try to take the E5 pawn.
Yeah, many options here for Maxime. He's moving quickly and confidently and well. So I think that he is in good shape in this one. He trades the light square bishops, playing a knight on F5. The bishop, just like in many King's Indian defenses that get strategic rather than tactical, it's not a good piece. Let's get out of this one. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, just because it seems like the Blitz are going to get a much needed victory in this game. That's the trajectory that I'm seeing here. But across the other boards, looks like in the top left, those double isolated pawns for Supi. Maybe it's offset by the fact that white's king is in the center and won't find safety. In the bottom left, who knows what's happening between Artemiev and Lucknow. Both sides are fighting for key squares. And in the bottom right, it looks like a lot of pieces have been traded, but Mareko is kind of first to the action. So, James, bottom left or bottom right? Which you prefer?
Let's go to bottom right. I like that queen on A1. I'm always a fan of that strange configuration, and I also think this is the B3 way. How did they get here again? Makes you see this this opening.
Okay, It was
from the beginning.
a Catalan.
C4, knight 3. He played Catalan. C2.
And they just
and B3. Yeah, I thought it was some B3 stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, he got here and then brought the queen around.
Yeah, we see a trade of pawns. And I think, James, people see this position like, okay, it's just even because we're trading in the center. But as you were kind of mentioning that, look at this. The last one played was queen to B8 because this D6 square is accessible to the white knights. So the queen takes it away, but the queen goes to A1. It just feels like white is active, creating little threats here and there. And B6, that's the biggest target on the board, whereas white's pawns are healthy.
Absolutely. I think this is a very good positional opening because a lot of times black doesn't know where they went wrong. You're just like, where did I go wrong? How am I just lost, right? Because of slow positional moves and a weakness that was created. And it's there. B6 is clearly weak. The queen needs to move. I'm going to penetrate the position with queen to C6, right? And then you're almost paralyzed. The superfluous knights don't look too good. You move the knight on D7. I have bishop F6. Wow, is there a check? I mean, there is, but he don't even care about nothing. Bishop A3, okay.
He's very confident, but maybe he's playing a little bit too quickly at the moment. There will be a check down here on C8. Doesn't create the biggest threat if the pawn goes to H6 and the king runs away, but F7, I guess, is loose. So maybe I spoke a little bit too soon because you might be trying to kick that king out of there. Ugh, E6 hard.
E6 is gross, right? Man, that's hard to play, especially with the dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, couldn't be me. That's for sure. You're just welcoming at some point this bishop back to the dark squares. And queen A8 was the choice here. Probably a good one from Boyer, but it feels like he's all sorts of tied down. Can't move any of his pieces.
He might be able to, queen B8, as weird as that was, might have been a move. He plays H5, though. Makes some lift for the king. But is there a knight C8 here? I mean, what does that even do? This looks strange. Oh, it hits the B pawn. Yeah, knight C8 is a move.
But then, maybe the queen goes to E4 as soon as this knight moves. So I think he's just trying to keep the status quo, James. It's like, you can't move if you're black. If you play H4, I play G4. Thank you very much. You've accomplished nothing.
Now we figure out what to do now. Maybe we reroute the bishop next. Bishop D2 and something to do with that. There's also G4 is too much, but it is possible. G4, G5 yourself. Wow, that's sick. Playing G4 and G5 because he's so tied down you can't move anything. And you move the knight, end up taking the D7 knight. Yeah, queen B8 I think had to be played at some point.
But
queen C6 now though.
Queen C6 is good. He could also trade and then postpone E4, but you can tell he wants to just win this game with the queens on the board. He says you're restricted. You have no options for your pieces. B6 is a target, can't move up because the queen and the knight team up on B5. So advantage Mareko, but there is a game that it's not just advantageous, it's completely winning. So let's hop back to our four-board view because if you look in the top right, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is on the verge of victory against Julia Alboreto. That one is coming to its conclusion. Maxime up 6 minutes. He's also just paralyzed Black's pieces. Not even up a pawn, but he's about to take F4, and Black can hardly make a move.
Wow, let me look around the board here. Anything else? We haven't checked out Artemiev's game at all. Let's probably take a look at them just to see what's going on, just to see we checked in. And it looks like a London system or something like it.
It does, but actually it was a Torre opening, so very similar because the bishop went back to F4. But you'll like this, James. The last move was bishop F4, so it tricked you.
That's funny. Torre attack, interesting. That's nice to see. Played a little Torre. That's a very annoying opening. GM Min Lei actually is very, very well versed in that opening. Very annoying opening. It can be very aggressive sometimes, and sometimes you just get Londons like this. I mean, I think White just has a small edge here. I mean, a very practical edge. C file. And of course, open C file where I have some control over it. My bishop is developed. Looks pretty good, but I do have problems with my queen development and the knight on D2, which is restricted.
Yeah, the pawn 3 squares away from the knight completely restricts it, and B3 is unavailable. I'd also say that the bishop is protecting B5, while a more valuable piece, a rook, is defending A4. Both of those pawns are overextended, but White's pawn very naturally defended. You want to play rook C8, challenge the open file, but you would immediately drop this pawn over here on A4. Bishop on F4, better than the counterpart on G7, just like in some King's Indians. The dark square bishop staring into a pawn. This time it's White's pawn on D4. So, James, I think every piece, more or less, seems to favor White, And that's why the eval bar is saying +1. And you can see on Katerina Lucknow's face, she's like trying to find ideas. She sees individual moves. 96, great. What if the bishop slides back? Okay, or slides forward. What's the next plan?
Right, yeah, you're right. What's the next one? I mean, maybe knight d7 now. She betrayed. Just kind of
Whoa.
annoying. G5. And we live. Wow.
I feel like Grishuk, so Grishuk and Lucknow are married. Grishuk played G4. We were taken aback. And she played G5 out of nowhere. And it's just a very reasonable move.
It is very reasonable. H5 actually is a plan too as well. G4, like you can play on this side of the board for real. That was very, very nice. Definitely a fan of G5.
Yeah, astute play there by Lucknow, just going up the board. The bishop also was on the verge of being trapped. So if G4, now the bishop can slide safely back to the G6 square. It doesn't have to trade itself off. So a good decision there by Katerina Lucknow. And, well, for the Blitz, they would love it if she can handle this game. If she even just makes a draw, they'll be feeling good about their chances because Maxime is going to win. And their other boards, if you look in the bottom right, it's Mareko still trying to press. But in the top left, Grishuk, he's in good shape right now. Supi beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Grishuk saying, you got one of us. You're not going to get both.
You're not getting us both. You know, you're going to take out my buddy. I'm coming for you, my guy. That's my buddy, MVL. It's my good friend. And now I'm going to beat you, right? Says Grishuk. Grishuk is trying to finish this one out, but this is very tactical. Wow. Okay, this is up my alley here. Love this kind of chess. And then what do? Takes. Bishop G6 is too much. H4 doesn't work. Just take the pawn. B3, okay.
Wow. But what's going on here is white up two extra pawns for Grishuk here, but it's complicated because this king is open. You can't take on G4. That's clear. You ever take on G4, you just get yourself checkmated. Right. But there's some long-term pressure in the position.
Might be 95 here. 95 looks strong. It feels really good. 95 is a move. I don't have a follow-up yet, though. How much time you got? None. Yeah, usual.
I feel like, James, if you black can, you have to play G6. I know it looks scary with the PSAC, but you're already down 2 pawns, so you might as well get something for your pain.
Oh, absolutely. You know I'm going to sack that. I'm not even going to think. I don't even know what the follow-up is, but I know we have to sack that. I know that for a fact. We sack it first, think later, says Tao. So, yeah.
Hey, we're not watching Tao, we're watching Grishuk. He always thinks a lot and then, sacks later.
Yeah, it's backwards. It's backwards for Grishuk, but it works for him. It definitely works.
55 seconds, James. You keep saying use the clock as a piece. Queen B1.
Man, hold on. He played G4 and Queen B1 today and just had us out here looking crazy.
But the eval bar hasn't changed, so that might have been the best move.
Queen B1, that's some 2700 stuff. And then Bishop C2, I guess, is the idea. You just want to put the bishop back and reroute. A little ring around the rosy with Queen D1 and Queen D3.
So for me, G6 is automatic. It might lose the game on the spot, but I need to do something. He plays Knight E4, okay, trying to complicate matters in this manner. I actually like it. Do not take this pawn. That's clear. You're opening up the rook and this diagonal, and you do not want to see your king fall victim to an attack or a pin on the light squares.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice move. That was a nice find from Supi. I'm not going to lie. That was a very nice find, especially in time trouble, as Grishuk is always in. It was a very, very nice move there. And now it forces him to go 95. Which is pretty good. Nice, pretty stable there. F6 can't be played, at least just yet. Queen D1 I do like.
Yeah, because maybe now White can even take on H5 and bring the queen to G4 to block any checks. So Grishuk is playing this so well. It's a masterclass thus far. And Supi is up on the clock, but down a couple pawns on the board. So that's not the best news for him. I think that Grishuk has proven over decades that he can play with mere seconds on his clock.
Yeah, for decades, right? That's crazy. Been doing it for so long. Like, why do you do this? I don't know. I'm just thinking about everything. I think that's why we asked him. He's like, yeah, I'm just thinking about everything. Like, all right. Wow.
Yeah, and somebody who's thinking a lot is his teammate. Let's go to our bird's eye view scene for a moment here. In the bottom right, Mihail Boyer in huge time trouble, down to a minute, while Sandro Mareko has 6 minutes and change. And unfortunately for Boyer, he's down a pawn. A second pawn may be lost in the very near future, and he doesn't have time to calculate his option.
Absolutely. Of course, you need that time, right? COE, calculation over everything. You do want to calculate, but you need time to calculate, or it doesn't work for you. It's not going to matter what you calculate if you don't have the time to place it on the board. 40 seconds here, and that's a huge time edge for Morocco here. Up a pawn, a5 is about to hang. I mean, there's literally nothing.
And H takes, just F takes, as James says. It looks promising, but the story of the round thus far is the knight, pawn 3 squares away, just controls that knight. So he goes queen c3, hoping to attack this pawn, maybe get a queen e1, takes e2. But Morocco, I mean, look at this. He is so sharp right now, playing great defensive moves quickly, and then he's using Boyer's clock against him.
Absolutely. He's thinking on his time, and it's just an important thing. I'm up time, but I'm also thinking on your time. King g2, quick moves. King g2, right? Or h2. Yeah, just
he's going to take with the pawn now, keep that knight at bay.
Definitely taking with the pawn.
Queen d2 next, I think, James, and give me that a5 pawn.
a5 is hanging, and then we queen one of the two.
Okay, so queen b4, queen back to b6 maybe, but then the queen comes to e1. So, okay, Boyer is making Morocco's life difficult for the time being. Oh, but here, checking back. That's it.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah, checking queen d2. There it is. He finds it. And boom. There it is. Lightning bolt. Queen b1, knight a5.
That's only a single check. The king can always slide away, so you don't have to be too afraid of it. But I could see an argument for queen d3 as well. But no, he's playing too well to just get afraid.
F5 played. Yeah, this is GG. You just can move the knight and you can just push through. I guess the F4 is coming, so maybe E3. Yeah, you want to kind of
E3 maybe, then the knight comes in. So
oh, wait a second, hold up. Okay,
yeah, he's being tricky here.
Some tricks. Queen G5, F4 anyway.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
D3.
such a good move though, because if the queen goes back, you bring your knight to C4 with tempo. Again, you were talking about this, James. Tempo, and that is what Morocco is using to his advantage.
Absolutely. And in fact, knight c4 was good. Knight c6 was tempo. And thanks to Nanime in the chat, gifting 5 subs to the chat. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome stuff there. That is great.
Well, appreciate that. Hope everyone's having a great time here in the Pro Chess League. And by the way, Maxime Vachier-Legrand. Whoa! Wait, what? How did he just... I turned away for a second. Are you kidding me?
He's so mad. Wow. 1 second, he got to take the draw. I'll just take the draw.
What? He just completely overlooked Queen F2 check. He is so upset with himself, and he should be. This game is about to end in a draw. I mean, James, kind of shocking considering how well he was playing, and Boyer makes the draw just very quickly before we head to our bird's eye view. There was one threat to bring the queen over to F2 and deliver the draw that we saw in the game. So King G2 stops all the queen checks. You can play for a win from there. So let's head on out of here. This game finished in a draw. That's huge for the Blitz because you look in the top left, Grishuk is just crushing Supi at this point. But Artemiev in the bottom left, he is keeping the Capybaras ahead, it would seem.
Wow, this is great. Well, Grishuk looking good there. MVL with the win there. And then a save there. And Artemiev, yeah, it looks like he's going to pull this one out. Ooh, what happened? Let's go back a few moves. How did we get here?
Well, Supi down 2 seconds. He gets to move off. But yeah, just rook h2 should be good. Just don't allow this bishop to f3, right? If that bishop gets over there, it's a problem.
It's rook h2. Oh, h6. Wow, come on, boy. Come on. Don't do him like that. Grishuk, dang, that was cold.
Can he
H7,
give this check?
H6.
And if King G7, Queen h6. Watch this, Queen h6.
Play it. Oh, that's cool too. That's even cooler. At least to make. Both
wow.
of them. Wow. Sick, mate.
Yeah, I think those extra pawns came in handy for Grishuk because the end of the game there, he was up 2 still. So good win for Grishuk. That leaves us with 1 game remaining. And it is Artemiev in the driver's seat against Katerina Lucknow. It's a messy position, though. It's actually an extra pawn for white at the moment. And if you take this pawn G4, you lose your knight in the center. So tactical position.
In fact, it's actually maybe knight G3 here. If knight G3 takes queen F3, but there's queen F5, but then I have E4. I mean, there's some things here. There's some definite tactics. Bishop takes F3. That's not enough. And I have to move something. Maybe knight C3 too as well. I could also just simply move the knight to C3 attack. There it is. The simple
You
way.
called it. Yeah, he's just going for this rook, and the rook is tied to the bishop. Here, D5. It hits the knight. The rook is cut off from the bishop on f5. Great suggestion by you. Great play from Artemiev. And now he is just completely winning. He's up 1 pawn. That doesn't sound like a lot, but the pawn structure is healthier for white, and this knight is rerouting.
Absolutely. Knight's going to go to d4 and then take on e6, and looking really, really good for Artemiev here. Artemiev just, like, he's a cheat code, bro. He just, every game, he's winning something. I can tell you guys, in the faster time controls, Artemiev is one of the best in the world, right? I mean, he's really, really strong and underrated, I think.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. He wins this game on time, but really by position, and that's a huge win for the Capybaras. They entered the round up 2 points. They leave the round up just 1, and look at that T-shirt, and look at the drawings behind him too.
Oh, he has a daughter. I'm sure that's probably maybe for her, but it's pretty cool. He's a dad, right? A dad and a Chad at the same time. Look at him. Wow, somebody come get this man. It's too much drip from him.
Well, he gets a win for the Brazil Capybaras. That was really important because Sandro Moreco, he was also winning, but only drew the game against Michal Boyer, whereas the Super GMs for the Blitz, they won their games. Grishuk and MVL took care of business. So where does that leave us after 2 rounds? You see it here. The score is 4.5, 3.5 in favor of the Capybaras. 2 out of 2 for Artemiev. 1.5 out of 2 for Moreco. Could have, should have, would have been 2 out of 2 if he saw the perpetual check. But I think the problem thus far, James, has been on the bottom boards for the Blitz, right? Just, it's been a struggle.
It has been a struggle there. And of course, we say this all the time. Really, when you make these lineups and you have your team, it really is about your bottom 2 boards. If the bottom 3 or bottom 2, 3, and 4 can strike or do anything, as you see, even that 1 point deficit is from the 3rd board, right? So if board 3 and 4 can really, get off and running, that definitely beefs up the score. Less pressure on the 1, 2, and 3 boards, and you guys can find yourself closer to clinching the match here. So Blitz is going to have to step it up on boards 3 and 4.
They will indeed. And, well, it is International Women's Day. It is also Women's History Month. So it's an opportunity to celebrate the women who have changed the world with our March bots. Challenge Mary Jackson, NASA's first black female engineer, or test your skills against Ada Lovelace, often recognized as the first ever computer programmer. What lines will visionary and actress Malala Yousafzai bring to the chessboard? Don't miss your chance to find out, as these bots will disappear once March ends. Head over to chess.com/play/computer or use the command WHM in chat to play now. James, I always love playing the bots. To me, it doesn't matter, if they're super strong or if they're for the beginner players. You play these bots yet?
I've actually played only my bot and a few other ones because it was like, yo, can't you play a bot? I'm like, man, you know what? I'm the real Jedi, right? Let me go play this bot. And the first time he beat me because I was playing around, and then I beat him like senselessly the next 5-6 games because I was mad. So, of course, you do beat the bots. Guys, go play the bots. It is fun. And definitely play the women bots for International Women's Day. So, it's awesome.
For sure. Well, we are going to step aside for now, but when we return, it's more from the Pro Chess League. Round 3 of the match between the Blitz and the Capybaras resumes when we return from this break. Don't go anywhere.
I have 3 puzzles here. Are you ready for the last one?
Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, he wants 10 more.
I need to redeem myself.
10 seconds.
Oh my gosh. I did this exercise like before because, in Polish national team we had exercises we had to do, like 20 of them I think in a month, and this one was one of them, and I spoiled it actually. And but I think rook e8 follows. I mean, bishop takes e8 followed by queen g6 is it wins. It wins because after bishop takes g6 there is knight takes g6 followed by bishop c4, queen d5, bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like the second one, I'm pretty sure it's obvious. I'm pretty sure that it is rook to e8, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, and bishop c4.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's rook e8, queen g6. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6.
Yep, perfect. All right.
Rook e8 check, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, king g8, bishop c4. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, 1 second. So I'm thinking of sacrifice my queen, but that shouldn't work. Okay. Rook e8 check. Bishop takes e8, queen g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6. Bishop takes queen, knight g6, king g8, bishop c4.
Completely correct.
Yeah, at least I got one correct, huh?
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
The Frenchman with 3 names will have to become the henchman with 3 names if the Blitz look to survive in the Pro Chess League. That is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, board 2 for the Blitz. But he used to be number 2 in the entire world. His peak rating was 28.19. He was the 2021 World Blitz Champion, and his PCL record thus far has been combative. Heading into the match, 7 wins, 3 draws, 4 losses. And James, going all the way back, he was a French champion, a French junior champion. He stopped playing in the French championship because he was too good. We know this man. We know what he's capable of. But can he do it in these next 2 rounds?
Absolutely. If anybody can do it, it's definitely him. You never know. Sometimes he just go on a hot streak and you can't beat him. He's just going crazy. And we need that right now, especially from the Frenchman having a very bad first game there, especially the Nighthawk, something he loves, right? So I think he gets black pieces this game. So if that's the case, then we'll see if he goes for another Nighthawk or maybe even a Grunfeld. We'll see from there, but he does need to perform for the Blitz here so they can have any chances to clinch this match. It's only a 1-point game.
Yeah, it is a close match, and we'll see that heading into the 3rd round. We've had some strong performers at the top. Alexander Grishuk and Vladislav Artemiev, perfect 2 out of 2 score. But for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that could be a tough one because now we're going to see boards 1 against boards 2 or 3 against board 4. And in this round, Mareko gets the white pieces against Grishuk. Artemiev gets the white pieces again against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And then for the Blitz, their boards 3 and 4 get white against the Capybaras, board 3 and 4. So looking at this roster, at this lineup card for round 3, James, who's the favorite? The Blitz or the Capybaras in round 3?
I think the Capybaras have a slight favorite here, and reason for that is because of Artemiev with white is very scary. I mean, I just give him a slight edge there. He's just been literally like a real cheat code. It's just been Artemiev is very, very strong. and he's showing that again, time and time again. And Mareko here with White looking to avenge himself against Grishik there. That's going to be tough because Grishik is no joke. We already know that. But if time trouble could maybe get him here. Katarina Lagno there. I think that she might be a favorite in her game. And then you have Boyer against Soupy. So we it's a shakeup there maybe.
Yeah, we see Grishik on screen here. He's determined. He's a former world Blitz champion. He won that event multiple times, and he now plays against Sandro Mareko. So Mareko will take on Alexander Grishuk, and we see Grishuk, he does this thing. He looks away from the board. He's pondering. He's going to spend a lot of time in the game anyway. And Mareko is like, what did I do? I should
in that last game, right? He's
How could I?
Like, hey, bro, it's your move, man. Hey, yo, Mareko, you got to move. Like, oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. Let me get to that before.
And he's a very solid player, Mareko. We saw in that last game, right? He was going into an end game where he had more active pieces. He doesn't really like to take unnecessary risk. And for Grishuk, he's playing into the Catalan. He takes on c4. He's looking for b5, and he can play it, but he first develops his knight because this rook on a8 is often loose at the end of the diagonal.
Yeah, and this is the Catalan structure here with this a6. This is there's so many ways you can go. Queen c2. I like the queen c2 stuff. The a4. I actually like to see from Black's point of view. I actually think Grishik played some very, very excellent games that I've seen from him actually playing against the Catalan many times. I think it was some Blitz tournament. I don't remember, but recently he just had a lot of good Catalan wins from the Black side here. So I'm curious to see how he handles this one. Here, a6, b5, you got bishop d6 and the e5 stuff too as well. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a good point. That bishop d6 and e5 is a common plan. And Black is playing perhaps to cling to this extra pawn. And White saying, while you're doing all that, while you're playing over here on the queen side, I am going to create a strong center. And I believe, James, sometimes after e takes d5, White plays the move e5, and then you give up a piece, does Black. I'm going to show this very quickly. Like e5. And then you get to a position like this where you can give up a piece. Sometimes I'm pretty sure you give up this piece. Maybe it's not this particular position.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah, like you play d4 and you get a position like this.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I've seen
but
that.
It's not this position. Like,
yeah, you're right.
Familiar, but incorrect. So I made a boo-boo. We all do that. It's okay. But it's just showing you some themes in these structures.
Yeah, and that's actually happening right now. I mean, it's scary. I'm not a fan of just the Black side because I actually play this sometimes and then realize that I was not in Will first here. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing in these positions here. Well, it was very scary to say the least because they do sack that pawn, but they get a lot of initiative on you.
Quick d5, the White king castled and safe, the Black king still in the center, and it's easy to mix up your variations when you're playing such a sharp line. For d5, e takes d5, I think that would be automatic in a bullet game. But you want to be sure about it because sometimes you leave the tension for a little bit. That way you don't open up the e-file, for example. So knight b4 is another move that comes to mind, putting more pressure on the d5 pawn, but also allowing this knight to hop into the d3 square. That's going to make use of the c4 pawn.
Absolutely. Knight b4 is a really nice move to it. It is quite annoying to deal with. And where'd I go? Maybe queen e2 there. Just play rook d1 and e5, rook d1, stuff like that. But we know one thing. Grishik is going to think, so... if I'm ever playing Grishik, like, hey, at least I'm going to have a time edge. I know that much. If I'm going to have any edge, it's going to be on the clock. So we're going to make it very difficult for him as much as we can because he's going to think through it.
I feel like I'd almost want to give him the time lead. He wouldn't know what to do with it. He wins all his games when he has no time. So, like, what if I just played really slowly and handed him a lead on the clock? Maybe that's the only way to confuse him. But
that's true.
He is trying to figure out this position. It's difficult. Let's take a step away from this game just for a moment and go to our bird's eye view because all 4 games are in progress as Grishuk brings knight to b4. Hardly a surprise. What we see in the top right, Artemiev and Maxim Vasilogrov. What is this? A super tournament, right? That's 2,700 plus players duking it out on board 2 over there in the top right. And then on board in the bottom left, we see Katerina Lagno taking on Julia Alboredo. So Katerina struggled thus far, lost both of her games. She will need to win, I feel, against Julia. Like the Blitz need her to score some points in these final 2 rounds.
Absolutely, yeah. And really, if you can score in boards 3 and 4, that's where it's at. That's where that 1 point is. They're like, how are they at 1 point? It's from the third board performing on the Capybaras. So they definitely need to have that performance in the third and the fourth boards for anyone to have any type of pull away in this evenly match between Blitz and Capybaras. I think they are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah. So why don't we go to the game between Lucknow and Julia Alboreto, just because we have an opening you don't see all the time. In most Sicilians, white pushes the pawn d4, but this was the Rossalimo. This was played between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, game after game in their World Chess Championship match. And, well, Katerina quickly develops, brings her rook to e1. Sometimes you slide your bishop back to f1, and you can play for the move e5. That's key. Where's this knight going? It has to go back, not hopping forward anywhere. So, James, I've always been a fan of the Rossalimo.
I actually have recently became a fan of the Rossalimo. At first, I did not like it, and I just thought it was too positional for me and for what I was suited. But then it grew my positional sense and understanding, and then actually started to like the Rossalimo more. So I do like it. I also like the ones where you go bishop f1 and d4. I also like the ones. I mean, there's so many ways you could go. You could play e5. You could play knight d5. You could play takes on c6, play d3, and then a4. Right? There's many ways to go. And Black went knight to d4 here. Wow, Eval Bar jumped. Woo-wee! What we got here, Robert?
I think e5 is automatic because we were just talking about where is this knight going? It can't go into the center because the knight covers it from c3. If it goes to h5, knights in the rim are dim. It might get trapped after d3 followed by pawn to g4. So I don't like the look of this for Julia. Let's see how quickly she responds to e5, because if she's going back to g8, things have gone wrong.
Absolutely. Knight. Oh, yeah, that's correct. You're actually right. I mean, it has to go to g8. And then the question is, how do you get it back out? You have to go h6. Wow. Because if you try e6, then you put a hole on d6. And then the knight goes to e4 in many cases, and you just get crushed on the dark squares. This could be really, really bad very quickly. There's also maybe a knight d5 to follow after knight to g8 with maybe some knight f6 tricks. Like, there's all kinds of stuff. Wow.
You're right. You have to keep an eye out for that, James. So this is looking unpleasant. You could tell she knows she went wrong when she made this knight hop in the center, and after e5, she hasn't moved yet. Your knight's under attack. Your knight has two squares, h5 or g8. Neither looks appealing. One's on the rim, one's on the back rank, but you know that she's not feeling good about her position, whereas Katerina just couldn't ask for more 8 moves into the game. So this happens. Sometimes tricky openings catch you off guard, and it feels like Katerina has had an opening success. So let's bounce away just for a moment, because we do have an all-star matchup between, and by the way, in the bottom left, we see she went knight g8, a sad concession of lacking in development. But let's go to the game between Artemiev and MVL. I was going to say this is a matchup of superstars, kind of the best players in the world going at it. It's funny that MVL is bored too, but that's just how strong the Blitz can be when they're at their maximum potential. So, James, in this position, Artemiev down 2.5 minutes. He has the white pieces, hanging pawn structure potentially. Black's turn. Who do you like here?
I'm liking white because of my development. Of course, Black can probably make some quick developing moves. It is Black's move right now, but I'm definitely favoring the white pieces just because of my development. I'm a big fan of develop my pieces fast and then you attack. So I also got to figure out where my king goes. I mean, obviously I'm on the castle king side, but feels like the bishop b7 is going to be quite annoying to deal with. And I mean, it's pretty even. How did they get here? I'm curious to see, what was the opening choice from them?
Always nice to show everybody how this game started. Bishop b4 got into a Rogozin, and then bishop d2. So very quiet variation. You're not going to double my pawns if and when you take on c3. So we saw a swap, hanging pawn structure at a3, allowed bishop to a5. So this move order allowed the black bishop to get away because there's a diagonal to work with and run to. So knight c6 played here by Maxime. I think it's a good choice, natural development. But James, to your point, and Artemiev agrees, just castle. And at some moment, c takes d5 might hit you, and it could hurt.
Yeah, it could hurt. And actually, there may be some diagonal issues with bishop h7. Also, rook c1, correct. Queen e2, even bringing the f rook to d1 is a great plan. 2. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good for white here. Definitely. Also, c5 is being really weak, so maybe we can eventually play something like pawn e4 and fix the c5 pawn as a weakness for a long time. E4 is just kind of strange, but it is possible.
Yeah, it's a good thing to point out that you want to fix this pawn on c5, or in some positions, when the moment is right, open up the c file and go right after that pawn on c5. So Maxime, he is thinking here. The team, the Blitz, they're only down by 1 point, so you don't need anybody to score right now. Even if it's 2-2 in this round, they will still have a good chance heading into the fourth and final round of action. But I actually want to call our attention to a different game because the Blitz, they're looking good on Katarina Lochno's board. But I think that the Capybaras are happy about what's happening in the top left. Sandro Moreko, definitely no worse against Alexander Grishuk with a queenless position. But in the bottom right, that position is looking kind of spicy. No pieces have been traded there, James. Not a single pawn has been traded in the bottom right, but I feel like it's about to explode.
Oh, definitely. A lot of tension and pressure here. And nothing's been traded. All pieces here. That's funny. That's funny. You want to keep the tension as much as you can. Yes, something's going to open up very soon here. Even with black playing c5, with the queen being on c2, you definitely play c5 in many games with the black pieces. c5 is looking like it's going to be a thing eventually. But I think very level, as the engine says. It's like equal, which we totally understand why.
Yeah, it's just a position that, both sides have their chances. Very dynamic play to come. And you can't liquidate. Some positions you see, all right, I don't like what's happening here. Let me just trade, and then we'll go to a clearly level game. Instead, pieces will remain here. Now we have c5 in the making. You call that move out. The knight on e5 is a bit loose here, as black's forces are now staring at it. But there is this bishop on this diagonal, which is good. So both bishops on the longest diagonals for white.
Yeah, I like this. If I can only open my dark square bishop on b2, then I would be, really feeling great about my position. But it's really hard to do that, especially being backed behind d4. I thought knight b5 would be played. Wow, I was actually thinking that because knight c6. I want to play knight c6, but I mean c5. Oh, he's just inviting it to open up the bishop or something. Maybe c6. Whoa, what is going on here, Robert? Knight a7, take on c6. e5's hanging. Oh my goodness, there's so many things right now.
Yeah, this knight on e5 is loose over there. I mean, if we just bring up an analysis board and take a look at it, knight a7 is probably what Boyer wants. After rook c7, this pawn is under attack a bunch of times. Knight takes, and he played knight a7, so we might see just this variation. Bishop takes, knight takes, and how do you exploit the pin? You play queen d6. This rook, I think, would have to slide to c1, but when the rook slides to c1, the black rook joins the party, and you're going to lose this knight. But what do you get? You take this bishop, you have to give up your queen, you get a position like this, and James, white gets a minor piece, a rook, and a pawn for the queen. Seems like a lot of compensation.
That is some compensation. That's some serious compensation. It also is knight e7 a move there after knight b4 instead of knight b4. What did we get? A rook, a bishop? Because you can get two rooks here after knight e7.
Yeah, but unfortunately, black has a piece, right? And the queen for the two rooks. So you don't get quite enough in terms of compensation.
Yeah, it feels good, but the bishop's still on the board, so you have to take b4 too. Wow, and there's a draw actually with Moreko and Grishik. We have a result. Ended in a draw. Okay, cool, peaceful.
I think that was team strategy, James. You're a team captain. You know how that goes. Sometimes you're like neutralize their top board. Just if you find a draw, you make a draw, and then you're going to trust your other boards. And well, by the way, this one is looking very complicated. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, because while game one ended in a draw between Alexander Grishuk and Sandro Moreko, look at the other boards. In the top right, Artemiev with a big advantage, and the bottom left is a completely winning position for Katarina Lochno. So let's go right there.
Let's check it out.
James, the knight on h6, it's a bad piece, and you mentioned knight d5 incoming. That knight's going to fly into the center for sure.
Knight b5, and we live. There's some big stuff coming here, of course, as the knight got around to h6 in that game. And g4, oh my goodness, the knight just went back to g8. Robert, it's a sad day. It's going to be a bad night for that knight in this game here. Knight to g8 once again. And now knight d5, it can just immediately come in. You also have knight d4, then knight b5, and knight d6. All kind of moves here. What on earth? I mean, that's sick. I think she's going for that. Knight b5, and she went queen f3. Hoo-wee! Here come the tactics.
Oh gosh, I mean, it looks like black has played maybe 5 moves in this game,
bro.
Maximum 7, and white has played like all 14 moves. So every white move was for the purpose, and it's just domination. You play e6, you stop the checkmate over here, but then knight b5 hits the queen. The knight goes into d6, going to fork, and it's going to checkmate you anyway. So this is completely over. And just to show you how this happens in this game. You need to start from the beginning. Normal moves from white. Every move with a purpose. Every single move has a plan. E5. Knight goes back to G8, moving a piece twice. Bishop back. Okay, I moved it twice, but I'm creating a threat. Knight to H6. D3. Knight to F5. G4. Knight to H6. How many times does that knight move? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then back here is 5. You can't do that in the first 11 moves of a game. And then more development for white. Crushing attack. Katerina Lagno earned this one.
Absolutely devastating attack here from Katerina Lagno. This is amazing. I mean, especially after tempo, right? We hit tempo after tempo and tempo after tempo, and now she has a very, very good position. And with this tempo here, you either have to play F6 or F5, which can be responded by literally just taking it en passant or taking it by EF. Knight H6 is not a move. I take on F7. E6, I go Knight B5. You don't have a move, Robert.
Nope, I resign. And I think that we should move on from this game because it's completely over. No matter what black does, it's done. The rook staring down the line at the king, as James said, it's just not going to work out for black. So let's look at the Artemiev game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Supi took down MVL in the first game. And wow, look at this position, James. White is just up in exchange.
Bro, I told you, look, something, he a cheat code. I don't understand. Like, we need to check. Like, he got a chip in his brain. I know what it is. I don't know how we got here, but it's a cheat code every time. How did we get here? Like, it was all quiet for like a few moves, and then we get back here and he's missing an exchange.
So it happened around here when D4 was played. I mean, the position was getting uncomfortable because at some point white is going to take and go after the C pawn, but instead it was a D4, and after the swap of pieces, Knight E4, there's a big issue. H7 is loose. This queen is under fire. And so the point is after knight takes, bishop takes, rook in the corner, pawn H7, both under attack, winning position for white with bishop C3 as well. So instead, rook D8, trade, give me the H7 pawn, back to E4. And instead of just playing a pawn down with bishop coming to C3, he decides to take and go for some kind of position like this. But James, it's clear. Vladislav Artemiev up a clean exchange. This attack, I don't think it's leading to a checkmate because white will be able to push the pawn to H4.
Jeez. Yeah, that's by the way, Lagno just won her game and the move I looked like F6 happened and she took twice on F6 and GG. And this one is looking like it's going to be over very soon here after we trade a pair of rooks, which he's not allowing. He goes rook H8, F4, very strong, literally blunts the bishop. Look at how bad the dark square bishop is. It's like an open game. It's an open position, but it's terrible. Like, how many do you ever have that?
You need the bishop on D4, right? Like somewhere in open space. But F4 takes away that E5 square. You would throw the C5 pawn off the board. Like, get out of here. So my bishop can go to B6 with check. No can do. And that means that this is just a terrible position for MVL. Great news for the Capybaras. Score currently tied 5-5, but this would give them a lead. And actually, the other game that's still going between Supi and Boyer, that's also looking great for the Capybaras. James, they might take both of these games. The queen has been sacrificed by Boyer over there, and he's also down about 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh man, that could be a problem. That could be a huge problem there. Of course, the time is a piece, as we talked about before here. Now, we do have some conversation, but practically speaking, this is very hard to play with you without your queen. Obviously, I do have both the bishops. I'm only missing one knight. I mean, okay, I would play this on. Definitely with white. White definitely has his chances, but black can definitely try to create some things, especially with me being under a minute. That is Boyer.
Yeah, and I like the move G5, by the way. It gives the king luft to run away and already poses some problems with a knight trying to land on E4. Boyer is down to 40 seconds. He survived against Mareko. That was very lucky because he was just down one pawn and about to be down. He was down 2 pawns, actually, and then Mareko just allowed him to give him a perpetual check. Right. Knight A1?
Oh, knight A1.
Why? Explain that to me, James.
Moment of silence, chat, for the knight. Moment of silence, please. I need a moment of silence for the knight. Thank you. Okay. Right. He could have did the same thing with knight E1 if he was going to trade the rooks like this. Knight E1. Oh, that was actually knight E1. I was thinking knight E1 and to go knight D3, but I mean, yeah, this knight is dead. Like it's bro.
Yeah. And if B4, the queen comes into D3 to pester the bishop. If the knight comes back to C2, well, you're just kind of running around and not accomplishing anything. And okay, to me, I'm playing h5. Oh, that's not h5. H5, g4, gaining space over here. Maybe h4, maybe g3. Just you gotta just throw your pawns up the board.
That's it. That's all we have. We have to use our pawns and the knights, but we can only use really one of them. The knight on d7 is just not doing anything. But we can try to move it into e4 and move it around to f6. We got to be careful not to trade too many pieces so we don't give white really any hope. But I mean, shoot, we're really like this knight on a1 is not even a piece. So we're really playing against 3 pieces and not 4 anymore. So black definitely has a huge advantage.
Yeah, look at the time. 5 seconds remaining for white. Knight e4, knight g5, knight h3. Take those light squares. They're available to you. Just go in. There's nothing that's going to stop you from moving forward here.
And I guess knight e4, bishop f1, knight g5, bishop g2, knight h3, bishop takes, pawn takes, but then I have queen f3 coming. Bishop d3 is the route, but there's the other knight. Yep, and this is going to be knight. Queen f3 might be an idea. Oh,
love it.
What?
Oh, whoa.
I'm about to say, isn't f2 just hanging? I mean, like, I thought I missed something. Really, I was like, did I miss? Okay, yeah, he couldn't play that. Queen f2 was just.
And Soupy gets it done once again. He beat MVL in convincing fashion. Now he takes down Mihail Boyer. So, yeah, that was just a nice game from him. That leaves 1 game remaining, Artemiev and MVL. It's been kind of an uphill battle for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from early stage of this one. But look at the clock. Artemiev down to 25 seconds. So, James, I feel like Maxime has no attack, but he can use the clock and try to cause some problems.
Look at the positional dominance here. The bishop is on b6. I mean, if you just like, from a distance, it looks like a pawn. Like if you just walked in the door and glanced at that's a pawn on b6. Wow. Like it's literally a bishop. Looks terrible, right? It looks very bad. The bishop on e8 doing the same. I mean, the queen side, the king side locked down. This is absolutely from 2700. I'm not even gonna lie. This is very dominant. This is a very, very dominating game by Artemiev here, but he is very low on time. So we have to use this to our advantage. And how does white break through without making any real concessions? Maybe rook h1, king g1, and g4. That's definitely a move.
Wow, that would be something. If the king starts running away, he goes queen c3, offering a queen trade. The reason I don't like that is what if you take and play bishop takes a4?
Oh,
that pawn's hanging.
You're right. It's hanging, and he goes for it. Boom.
You know what that could have been, James? In Artemiev's time trouble, he was thinking, "There's no way you're going to trade queens. You're down in exchange." But I don't even think black's that much worse anymore.
You're right. You see this all the time in the Grunfeld. Absolutely. You're like, oh, he a Grunfeld player. So having this type of, and I got the pass a pawn. I mean, is this a Grunfeld? Now, of course, put the bishop on g7. And then we have ourselves our nice Grunfeld in game. Bishop b3, c4. Somehow get the bishop to g7, bishop d8, bishop f6. All right, type route and push the a pawn. Long plan, but definitely playable, especially with his time at 8 seconds here. Yeah.
I'm playing c4 for white. I mean, this bishop is so bad, and I want to keep it as bad as possible. So c4 is tempting. Okay, there's a bishop trade being offered. What do you think, James? Keep the bishops on the board if you're black?
Yeah, I gotta keep him. And he does. He goes bishop c6. He wants to go to e4. I like the idea. Bishop e4 might be hit with bishop d3. And he also stopped c4 just now. That was nice.
Yeah, so taking away that push, it would appear.
Wait, maybe I do it anyway. C4. But anyway, and then bishop e4. Let's go. I see you, MVL. MVP.
Wow. And if you're Artemiev, I'm getting to the point where if I find a draw, I'm taking it. Like, it's scary territory for him. His rook is kind of almost trapped over here. He's going to take on d5.
Yeah. You're like, you know what? You're right, bro. My bad. You're right. You got it, big dog. Right, you got it. Take, and then bishop f1, bishop h3. I mean, there's still chances.
This is big, though, for the Blitz because MVL looked like he had a hopeless position. They're down by 1. They do not want to be down by 2. And that rook survives over to a6. Okay. Back to b6 it goes. Putting some little pressure.
Yeah, this one's tough. I mean, this could be anybody here. Anybody's game. I think he's playing for 2, though. Artemiev is definitely playing for 2. Well, he got 4 seconds. So, oh my God. It might be playing for all 3 results, bro. It could be anything.
Oh, and we see the eval starting to say black might have some chances. Be very careful. What's this?
He just wants to hit the G pawn, make him think a little bit, use his time.
Oh, but then you drop a7.
Yeah. He goes back.
They're going back and forth at this point. Rook b4. Okay, what's going on here? It doesn't look like much. Artemiev is too fast, man.
He is fast. Maybe they just repeat. You're like, man, I'll take
Yeah.
a draw. Right.
Oh, Artemiev, he doesn't look very happy. You know, he's always smiling, but I think right now he is really upset at himself because he let Maxim Vachiligov escape with a half point. And James, at that point, minimal time on the clock, we get it. But it was a 2-2 split in round 3. It looked like the Capybaras were going to take a 2.5, 1F, but that was not to be. And as we finish 3 rounds and head into round 4, Artemiev, Grisha, that's the clash we'll see in the final round. But James, I mean, the rest of the roster and the Capybaras leading the way on boards 2 and 3. That's the big difference maker.
Yeah, but 2 and 3, and also that third board actually. That third board is really where it's at. It's that third board, and of course the fourth is a draw down there. But every little point, every half point counts right now. It's really, I mean, this is it. 4th round. This is the closest match we've had today. We've seen some matches like this that were really close, but this is a 1-point game going into the last round. If I'm the Capybaras, I'm feeling good. Hey, look, we up 1 game, but we cannot let up. We can't get comfortable. We need to play like we actually down right now, right? And of course, they do need to play smart, but at the same time, it's still anybody's game.
That's true. And elimination is on the line, so these teams have a lot to play for. We'll see who's in better shape heading into the 4th round when we return from this break. This is the Pro Chess League match between the Blitz and the Brazil Capybaras. We'll be right back.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
Where does that come from? That kind of even keel, like kind of level-headedness. I mean, a lot of people get really big-headed and very, very confident when they like get on a roll, and you're just like, I didn't play well. Gotta be better next time.
I mean, you can never relax. I mean, I do that so I don't relax. I keep the same amount of energy and concentration during the tournament.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play.
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
We are back and ready for the fourth and final round of action here in the Pro Chess League match between the Blitz and the Brazil Capybaras. The Blitz are down by 1 point. They trail 6.5, 5.5, but they're no stranger to the tiebreak. If they win this fourth round, 2.5, 1.5, they will get an 8-8 score. We will get tiebreakers. And James, the Blitz, they're no stranger to tiebreaks. They've already played 2 this season.
Wow. Oh, man, that's crazy that the Blitz have done that. Well, they were used to it, so they're like, hey, we've been here before. Let's get it done, right? Let's get the job done. Let's finish the job here. But we definitely need to pick it up on our third and fourth boards down there if we're going to get the job done. And this is it. This is the last matchup. Board 1, boards 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and 4 versus 4. So, you know, of course, if you can score on your respective board, it's going to definitely be right now.
And you said this, so I'm going to guess on your behalf. I feel like you like that the Blitz have white on the top 2 boards, whereas the Capybaras get white on the bottom 2 boards. Are you saying advantage Blitz?
Yep. We're going to have to see. We have to give it to Blitz because I do like to have white on the top boards and black on the bottom boards there. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Black on the bottom boards there. But if they can hold, they'll be fine here. They are having some trouble on the Blitz there at the bottom board. So we'll see if they can hold. If this is the time they need to step it up, this is really the time right now.
Yeah, and I feel like Julia Alboreto, she has a huge opportunity in front of her. She gets the white pieces against Michal Boyer. Boyer needs to win for the Blitz. I feel like that's one game that they're counting on with the rating differential. But we're going to start with the game between Alexander Grushuk and Vladislav Artemiev, I believe. We have the top boards going at it. Artemiev, a bit disappointed. He drew that round 3 game from a winning position. And for Grushuk, that was just a solid draw against a strong and determined Sandro Moreko. So, James, we're about to have liftoff here. We can see Grushuk leaning back,
but okay.
trying to figure out.
Trouble, but okay.
Yeah, he's already in time trouble. That's what we know.
Immediate time trouble. E4. What do we have? E5. Very solid.
And I wonder how much pressure Grushuk is putting on himself because the team is down by a point, but Artemiev is super strong. That's not a player that you take lightly. Artemiev beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Rapid Championship. Magnus went on to win the event, but he only lost 1 game, and it was to Vladislav. So I feel like if you're Grushuk, you just kind of say, all right, my opponent plays well and makes the draw, so be it. You need to count on your other boards.
Yeah, you need to count on other boards here as well because this can definitely fizzle out to nothing. This can fizzle out to literally nothingness in the next few moves here. There are some little tricks White can try if you're playing for more, but man, these positions very, very dry. So you do the D pawn here.
Mm-hmm. And if you play D3, then we can return the favor and double White's pawns over here. It seems like a very level position. I wouldn't be surprised if we get bishops of opposite color, and oftentimes those dynamics result in equality. The game won't be over, but I think that Artemiev, he's feeling very comfortable right now as Grushuk says, give me that pawn on E5.
Right. I'm going to eat that. I'm going to eat that pawn. I eat pawns. Appreciate it. Thank you. Pawn grabber. Knight takes E5, rookie AM. We're going to get it right back within a few moves. If D4, maybe we take on C3, then E4. If you move the knight, we just take on E4. Maybe same idea. Take on C3, then E4. But we get it back.
Gonna get it back for sure. I mean, knight D3, you take first because the bishop's under attack. As James is saying, E4 is falling no matter what you do. So Artemiev should be very happy with how this game has started. I actually feel like he's in good shape to hold an easy draw.
I think the same here as well. I mean, very strong, both 2,700 here. Dry position. I mean, it's going to take a lot to make some real mistakes, but there is still things that they can push for, try to make some imbalances or create something different in the position for some chances.
All right, so Grushuk on the clock. We say that very regularly, but in all seriousness, I feel like he's not loving. Look at his face, right? He just kind of mean mugging, but also like, what am I doing? This is just going to be a trade in the center, and that's not good news for him.
What is this? But okay, what is this? Like, I don't know. And that's how you
talk. Where's Danya when you need him? You know?
Oh yeah, Danya does everybody. Very good.
It just must be frustrating when you're playing against Artemiev. I feel like if it were up to you, you would be like Artemiev's the GOAT. Like he's your GOAT.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, and especially in the fast time controls, and I've even like studying just on my own study. when I'm looking at even just games and checking database games and looking at it, and Artemiev is just on a rampage. Or a lot of his stuff that I've seen, like, man, he crushed this guy, he beat this guy, like he's just beating everybody. Like, who is this guy, right? And you don't hear a lot about Vladislav Artemiev. He is an underdog, and when they picked him up on the Capybaras, I knew it was going to pick up a lot. I was like, oh, you got him now? You might have some good chances, right? And that's what it was for the Pastors too when we picked up Fortnite on board too. So
yep,
nice.
And right now, Artemiev, he's 5-0 out of 6 in his 2 matches in the Pro Chess League. So if he can hold against Grishuk, he's just going to help improve that score. So let's zoom out because Grishuk seems to be stuck, pondering what he'll do next. I think we see a couple French defenses in the top right. Maybe that was a Caracan actually. But in the bottom right, that's definitely a French defense.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Let's go check that out. Look at the French defense. The reason being is lots of times, the French middle games are very tactical. Usually white is like trying to rip off black's head there. But sometimes black could actually be counter-attacking many times, especially with the weakness that could be on d4. French from Boyer here. He likes the French from France. All right, nice. Going with a French in the last round. All right, I see it.
That's one of these positions, James. Not a single pawn or piece has been traded just yet. White pushed the pawn to h4, but watch out. There's already a very big threat. You always want to take back on d4 with your c3 pawn. You can't do that when your king is behind. That's not how the rules of chess work. So you're going to have to do something right now to avoid that. Bishop d2 seems pretty natural. Just block the diagonal. But I feel like for Boyer, he seems like he's comfortable in these setups.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you play the a5, a4. He's a real French player. That's how you know. Because, like, people don't even know that's a real, like, you can actually do this idea. He's going to go queen b6 probably here. Yeah, exactly. So he's b2 and d4. Now you got to move the bishop again, right? Or you're going to give up b2. And he gained a5, a4. And sometimes, weirdly enough, we take on b2, play c4, take on a3, and queen the a pawn. Like, literally, it could be that fast if you mess this up with white. You need to get that attack going.
The one thing is, if queen takes b2, let's say black had a free move, there could be like rook b1 back to a1, and there might be a way to get away with that. But I'm not so sure. I'm going to actually bring up an analysis board. So rook b1 is played, but if we bring up the analysis board, I think that there are sometimes these tricks where like you take on b2, the rook comes to b1, the queen takes on a3. You go, okay, I'm going to make a draw by going back and forth, and that sounds great. But I'm wondering if a3 is possible for black.
Man, sick.
Because you take, I take back. How exactly are you going to stop rook a1? The answer is you're not, because your king is in a mating net, kind of entombed by its own pieces. So that would have been a nice chance for Boyer, and that's why Julia, she's too smart. She plays rook b1. Said, nah, that pawn's off limits.
Like, no, you ain't about to do that. And then they repeated here. Like, you want to draw, bro? Like, no.
I think she does. And James, I mean, in this league, you're captain. When your board 4 is lower rated because you're just, that's how the lineup was submitted, you feel like that's kind of a threat almost. Like you're just hanging that over Boyer's head. Like, you really want to draw me? Because you're supposed to win.
That's true, of course. And it also, I mean, 1/2 a point, cool. We had 7. Now we need 1.5, right? That 1 point difference, everything matters. Every point, every move matters. The time ticking, it all matters. And it comes down to this. Somebody is going to get sent home after this match. Who will it be? Will it be the Blitz or the Capybaras? This is definitely a critical moment.
It's the big question. And while Boyer thinks if he wants to just go back and forth, let's go to our bird's eye view because every single game is of the utmost importance. The season is on the line for these teams. This is a 3-loss and you're out league. And both these teams entered the week with a record of 1-2. So James, as we're looking across these 4 boards, my eyes are on the top right, MVL against Sandro Moreko, because that one looks adventurous.
Definitely. I see queen on f4, knight g5, pawn on e5. Pawn on e5 signifies space. And if this is not their position, no, this is the other position.
Yep. We will bring up the board between MVL and Moreko in a second here when we can. So
good though. There we go. Bird's eye view.
Mm-hmm. Game at the top right, everybody. James likes the pawn on e5.
Pawn on e5 signifies space, so we got some attacking chances.
So that game, space for white. By the way, in the top left, that game is also just like looking fascinating because Rashuk took one pawn, he took a second, and is he going to get away with it? That's the big question because Artemiev, he decided to part with some pieces, and he's saying, I can hold on.
Yeah, and that looks like some type of there's e4, e5 openings that are just like that. I mean, this is Spanish anyway, but queen takes c6, f3. Wow, how do you gonna get that back? It's probably just gonna fizzle out, to be honest. Gonna give those pawns back and fizzle out. All right, here we go. We got the position up. Whose move?
It is Black's move. Last move played was rook e1, just to overprotect this pawn e5.
What was his opening? French? I don't know what this was. What is this? How did
Caro-Kann. It looks like a French, but it's essentially like a French where you played c6 and then c5, so you're down in tempo.
Yeah. It's just now it's a weird French. Okay. Queen g4, yep.
I feel like white is just controlling many important squares, but black is super solid in these positions. You know you're worse. You know you've cramped. You've given up space. But how does white actually crash through? That's the big question. And MVL just maneuvering around. But then what? And if you're not careful and you allow this pawn to get to g5, watch out for the white king. Like a g5, g4 could hurt.
That's actually true. In fact, there's many French defenses, Zakaro, but there's lots of Frenches where you go bishop e7 and h5, g5 very fast. It's like, what is this, a French? Or what the heck is this opening where you play h5, g5 and you never see it before in French? It is very possible and very doable here. But white has some plans too. We put the knight and establish itself onto the d4 square. We gain some space, Italian style, with b4 and a4. In certain cases, we have to be careful because b4 could be hanging. You have to prepare it. You also want to play g4 at some point by yourself, but that is going to take some time, and it's a huge concession as well because you do open the h file. Maybe put the king on g2. Just have space. Space can signify, lots of options. And white can do many things in this position.
That's really what I heard from you. I was like, listening to what you were saying, you told me like 5 different great plans for white, and then I'm like, what does black do? Because knight d4, g4, a4, gaining space. But I don't see an actual plan for black. I don't think you really want a castle queenside. Your king's not going to be perfectly safe over there, but maybe you need to connect your rook somehow, and that just is the solution. I like MVL's
exactly
position.
What about to do. No, I think about the castle, bro. I think about, I've seen this in those Frenches too, and I'm like, hey, he's not going that way. And then they do it, and I was like, oh, this is a French thing, huh? Like, you just do this all the time in France. They just don't care about life. So castle queenside, they bring the other rook over to g8 and push g5, like you talked about in there. Maybe even queen d8 and then g5. But I mean, I feel like I'm running right into a pawn storm. b4, b5. Like, it's all about who gets to that king first. This could be crazy in the next few moves.
It certainly can. And well, this game is going to heat up. I'm just going to bring us back to our bird's eye view scene and look at the bottom right, James. Look at those pawns on the light squares for black. f7 all the way down, connect 5 to b3. And that's really, really impressive pawn chain for Mihail Boyer. And, well, I have a question for you. I feel like black is just completely winning. Like, it's one of these positions where you see this knight went to a7, knight b5, but it's a type of position that engines hold really well. Humans, they just get impatient, they lose. Maybe the solution for white is just do nothing and just go back and forth. But black at some point can play f6 to break things open. Maybe there's a piece sack, on these squares.
I was thinking the same thing. It's terrible. It is. It's some type of I was thinking about the piece sack that Bobby Fischer did. I forgot when he did like rook b3 or took the pawn, something like that. Whatever that famous game is, but it's something like that where you could take on like b2, knight b5, take on b2, take on a3. But you have to be ready. It has to be ready, and if it's not correct, then it's a premature sacrifice, which you could literally lose the game from this. So it has to be prepared correctly. f6 is the right break. Black has all the play, but it's a matter of when.
Yeah, I do not like this position at all. What?
f5? Yeah. I don't understand.
Wanting to go after whichever pawn you capture, another pawn will be weak. So you take with the e pawn, then knight f4 goes right after the d5 pawn. So I think she thought that she was going to lose the game if she sat and did nothing, that you can't just keep the status quo. So f5 is a bit of a desperation move, but it is about to go after some pawns. Give herself some counter play of her own.
Absolutely, of course, I do understand after after DE. I think DE is probably just not a choice at all. So FE, sorry, EF is definitely not a choice because of knight F4, and you have the E6 square and D5, right? So we have to do GF, I think, and then knight F4, and obviously bishop E2. She has some play there, but even if you get to play, I mean, weirdly enough, I could even run to the queen side at some point if I have to. It's creative here. And again, I still don't know what to do with black after we take on F5. How do we actually, we got this nice connect 5 here, but what do we do with it?
It's one of those moves, James, that just it at least makes you feel like you're more in the game. Just a move ago, before F5, the eval bar wasn't as in black's favor, but you don't have a plan for white. You can make one move, whatever, like a couple little moves, but you have no plan. At least F5 gives her a plan, and that's important because it builds your confidence, it allows you to play moves more quickly, and we've seen Boyer get into time trouble in many of the games. So objectively, better for black. I think you should take towards the center. G takes F5. I think we both are acknowledging that. But then white will get it after this H5 pawn and have a chance. He takes he takes F5.
E pawn. Look at the eval bar. Yeah, they didn't like that. I mean, how do you? Oh, you're gonna take the knight and play bishop E6.
But that might allow white to just lock down the position
and just shuffle. Rook H4 and bishop E2 and bishop F1 and bishop E2 and bishop king D2. Right. Make sure everything nice and so. Oh, she going for more. Yeah, but there's nothing.
How does black win this game? At some point you have to play knight B5 and sack a piece. That's the only thing I see. Maybe there's B5, B4, sacrifice the pawn, just like white did on the other side. But I'm actually not seeing a way to crash through. So practically speaking, I think she made a great choice to play F5. This game is going to take forever. There's going to be a lot of maneuvering. Let's zoom out of here because other games are looking like they're more adventurous. And for the Blitz in the top right, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he is in good shape against Sandro Moreko. The queens may be off the board. That doesn't mean the problems have stopped. And the top left, Alexander Grishuk, he may be down to 2 minutes, but he remains a pawn ahead. It's opposite colored bishop, so there are going to be chances. And the bottom left, we haven't even looked there, James. That one is anyone's contest between Supi and Lucknow. Both players have their chances. So which game would you want to go to? Everything's exciting.
Yeah, let's actually go to the Katerina Lucknow and Supi game there. That looks very exciting. I mean, is there a rook hanging on F3 right now? What is this? Rook hanging on F3, but your queen's hanging. But then, rook G3 is a thing, but the pawn on E3, but C5 is hanging. Where do you look? What is going on here? Okay, so obviously the rook is hanging. Gotta go rook G3 here. Maybe.
Yeah. What's the material, by the way? Is white up a pawn right now? Yes. White's up a pawn.
Yeah. Wow. White's up a pawn. Yeah, it's holding too.
And you know how this happened? Black, Lucknow was tired of doing nothing. It's like, my bishop is terrible. So she went C5 here. She didn't have to. That might have been a rush decision. You see the eval bar react and say that it's turning in white's favor. But I understand this move because the bishop was just a big pawn sitting behind your pawns over here. So I get it. Getting adventurous, going for the initiative. But James, if white wants, you can just take back on E3, but then knight takes F4 looks scary. So I'm not going to advertise that. What else do you see here?
That's a good question. F5 is a move. Knight C5, bishop C4. Have anything concrete yet? Nothing. Bishop C4 is bishop D5.
Maybe this move, James. Knight D6.
Ooh, that's sick. Oh, yeah. Man, that's it. Yeah, that's the one we was looking for. Yeah, that's the one, my guy. That is the move. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, he
but that's not the move.
Losing. Queen D4, get him off the board? No, I mean, knight D4 first.
Whoa.
Knight D4, knight D4, queen D4, or what?
Knight F4, there's, I guess, a trade, and the bishop slides back to... Other you check here and trade.
Then.
Oh, yep. Let's bring up an analysis board. James is on it. Bishop takes G2 check. The king takes back. Knight takes F4 with a second check. The king has to connect to the rook, because otherwise you're going to lose the rook. After king F2, take here. King takes. The king's just out in the open without defenders here. And you bring this knight. You bring the queen out. And I feel like this is just devastating.
That's a sick tactic. You got to find all of that. How much time she got? 340? She got time. She has time. Wow. Bishop G2 here is absolutely sick.
I'm guessing it's the only move that keeps the big advantage because knight takes f4. There's a check. You trade queens. You trade pieces. The bishop can slide back to f1 as well. So I feel like if you are Lucknow, you need to find bishop takes g2 check now. The reason it's difficult to find is that at the end of the sequence, right? If we, okay, she played it, so she went for it. She, her intuition was good and her calculation was even better. That once the king's out in e3, it's out in the open, but there's not necessarily a checkmate by force. So sometimes you can see some ghosts. You can be a little bit scared, but this would be huge for the blitz.
Ooh, wow, that's a big move. She found it. Bishop g2 on the board. It is there, guys. It is there. And then he took and ran the king. Rook takes e3 on the board. Gonna have to take that back. Whoa, bishop c4. He didn't even care. He didn't even touch it. He didn't even touch it. But then she just went in
Oh,
there.
he missed it. You see that? He was like, wait, what? That's possible? He just completely forgot, it seems, about knight d5. And the knights defend one another. And this knight defends the rook. Yes, there's a king behind it, but you can't take a piece when your king would be captured after it.
Queen h4 check is coming too. He about to hit the button. He about to hit the button in a minute. Woo-wee, that's the resignation button we talking about here. Disgusting. This is a big win. That's even. There's nothing else going on right now too. Blitz actually looks like MVL might be doing a little well against Morocco there. Queen g4.
Let's see. Knight takes h3 check is probably available. Not sure if it's best. Because the threat is queen takes f4. The knight on d5 is pinned, so be careful not to blunder a piece.
That actually is pretty ugly. Yeah, this knight h3. Yeah, 6.
That's a good move.
That's a good move, yeah.
This one is busted, as they say. And that's really bad news for the Capybaras.
Big combo.
James, I'm looking at the boards. The Blitz might sweep this round. I mean, Alexander Grishuk is the one player I'm not sure about because of his time trouble. But in the bottom right, Boyer is crushing.
Yes.
In the top right, MVL, he is dominating that game against
This could be
Rico.
it.
But I think it's Grishuk. Grishuk's the one who's in time trouble. So let's go to that game to see what's happening there. Because if he is able to at least make a draw, I feel like this one's in the bag. But in time trouble, sometimes things go wrong.
Oh, definitely. We saw that with the Artemiev just was on the other end of that. Time trouble and had a draw in a position where he was up in exchange.
Yeah, but this game is
this one's draw, bro. I can
just really even. Really even.
Shake hands. Rook e2. Well, no, that's the only way you can hang mate. Rook e1. Rook e2. The only rook off the back rank, please. Please, somebody do it. You can do h6 then. h6, king h7, king g6. You gotta get
that looks like the safest option to me. No paid actors here. I'm just going to make sure that the king gets out of there and h6 is played, and that should maintain the equality here. So it looks like Artemiev and Grishuk will have a draw, especially after that move. It's like, let's just trade off the pieces, and they should be able to hold. Let's go away from this game because we can be pretty confident it's going to be a draw. But look at the other boards. Bottom left. Oh, my gosh.
She cooking them. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. It's getting bad. Bad.
Gosh, there's probably like a mate in 3 or something down there. And then
hit the rook, mate on the back rank. Man, just hit the button, bro. Just hit the button.
I think that's very likely. Hitting that button, resignation soon. Can't even take the rook in the corner. We're in the bottom left position between Supi and Lucknow. I think we're going to see a resignation in that game. In the bottom right, it's all Boyer. Just how many pawns is he up?
Oh, Boyer, yeah. How many points? Crushing. How many pawns he have? Just one. Wow. He crushing it. But no, the eval bar definitely saying that too. And when you have a good French, you're winning like you're really winning in a French, especially in games. We usually favor French.
Look at Lucknow. She wins officially in that game. That's huge for the Blitz. Now it's at 6.5, 6.5. This game is going to end in a draw. You see them just repeating moves, I would imagine. And there it is. A draw is in the books. That means it is 7-7. So as long as a team can score 1.5 points, they take this match, and it looks like they are getting it done. Boyer is in cruise control, and let's go to the game between MVL and Sandra Morocco.
Man,
Sirens you
look at
hear are for the Brazil Capybara season.
Sirens you hear are for the Capybaras because they look like they about to go down here. And they were doing so well, too. So, I mean, it was such evenly matched. Like, I knew it was going to be one or the other. Obviously, of course, somebody's going to come out of here, but I knew it was going to be very close, which we see today. It's literally tied. MVL's winning this one, and Boyer's winning as well.
This position has even material, which is shocking because the eval bar is so high, but it's an outside pass pawn. Black's pieces can hardly move. It's the worst bishop ever, the kind of French bishop, or in this case, the Caracan bishop that didn't get anywhere. And the dark squares are too vulnerable. The bishop on e5 is a monster, and 13 seconds and counting down from Moreko.
Yeah, knight f4 looks great. Just bring another piece into the game. But knight f4 runs into king h7, huh? How do I get to you, bro? He wants to play knight e5, but I can't. Maybe I bring the bishop to a1? That's too ridiculous.
Oh, wait. Why did the eval bar go down for a second there? What is happening here?
Oh, man. He brought the bishop to a1. That's too funny.
What just happened?
I wonder what happened. Why was this such a bad move?
I want a knight d6 with a fork against the rook and the pawn here.
Dang. Yeah. We were so tunnel vision on 95. Knight d6.
And somehow MVL isn't completely winning anymore, it says. I think he'll still win, but the eval bar is saying that Black has chances.
Black has chances to draw.
And Boyer.
Oh, Boyer too.
Also made a mistake. What is happening?
Man,
oh my gosh.
Crazy.
We're gotta go to bird's eye view quickly because Mahel Boyer has thrown away his advantage. Julia Alboreto.
Oh my goodness. He losing.
She's winning.
He losing. Oh no. We gotta get the facial reactions. We gotta get the phone number for him to call after this one. This is definitely crazy. What happened?
Because look at this. How are you going to stop these pawns over here? You can just win f7 and then the pawns go. How in the world did this happen? I'm seriously, look at this position. Black, it was -4. And White has no plan. White's down in exchange, by the way. And then right here, giving up this pawn, oh my gosh, just dropped like everything in the position. Like all the pawns in exchange. It was like too many mistakes in a row. And White should be able to push this pawn. Just go g6, g7. You win the game.
That's it. g6, g7. Yep. g6 takes. Wait, that's check though. Rook takes.
Yep. Just move your king. G7.
Dang, you still can't do anything. It hurts.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did win his game. So that means that if and when Julia Alboreto wins this game, we are going to tiebreak. So Boyer, he had this one under control. Julia decided to fight back at a critical moment. And now, once she converts this, we will get tiebreaks between the Blitz and the Capybaras.
We thought that this was over. But the Capybaras said, try again. Try again. Right? I don't even know if Capybaras bite or anything, but definitely they did what Capybaras do, which whatever that is. But we got it. We got
This is a good attempt, by the way. King c3, rook d3 check. And if you take this pawn, rook takes g3. I see what's being aimed for. It just doesn't work because we'll just see this out. I don't even need to analyze. Once you promote, the rook will be able to slide back to g1, and the rook will be able to stop this pawn. From a distance, it looked like you couldn't stop the pawn because the rook couldn't get behind it. It'll just go back here, and that is that.
As long as there's no mouse slip.
Yeah, Boyer's very unhappy.
Wow.
It couldn't have been more winning.
That's tough. You always fight. Never give up. Dang. Overtime. OT, chat. He leans back and loses the game. Pump! Hit this pump. Let's go.
Look at her. She's so happy. I wonder if she realizes that she just saved her team. She saved her team's season there. And that was just, pure happiness, pure joy. And she earned it there by just digging deep and fighting. But Boyer, oh gosh, James, he is going to be kicking himself because he had a completely winning position. Like no hope for her, it would have seemed. And then he gave away like 3 different pawns and she created a pass pawn of her own and won. Julia Alboreto, the hero for the Capybaras right now.
All right, smiling there and having a good time and celebrating after a win. Much needed win to send us into a tie break. Wow. Robert, what does that tie break look like?
You see it here. Overtime is guaranteed. The top board, 3-3. MVL gets that last round win. He overtakes Moreko. Supi and Lochno tied in terms of the scoreboard. And then Alboreto takes down Boyer. So it's that half-point difference on boards 2 and 4. We have a tie. So what are the tie-break rules? For those of you who have not seen it before, we are going to have the same pairings, but with the colors swapped. The time control, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment the first 2 rounds. And if we need additional rounds, it will go to bullet. Wow.
Man, I thought it was out. The Capybaras thought that they were out. And we all did. It was, oh, this is over. Like 2 wins, and it didn't work that way. And they split it. Now we in OT now. More chess for us, guys, and more craziness. That's wild, Robert.
I can't believe what we just saw. I really thought the Blitz were going to come back and win it. That was not meant to be. So I'm going to have to wrap my head around this. I'm going to take a quick walk around the room. But when we come back, it is free chess. It is overtime. It is a tiebreak between the Brazil Capybaras and the Blitz. You will not want to miss that action when we return from this short break.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice? Yeah. If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
A lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play.
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
if you thought you were going to go back to work or do something else besides watching chess, you were wrong. This is overtime. This is the Pro Chess League. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, FIDE Master James Kane III. James, what did we just witness?
Wow. Well, these guys just were swinging and battling it out for the last few hours there is right now. And now this is an elimination match, and they don't want to go home. Nobody wants to go home, but somebody's going to have to go home as they make a tiebreaker here. Right? They play the tiebreaker because it's 8-8.
It is 8-8. Some players were helping their teams towards that tie, namely the top boards, both Grishuk and Artemiev with 3 out of 4. It's been an even matchup from the start. It felt very close. And these tiebreaker rules, what does that look like? It's no longer rapid chess. We are getting into the French team name. We're getting to Blitz. It is 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If any team scores 2.5 points out of 4, the match is done. It concludes. But if it's 2-2, we get another round of 3-minute blitz. Then if that's tied 2-2, we start getting bullet, and then we may not stop if they keep tying. So we're going to have to figure it out. It may be an arm wrestle. It may be a coin flip. But I believe that in this blitz, James, that's where it's going to be decided. I cannot see this going the distance with more ties in the time control.
Absolutely, of course. If there is more ties, then we're going to have to pull out chess boxing. That is a format and a variant now, so we're going to have that ready for you guys. So stand by. Hopefully, we don't make it that far today, but we will see because that's the next variant. But these guys have to figure it out here. Somebody's going home. It's Blitz now. Hopefully, they've been playing some Blitz. Hopefully, you've been playing, and playing online and actually practicing some fast chess here and there and playing. Because if not, it's going to show right now, and every point matters. First to 2.5 takes it, and somebody is getting sent.
Yeah, no, this is one of those moments where you need to practice all time controls, all different types of chess because you were just playing rapid. You need to adjust on the fly. And no longer can Grishuk spend 3 minutes on a turn. You spend 3 minutes, you lose on time. So for Grishuk and Artemiev, they're seasoned veterans. But on International Women's Day, Julia Alboreto, kind of the hero for the Capybaras. Their season was about to be done with, and she stole victory from the jaws of defeat. She took down Mahel Boyer as she allowed her team to survive. And now the question is, will she help them thrive? Because they need her once again. That was great. That was an important victory. But now they need a second one.
Yeah, absolutely. They need a second victory here. And a lot of times, too, like things like the momentum can shift. For instance, right, Blitz, had a good momentum, then it shifted to the Capybaras, who held it for a long time. And then, for them to tie it up like this, I mean, who is going to have the initiative here? And I think at these top boards here, they're just, Blitz, like Grishuk and Artemiev, they used to this stuff. Grishuk is no joke, though. He did almost qualify, or he did qualify for something. I don't remember. It was Blitz. I did commentary for it. I just don't remember what it was. But he qualified, and he made it all the way through. Artemiev didn't play. But he's very, very strong, as we know, especially in Blitz.
Yeah. I think you're referring to Speeches Championship qualifiers.
Oh, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was a brutal field. Danya was playing. Many of the top players in the world were competing, but Grishuk made it through and played in the main event. But right now, he was able to strike with D5. When your pawn's 2 squares away, you have to look at the square in between, and D5 has been played. And these players, I mean, do they realize that it's Blitz? I mean, I feel like Artemiev playing extremely slowly, while Grishuk is the one who is playing quite quickly.
Blitzing out the moves here, and you get 2-second increments. So this isn't the regular Blitz. You do get some time here as well. I feel like he definitely is moving slow. You got 220. What is like the opening still? Whoa! All right, now look at his face. What is this? But okay, what is this? What is this nonsense?
Wait, did Artemiev just come up with this on the spot? Because that is an insanely impressive move. He wants to take back on D5, and after knight takes, he wants to chop on D4. What just happened?
Wow.
I'm going to do an instant replay, everybody, because D4 was like the last move I expected. That's not a simple capture. D4? Have fun with my pawn here. What he's trying to do is invite the knight to D5, and now he's a pawn to capture here. And why that's important, before, if you went for a line like this and took on E5, the bishop takes back, the queen protects the knight in the center. So big differences by small moves, and D4 was important, and now the bishop captures the knight here. Grishuk's time advantage is a thing of the past. James, I like White's position. You're threatening to win a pawn here or here. What does Grishuk do?
Right now, he's closing his eyes and hoping, I don't know if that's like a pain face or more of a thinking, but I think it was a little bit of both because definitely didn't expect this. But also, At the same time, he needs to limit the damage and figure this out. In fact, I might make a move like bishop c7. Hey, have the pawn actually, and then take and play bishop d7 and say, I got your light squares are super weak, even though you got the pawn. Okay, I got the bishop here, which is equal to a pawn in many cases. So he goes queen d7 instead.
Oh, yeah. Once take with the queen, get the bishop out in those light squares that you talked about. And while Artemiev thinks, can he capture this knight on c6? What should he do? Let's go to our bird's eye view, because all 4 games are in full swing. Every single game important, none more important than the rest. And I'm looking across, James, in the top right, it looks like Sandro Mareko. I don't believe that eval bar. Slight edge for him, but it's a closed position up there in the top right. In the bottom left, pawns are getting swapped. The position is opening up between Lochno and Supi. And in the bottom right, Boyer against Julia Alboreto. She was the hero in the 4th round in Rapid Chess. Can she do it in Blitz? Boyer has more time than he started with. That guy has 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's a little bit of anger and also being comfortable. Hopefully he's comfortable, or at least something he's used to playing. But 3:15, dang boy, he moving instantly, almost right, literally moving instantly. Have so much time. He even put his glasses on. Wow, he got serious, yo. He put the glasses on, Robert. That's like extra elo, extra 100 off the rib, extra 100 elo. Wow.
All he's missing is a COE hat, James. He's got the glasses. He needs the hat and chains. But look at that move, b5. Closing in your own bishop, but the point was that b3 threatened to win the bishop behind the knight. But look at this. Here comes the queen that apparently was an inaccuracy. We're never going to blame players. They barely have time to figure out their moves. But b2 is loose. b4 is coming, opening up a threat against this queen on e2. I like Julia's position.
Me too. She's swinging. And I mean, when moving fast comes with problems, because you're not moving and being as accurate. You're not thinking. You're not COEing. You're not calculating. Right? That's what that means. So here, if you're moving so fast, you don't have as much time to calculate. And now he takes his first think where time is getting more level here, where you do like Black's position being active, rooks connected. We have a lot of queen side play, b4 being a threat, a2, your queen side's weak. I definitely like Black as well. Great job from Julia.
And you were saying that, he had glasses on. He took them off, right? So he is frustrated. He's trying to work through this. And, well, let's leave him to it, because he still has over 2 minutes. He's been playing that quickly. The other game's still in action here. We look in the top right, Sandro Mareko. I still believe it's an aesthetic advantage more than a concrete one, but he's pushing those kingside pawns up the board. Let's go over there to Sandro Mareko against the beast from Lyon, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And look at this. James, G5 has just been played by Mareko. He is not slowing down.
Let me tell you something. G5 and we live every time, right? That's a big boy move from a big fella. He's definitely swinging. I don't know what it is they got against MVL. How they just swing it on him like this. G4. Did you see like Subi did him the same way? G4, G5, all in your face. We don't care about nothing, French man, right? Like just crushes him, right? Like because this is it feels exactly the same. It looks like basically the Supi game. The king was on G2 and everything. Like that's kind of crazy how similar this is, but. This one's a little different. That knight on e5. Oh, yeah, I take on h6, king on f3. Like, this is crazy. Knight f3, king f3, 6 stuff. I like white all day.
Yeah, hard to attack the white king with his queen back here on b8. And something important that Maxime is doing. While he's being attacked on the king side, he's opening up the center, trying to create counterplay. He wants a rook on d5. Bring that rook to f5. That will help in the defensive task. But white is objectively better here. You see Mareko bring his rook on over to the king side. It's already a threat on this pin pawn. If you play g6, maybe there's h5. Maybe there are other moves as well. But it's clear that white is better. And white, by the way, is also up a pawn. It may not look like it because the pawns are split everywhere, but it's an extra pawn.
Oh, yeah, and played h5 here. Yeah. Oh, and whoa, king h7. He just chilled. Man, this feel like this mate in 11. But it's definitely not right now. We do have to maneuver our pieces correctly, which he's doing.
Yeah, seems forever away. You can't even cross the f4 because the rook's coming at f5. So far, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave down to a minute of putting up great defense. Let's go back out to our bird's eye view, just because the game between Artemiev and Grishuk, it's down to the final seconds. I mean, Grishuk has no time, and the game is so complicated.
Well, yeah, this is and it's hard to catch every one of them too because it's so fast. 7 seconds here though. The time for Grishuk is not going to help him obviously with this this fast time control 2-second increment every time. What's actually going on in position here? Queen goes to b5, rook c8. Okay, we have knight c2 coming after we move the queen. If we move the queen, this should be
4 seconds counting down. He goes rook c6. I think you can. if you take on b4, the pawn has to take. So he takes on c6 first, and now, oh wow, keeping the material on the board.
It's chaos. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah. And by the way, these are two of the best bullet players on the planet. He took that, opening up the A file. That's shocking to me.
G5?
What is going on, James?
Well, a loser goes home. We know that. So you about to go home. Somebody's going home. This is all on the line with seconds to spare, chat. Seconds in every game. It's about to be definitely close to the time pressure here.
94. C6 is hanging, but so is A2. So that was a pretty good decision by Grishuk.
You get one. Exactly.
Uh-huh. So king's coming out, though. Watch out. These light squares. It's all white's control. 7 seconds. He goes up. King C4, getting maybe a little bit too active.
Good move. Yeah, he's very active. The knight could go to C5 in some cases. And then King C5, you have a lot of pawn weaknesses. Okay, that was a brilliant move. Knight D2 defends.
Mm-hmm. Are we going to see a repetition, James? Knight back and forth. Got to move. 2 seconds.
Oh, man. Soupy wins.
Wow. Soupy won the game. This game is a draw. So Soupy wins. That's huge news for the Capybaras. We didn't get to tune in the game, but just see the final position. And oh my gosh, the queen's trapped on F5. Oh my goodness. Soupy just trapped her queen. The position has even material. But white's last move was pawn to G4. Like if you look at the eval bar, black is better activity, but G4 trapped the queen on the spot. That's a win for Soupy. Let's get on out of here because that is in the books. That's official. We still have 2 games remaining in the top right. It's even between Mareko and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In the bottom right, that's hovering in white's favor. So Boyer, he's going to need to win to give the Blitz a chance to go to a second batch of tiebreak games. What do you make of this position, James? Under 20 seconds for black. Not too many pieces on the board, but white is up a piece for just a pawn.
Oh, I'm up a piece. Yeah, I'm up a piece, and this is a clean one. We just got to finish this out. She's in time pressure too as well. How do we get a piece over there? We need a piece maybe to I can't move anything. Whoa, this is difficult. H3, G4 maybe.
How many times has this position been reached? Probably just a couple. 7 seconds for Boyer. Rook B4. She goes Rook D2 instead, going after this D4 pawn. And how does white make progress, James? It feels like white's stuck in place.
That's exactly right. I think the only plan I can get is kick this knight away. King G2, H3, and G4. I just have to get this in. If I get G4 in and kick the knight away, then I can get the ball rolling. There it is. You found it.
And the 2 second increment is huge. She might want some kind of knight C4. Not sure what it does. But the knight can just hop around maybe to F5, maybe to C4. And James, if too many pawns get traded, there might not be enough left to win the game, even though white is up a minor piece.
That is true here. Bishop.
And oh my goodness. Let's go to the bird's eye view again because it should have been equality in the game between MVL and Sandro Mareko. But Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is not the former World Blitz champion by accident. He is winning his game. But this one, it's just done at this point.
Oh, just a winning end game, 100%. You can't even stop the queen. Wow, shoot. That was a sick move, G2.
And that's it. That's a win for MVL. That leaves us with just 1 game remaining. And if Julia Alboreto can survive this, then her team still gets another tiebreak. But it looks like Boyer, he's taken charge, and that means that the Blitz may take this match.
If you lose, you go home. Julia won before. Come on, who's the believers in the chat? Who are the believers in the chat right now? This could be the last moments of the Capybaras here.
I think it's over. G5, great move. The bishop leaves the connection of the G7 square. Where does it actually go? It's trapped. If it goes back here, you have rook to A8 check. So, yeah, the king is going up the board. James, the Blitz are going to survive.
The Blitz made it very far. They had some hiccups here. It was a very close match, but they won. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done and who's going home, and it won't be the Blitz.
Oh, check and F8 equals queen with double check and mate on the spot. So that is it. The Blitz win. Let's see if Boyer even knows it because he just finished his game. He couldn't watch his teammates. Oh, there it is.
There
he recognizes it.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's the hero. You know, he probably felt like it was his fault. He lost that 4th round game, but now he's all smiles. Is Mihail Boyer. He earned it. He led his squad to victory. They survive and remain in the Pro Chess League 2023 season.
The game that he won, the only game that he won was the game that counted. The only one that he won is the game that counted. Okay, the Blitz are going to the playoffs because of the one game that I won. Right, it was 5 games. I didn't do as well as I wanted to, but guess who's going to the playoffs? We lived to see another day. The Capybaras have to go home here. Heartbreaking as they did so well there. I mean, Artemiev 3.5 out of 5, 2, 3, and then a 1 there from Julia, who was the star to tie it up in the first place here. But overall, Blitz did a fantastic job.
Yeah, that was a crazy finish. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what we saw. I mean, the Capybaras in the first round, James, that feels like forever ago. Remember, Soupy crushed MVL, and they were leading. It looked like they were in charge. And then the Blitz, they found their rhythm. And then you look at the top 2 and you say, okay, Grishuk 3.5 out of 5, MVL 3.5 out of 5. MVL, he had a good day. But he lost the first game. He looked shaky. He was 1.5 out of 3. But Sandro Moreko became an opponent that MVL wants to see time and time again. He beat him both times, and he helped his team win this match. And, of course, Boyer at the end there, that was huge for the Blitz. He struggling. He lost a heartbreaking game in Rapid, but he lived up to his team name. So, James, now that the Blitz won this one, could you see them winning next week as well and making the playoffs?
You know what? Because they're so close to the playoffs now. Now you're like, oh, I can really do this, right? When you feel that close to something, like you get more of a boost, more motivation. You feel better. You're gonna, feel good. You play good. Now, obviously, you have to study and train to play good, but also just being in the right field. The right field can actually be really good. So I think they'll do well going forward because they are in the right field here. But of course, it does take the right lineup still. They gotta have the right matchup, right lineup, right mindset, and go in there. Hopefully, they can continue to win.
And this lineup has worked well for the Blitz. I want to give a shout out to Katerina Lucknow as well, because she did win some important games after a tough start. 0 out of 2 and 1-2 in a row. So good job by Lucknow. She had that crushing victory over Soupy in Rapid. But for the standings, I mean, this means that the Blitz, they remain in the field. But earlier today, we saw the Shanghai Tigers. I mean, that was a crazy match that they won against the Croatia Bulldogs. So, James, of the teams that you see here with 2 wins, and which do you see as the most likely teams, I should say, plural, to make it through?
Definitely Canada Chess.com here. We got you also have the Indian team. I mean, you drink the water, you become a GM over there in India. Team MGD is absolutely crazy. So those 2 are definitely, I think, big favorites. And then the toss-up is going to be between the Gnomes, the Wizards, and the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and we saw the Shanghai Tigers make it through. We'll see if the Croatia Bulldogs can do that next week. But we also just saw the Blitz stay alive. That was nerve-wracking stuff from the team from France. They go to 2 out of 2. And, well, James, the Capybaras, what can you say about that team and their season? Because they have been officially eliminated.
Well, they have a very bright future, I think, especially coming back to the PCL next year. They'll have a very bright future, especially if they are able to pick up Artemiev again. If they would have picked him up earlier, I mean, this could be all the way around. This could be 2-1. This could be maybe they'd be in the playoffs. We don't know, but at the same time, they picked him up kind of a little late here. They just weren't able to, but it is a very strong team, just like the Bears and the Cobras. Very, very, very strong teams. Just maybe bad lineups at that time, and other things just wasn't as sharp. Wasn't able to take it, but that's okay. We still got some other teams on the other hand that will make it and trying to punch their tickets to the playoff.
We should let everyone know not to cry because it's over, but to smile because it happened. Just like Boyer, who was ecstatic about his win. We do have more Pro Chess League tomorrow. The matches for today, they're a thing of the past. So we look forward to the future. And we start with the Canada Chess Bros taking on the Levitov Chess Wizards. The Wizards, they are super strong. They're led by the chess queen, Alexander Kostenyuk, and of course the Chess Bros led by Magnus Carlsen. Then we have an elimination match. Will the Unicorns or the Passers go home? James, I'm not sure if you're familiar with those 2 teams, but what do you have to say about the second half of the doubleheader?
Well, first off, we are facing elimination. I am captain of the Passers there. And the Passers, all I got to say is, when you pass us the ball, we going to score. So that's exactly what we're about to do here. We're going to score here. Shout out to the Unicorns. They are fan favorites and, they're cool and all. But, we always like to say that unicorns aren't even real. You know what I mean? So it's just going to be a heavyweight matchup. And we're ready to swing on anybody and anything that they bring at us. We already know the lineup, so we're ready to go. I'm excited for it. But it is going to be tough. It is an elimination match as well. So lots of fun there. But stay tuned for that. Hopefully Robert Hess will be bringing some of that energy and some of that luck our way so we can win that match.
Oh, you know I'll be bringing the energy, and I'm going to make some predictions. Normally I ask you to do it, but I won't do that to you because your team is playing. I'm going to actually predict the Levitov Chess Wizards take down the Chess Bras. Magnus Carlsen, Jordan Van Forest, they're playing for the Chess Bras. But the issue is, the Wizards, their fourth board is Alexander Kostenyuk. Reminder to everybody, her FIDE rating back in November was 2520. I believe it's not 2540. If that's your fourth board in a league where your team average has to be 2550 or below, that's too much. And then I'm going to pick another team, and this one is going to make you happy. I'm going to go with the Garden State Passers. Like Sevian, Bortnick, Lenderman on the top three, and Carissa Yip. She's playing, I know, for your squad. She's logging into board 4, and she outrates her opponent by about 200 rating points on the fourth board. So I think that having the higher rated board 4, it helps. We just saw the Blitz win this matchup thanks to Michal Boyer. So, James, I'm going to go with the Chess Wizards and the Canty Passers for tomorrow.
Let's go. I like that. Of course, Hess has spoken, Chad. Hess has spoken. That's exactly right. I'm actually going to go with the Chess Bros myself. Big fan of them, obviously. And, of course, my passers, pass us the ball. And, of course, unicorns are all cool and cute, but not real. So we're going to beat them and do our thing, right? So hopefully stay tuned for that, Chad. It's going to be nice, Robert.
Well, they may not be real, but their team is for real. You'll have a tough task ahead tomorrow. But that's all for today. We just want to thank everybody for tuning in, for making the Pro Chess League what it is. It's not possible without your support. It's also not possible without the players. So give your love in the chat for the teams that we just saw today. You won't see some of those teams in the future, at least not for this season. So pour one out for them, give them your love, and I'll come back tomorrow for more in the Pro Chess League. Goodbye, everybody, and see you then.